Although Han Li and Mei Ning were new arrivals, the guards merely glanced at them without asking any questions. Instead, they surrounded the returnees and excitedly asked them a few questions. As a result, the large men gave them a glance at the fish and prawn in their bags before the guards cried out in surprise. Han Li furrowed his brows at the sight. It seemed that food was a scarce resource here. Soon after, Han Li swept his eyes across the entire village. The entire village was within the protection of the tall stone walls, and all of its buildings were crudely carved cubes made from the same pitch-black stone as the walls. There was also a small stone platform built at the center of the village that was several times taller than the other buildings. Additionally, the top of the platform seemed to emit a faint purple fog that permeated through the entire village. It seemed to completely absorb any of the blue lightning that happened to strike the village. The purple fog was undoubtedly some kind of spell formation, but Han Li was unable to perceive the slightest spiritual qi inside the stone walls. Instead, he only felt a cold energy lingering in the air. Although his spiritual sense was still trapped within his body, he could still keenly sense spiritual qi. Han Li was bewildered as to why this was the case. The lean man's group had entered the village and already arrived at a large hall near the platform. There were a group of people outside the hall that were gesturing and whispering with the lean man's group when one of them looked in Han Li's direction with a deep gaze. Han Li felt his heart tremble. That person possessed the deepest inner strength of anyone he had encountered in this land. Were it in the outside world, Han Li could have easily killed him with a twirl of his finger and ignored him. But as Han Li was now, he would have to strive his hardest to deal with him. At that moment, the lean man had approached the group of people and said something to them before turning around and pointing at Han Li and Mei Ning. The group then turned their gazes to Han Li. Han Li remained silent and revealed no fear, but to his side, Mei Ning revealed nervousness from not knowing what they had in mind for them. The lean man beckoned to the two and said, "You two, come over. The village elders have some questions for you." Han Li nodded his head and calmly walked over with Mei Ning in tow. The group of people that had been standing outside had already turned around and entered the hall, and Han Li soon followed. A plump old man that sat at the center of the hall gazed at them with a kind expression and said, "Please sit. Since we are all human, we will naturally do our best to aid one another. However, there is much that is different in this world from the outside. How about you two first introduce yourselves before I start introducing you to this land?" The others sat down at his side, and the one who had glared at Han Li outside the hall were among them as well. He had narrow eyes, a hostile expression, and pale skin. At that moment, his spirited eyes had swept across Han Li and the beautiful Mei Ning behind him. Although he was silent, a peculiar expression flickered through his eyes. Han Li casually smiled and calmly replied, "There isn't much to say about us. We encountered the ghost mist at sea and were drawn here by it. As for my previous identity, what use is it here? There is no point in talking about it." The old man smiled upon hearing Han Li's vague answer. He examined the two with narrowed eyes before saying, "You two must be cultivators, so there is no point in concealing this." With that said, the old man's gaze dropped down to the bulging storage pouch at Han Li's waist. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was inwardly shocked. As for Mei Ning, her expression grew pale with worry. "You two don't need to be scared. Although there aren't many cultivators among us, we are far more happy to have you join this village than we would be with ordinary people. However, you two will be incapable of using magic or spiritual power in the Umbra realm. The only powers you'll be able to use are a few crude martial arts and Umbra energy." "Umbra energy?" Han Li asked with a bewildered expression. The old man twirled his beard and slowly said, "That's right. It is somewhat similar to magic power, but it cannot be used to cast magic techniques. However, cultivators are able to use the inner cores of Umbra beasts to deploy a few small-scale spell formations. We have much use for them in our village. And even if you aren't proficient in spell formations, cultivators' bodies are far stronger than those of ordinary men. They will certainly be great helpers." After a moment of thought, Han Li asked, "Your esteemed self seems to understand much about us cultivators. Are there other cultivators in the village?" The plump old man smirked and said, "Of course there are, but they only number about 6. This old man happens to be one of them. When I was sucked into the ghost mist, I was only a Foundation establishment cultivator." A trace of astonishment flickered through Han Li's eyes, but when he thought to ask more questions, the entire hall violently rumbled. In the distance, there seemed to be a huge monster charging at the village. The expressions of the people inside the hall had greatly changed, and they no longer paid any attention to Han Li. They all immediately walked out, and Han Li soon followed after them with a hesitant expression. The village elders were commanding several hundred robust youths to all rush up the thick walls with pikes in most of their hands, while a few of them carried crude bows. Although their expressions were all tense, they acted with perfect discipline as if they had already experienced this many times. Han Li's gaze turned in the direction of a very loud rumble coming from outside the stone wall. Although he could feel the tremors grow even more astonishing, nothing else had yet to happen. Han Li rubbed his chin and expectantly glanced around for a moment. He then walked over to a tall building nearby and took advantage of the chaos to jump off a wall and easily climbed onto the stone building's roof. From the top of the building, Han Li was able to see what was happening. In the distance, he saw that the stone and sand were violently scraping through the air on a bewildering black wind while a black frost spread across the ground in its wake. It appeared amazingly cold. This seemed to be the Yin wind that the lean man had spoken of previously. It truly wasn't something that ordinary mortals could handle. However, as the Yin wind reached about 300 meters from the village, it began to disappear, accompanied by heavy tremors as a large object dropped onto the ground. Although it was still a good distance away, an astonishing aura could be felt from it. Soon, a 40-meter-tall black figure emerged from the winds. When Han Li saw the black figure's true appearance, he felt his blood turn cold. At first glance, the black figure appeared to be a gigantic gray ape, except that the beast had 4 eyes and a pair of wings emerging between its ribs. It carried a log of jet black wood in one arm as it madly charged towards the village, while its 4 eyes were radiating with crimson light and emitted a powerful, bloodthirsty aura. After the beast's true form was revealed, many people started to loudly shout, "It's an insidious mauler! Quickly, send over the great shields!" In an instant, a large number of women, children, and elderly began to deliver shields of all kinds to the walls. But soon after, they began to flusteredly run away from the walls as the huge beast came within 300 meters of the village. The tremors caused by the beast's footsteps had left Han Li bewildered. It appeared as if the stone walls would be taken down by the tremors long before the beast even reached them. But in the next moment, huge tentacles were formed from several strands of dense violet fog and rigidly fastened onto the huge beast's feet. As a result, the huge beast lost its footing and fell in front of the stone wall, causing everyone in the garrison to lose their balance for a moment from the resulting tremors. Han Li unconsciously turned his gaze to the tall platform with astonishment, and shockingly discovered that there were now 4 people sitting cross-legged on the platform. Their bodies were covered in a faint layer of purple chi, as if they were utilizing a technique. "This is Umbra energy?" Han Li's heart stirred. In the following instant, an order was shouted, "Attack!" A large number of pikes and arrows were shot at the huge beast like rain, completely enveloping it. As Han Li watched this, his heart thumped with excitement. Knowing that things were far from good, the huge beast loudly roared and released an icy Yin wind from its mouth. Not only were the incoming arrows all blown away by the Yin winds, but they were even covered in a layer of glossy black ice. They had all fallen to the ground without even touching the beast. As for the heavier pikes, although they managed to fall onto the huge beast's body, the Yin wind had greatly reduced their power, and they were barely able to cause a few superficial wounds. All they had managed to achieve was to further enrage the huge beast. In its fury, the beast's eyes began to flicker with crimson light. With a bang, its neck fur began to harden and grow erect, making for a sinister appearance. When Han Li saw this, his mind grew blank. The huge beast lowered its head, and the erect hair instantly transformed into countless black streaks that shot at the stone wall. The wall's garrison seemed to already know that this would happen. Although their faces appeared nervous, they shouted a rallying cry as they raised their shields to meet the attack. Sharp cracks sounded out as the black streaks struck the shields. Although the black streaks managed to deeply pierce into the shields, a majority of them managed to successfully block the attack. As for the few garrison members that were struck, they were immediately thrown off the wall by the force of the strike. It was unknown whether or not they had survived. The remaining garrison were too busy to look after the injured. Instead, another order to attack was shouted, and a rain of pikes and arrows immediately followed. But just like the previous time, the huge beast managed to knock most of the projectiles away with the winds. However, it seemed the beast was only able to harden the hair on its neck, so although it continued to loudly shout in response to the attacks, it was only able to crawl forward as it struggled. It no longer had any methods to attack back. As for the tentacles formed from the purple mist, they continued to hold its legs firmly in place without a single moment of weakness. As the attacks continued for another 6 waves, the huge beast seemed to have eventually exhausted its wind and couldn't continue its resistance. From that moment, the arrows and pikes struck with increasingly greater frequency, piercing into the huge beast's body. As this continued, the beast sustained minor injuries and its furious roars grew more spirited as it continuously pounded the huge black log into the ground, filling it with holes. As Han Li witnessed the beast's immense strength and durability, he unconsciously became somewhat fearful of it. As if it were planned in advance, a squad of particularly burly and vigorous men quickly rushed onto the stone walls. Apart from the several 12-meter-long pikes they held in their arms, they carried nothing else. These people each began to lift the pikes in a practiced motion as soon as they arrived on the walls and fiercely launched them in the huge beast's direction. These powerful shots tore through the air, leaving Han Li surprised by the wind they produced. Each of these men had to possess powerful inner strength to be able to toss the pikes with such ease, while having each pike sail through the skies with immense speed and power. In the following instant, bowl-sized splatters of blood began to appear all over the beast's body. All of the strikes were to great effect, nailing the beast to the ground. The beast's original ferocity had completely disappeared without a trace. Huge cheers erupted from the walls with everyone wearing a face of relief. The purple coils of smoke then disappeared without a trace. A group of people then excitedly rushed towards the wooden gate with blades in their hands, intending on finishing off the beast. As for the others, they had already started to tend to the wounded. But before the wooden gate fully opened, the crestfallen beast suddenly roared with a final burst of strength and waved its arm, thrusting the huge 30-meter-long log into the sky. It carried an astonishing pressure as it directly flew in the direction of the village. Seeing that the huge beast was on the verge of dying, a few of the villagers had happily rushed out. However, they cried out in shock as they saw the log flying in their direction. But in the following instant, a silhouette had blurred before them and directly shot towards the huge log in the air. With a roar, the person fiercely struck at the center of the log with both his arms. With a loud crack, the black log flew off in another direction, falling in an area without people. This person then lightly landed on the ground in a relaxed and confident manner. He was the middle-aged man from earlier with a harsh expression and pale face. The villagers that had been saved greatly sighed in relief and immediately spoke to their savior, repeatedly thanking him. However, the pale man merely waved at them with an indifferent expression before returning back to his original position. A trace of astonishment then flickered within Han Li's eyes. After the pale man had rescued these people, he had carelessly shot a cold glance in his direction. Although Han Li didn't know what he meant by it, it clearly wasn't positive by any means. Han Li frowned, and just as he pondered what the man had meant by it, the wooden gate opened and several tens of robust men charged out of the village to finish off the huge beast. However, it didn't end after the beast was dead. With their long blades, they cleaved open the beast's skull and fumbled around within the blood and gore until they took out green, thumb-sized gem. The group cheered after they found it, and those that were watching cheered along with them. Han Li blinked, suddenly feeling that the green gem seemed somewhat familiar. After lowering his head for a moment of thought, he suddenly recalled what it was. During his trip to Heaven Void Hall, he had encountered many similar green gems in the wreckage of the puppets. Could they be the same material? After watching for just a moment more, Han Li wordlessly leapt off the stone building. The plump old man and the other elders had already returned to the hall, and Han Li still had a belly full of questions he wanted to ask them. When Mei Ning saw Han Li returning to the hall, she followed him in with a lowered head. After witnessing the previous battle, she realized the dangers of this place and became worried. When Han Li entered the hall, the elders had already returned to their seats. When the plump old man saw Han Li enter, he smiled and thought to say something when a tall, robust man quickly entered with the green gem in his hand. The robust man placed the gem on the table in front of the elders and respectfully said, "Great elders, this is the insidious Mauler's Umbra Beast gem. Please take a look at it." The old man glanced at the gem and happily said, "We've put you all through quite a bit of trouble. Before this, we sent you all out to take advantage of the eruption of spirit extinguishing chi, and you succeeded in bringing back fish. In a moment, we will bestow you all with great rewards." "Many thanks, elders." The robust man wore an expression of delighted surprise and withdrew from the hall with an expression of satisfaction. Han Li stood to the side and watched all this with a detached expression. The strange beast that you two witnessed was an Umbra beast known as the insidious Mauler. It must have been quite a shock to you too. Although the Umbra realm spans only about 100 kilometers, there are demon beasts, humans, and all sorts of Umbra beasts within. With slight astonishment, Han Li asked, "There are demon beasts here?" The old man bitterly smiled and paused for a moment before answering, "Of course. Whenever there's a tear in space, both cultivators and demon beasts are brought here all the same. The demon beasts here aren't able to use their demon arts, but they've all developed their bodies with great effort and have incredible power. They aren't an existence that humans or Umbra beasts can provoke. Fortunately, they only guard a few specific areas and feast on Umbra beasts. They don't pose much of a threat to us humans since they are unlikely to emerge. Umbra beasts, however, are different. They are born from the Umbra chi of this place and are innately fond of devouring human flesh. Every so often, powerful Umbra beasts will come knocking at human villages. Although a majority of villages are capable of repelling them, smaller villages are occasionally defeated and completely wiped out. Conversely, the Umbra beasts are endless, and another insidious Mauler will condense and re-emerge into the Umbra realm soon enough. After a moment of silence, Han Li slowly asked, "From what you've said, it seems that this isn't the only human village. There are others." "Of course. Although there aren't many, there's about 8 other villages scattered throughout the Umbra realm. Food is scarce here, so apart from a few pieces of fertile land, the rest is barren from the heavy Umbra chi. A majority of the Umbra beasts possess poisonous flesh, and apart from some special varieties, we are incapable of consuming them. Although demon beasts are able to consume them, humans would perish upon eating them. As such, only useful people are allowed to live in villages. Anybody who is useless will be driven away and have their lives run their natural course." The old man's last words were spoken with an icy tone. Han Li frowned and let out a long breath before asking, "Your esteemed self called this place the Umbra realm. Does this place have any relation with the netherworld from legend? Is there any way to restore the magic power that was restricted? Most importantly, I wish to return to the outside. I have no intention of staying here. Would your esteemed self happen to know of a way out?" The plump old man shook his head and sighed. "A majority of the humans in this world were born here, and most of humans that are brought here by the ghost mist end up devoured by Umbra beasts. Only a small minority were lucky enough to reach a village. As for my own close friends and family, they are all on the outside. If it were so easy to return, why would us survivors from the outside world remain here and continue living day after day on the verge of crisis? As for whether or not this place has anything to do with the netherworld, who could possibly know? However, there is a senior that has stayed here far longer than I have, and he holds the belief that this area is a crevice between the human world and the netherworld. As a result, there is a dense concentration of Umbra chi, but there are no excessively powerful Umbra beasts that take form. Additionally, There is a far-fetched rumor being spread around by a few cultivators that believe this world has nothing to do with the netherworld. These cultivators believe that this world is actually the stomach of a legendary devil beast, the Rahu. Legend says that the Rahu is capable of both devouring stars and tearing through space, and that it is fond of concealing itself on the seafloor, only emerging to feed itself every so often. That is supposed to explain how the strange mist emerges from the sea and can link the two worlds together. Han Li's expression greatly changed when he heard this. The Rahu? How could that be possible? It makes far less sense than the netherworld. I don't believe that this entire world is contained inside a devil beast. The old man leisurely said, That's right. When I first heard of this, I was shocked as well. Although it is hard to swallow, there is still a possibility it's true. If the tears in space appeared periodically, then one might expect that they all appear at the same place. However, this isn't the case. Whenever new arrivals are sucked into the Umber realm, they all come from different areas in the seas that others haven't heard of. For example, I came from a small island in the South Bay province of the Great Court of Jin. As for the other cultivators, they've arrived from places such as the Five Dragon Seas, the Heavenly Sand Continent, and the Scattered Star Seas as well. Nobody recognizes where anybody else has come from, but here we are all the same. The Great Court of Jin? You're a cultivator of the state of Jin. A trace of astonishment flickered within Han Li's eyes. When he was in the Heavenly South region, he had heard much of the esteemed state of Jin. The old man's eyes brightened. Could it be that you also came from the Great Court of Jin? Han Li shook his head and said, No, but I have heard quite a bit about it. I know it to be an immensely large country, and I had always wanted to visit it but never had the opportunity. The old man revealed a trace of disappointment and said, So it's like that. That is somewhat regretful. This old man truly wishes for an opportunity to return. The old man then radiantly smiled and chuckled. Fellow Taoist would have known what a true world of cultivation was had he visited our great Jin. To the best of my knowledge, there is no other cultivator world that compares in scope or activity of ours. It wouldn't be a lie to say that the great state of Jin is a sacred site for cultivators. Han Li rubbed his nose, but despite the bitter smile on his face, his heart stirred in response to the old man's words. The old man smiled and chuckled. This old man has strayed off topic. As for your previous question about whether or not there's a method of restoring one's magic power, I can only tell you should abandon your hopes while you remain in the Umber realm. In addition to Umber Chi, there's also spirit-extinguishing Chi in the air as well. It is periodically released from the depths by eruptions, spreading it throughout the sky. So long as cultivators are within its range, their magic power and abilities are completely sealed. It is quite fortunate that you were brought over here during an eruption of spirit-extinguishing Chi. Han Li suddenly felt gloomy upon hearing all of this. Were it not for the eruption of spirit-extinguishing Chi, he wouldn't have even been brought here by some trifling ghost mist. After a moment of silence, Han Li resentfully said, Since we were able to enter, then there must be a way of leaving. I refuse to believe that there isn't. The old man twirled his beard and unhurriedly said, Well, technically there is a way out, but it requires assistance. A trace of joy appeared in Han Li's mind and he hastily asked, What is it? As Mei Ning heard this, her expression fluctuated with roused spirits. It's... The old man revealed a hesitant expression. Han Li's expression stirred and an odd emotion flickered within his eyes. What? Could it be inconvenient for you to say? The old man grimaced as he looked at the two. His eyes then narrowed and he said with a deep tone, Please don't misunderstand. There is no point in concealing it. Although I do want 2 more cultivators to join the village, I'm not making it deliberately difficult for you. I am merely afraid you 2 fellow Taoists will impatiently rush out and throw your lives away. After Han Li heard this, he immediately chuckled, but his smile soon disappeared as he solemnly said, Be at ease. Although I appear young, I've cultivated for many years and am disinclined to make any rash actions. If it truly is impossible, I won't pointlessly risk my life. However, I would still like to hear of the method. After some consideration, the plump old man replied, Since that is the case, this old man won't conceal it any longer. He then walked to the hall's entrance and raised his head to the sky with a pensive expression. Mei Ning bit her red lips and asked, "Brother Han, what do we do? Could it be that you truly wish to climb Stormwind Mountain?" Her current complexion was extremely pale. After she heard the method to return, she began to despair, believing that it was impossible to achieve. Han Li gazed at the sky and indifferently said, "I haven't given it much thought yet, but I do know that I will be giving it a try eventually." When Mei Ning heard this, her expression stirred. Just as she thought to say something, someone suddenly approached them. It was a 16-year-old, dark-skinned youth with a curious expression. The youth stared at them and elegantly said, "So you are the two new arrivals. I've received orders from the elders to bring you two to your residences. Since you have just arrived, 3 days of food will be given to you free of charge. However, later you will have to undertake assignments or else you will be ejected from the village." Han Li nonchalantly said, "That's fine. Lead the way." The youth nodded his head and set off without another word. Shortly after, the youth brought the two of them to a neat stone building in a corner of the village. When Mei Ning arrived in the room and saw that there was only one wide bed, her face suddenly grew scarlet. The woman hesitantly asked the youth, "There is only one bed here?" The youth blinked and curiously asked, "If a man and a woman are together, then wouldn't they want to sleep in one bed?" Having heard that, Mei Ning's blush grew more intense. She thought to give an explanation, but she was unable to muster any words for the time being. At that moment, Han Li had finished examining the building's exterior and indifferently said, "We will be sleeping separately. Please bring us another bed." The youth curled his lips. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he agreed and walked out. After the youth walked out, Han Li promptly said, "Go ahead and take a rest first. I'm going to take a look around the village." When Mei Ning heard him, she wore a blank expression and silently nodded. Without any further hesitation, Han Li walked out of the building and glanced around before heading towards the center platform. He was greatly interested in the methods to control Umbra energy. There was no one standing guard nearby the stone platform, so Han Li was able to easily approach it. With its great height, the lack of stairs made it appear even more towering than he had expected. Han Li walked several times around the stone platform and easily climbed onto it. Han Li walked around on the platform and curiously examined a stone disc with a trace of astonishment. The disc was over 3 meters wide and was placed flat onto the platform. There were many strange decorative patterns carved into it along with many profound talisman characters. Although there was no one currently operating it, it continuously emitted a purple mist that spiraled into the sky and covered the village. As a proficient scholar of the Tao of formation spells, Han Li began to study the stone disc with narrowed eyes. Not longer after, his expression fluttered before revealing a trace of enlightenment. He then furrowed his brow as he sunk deep into thought. While Han Li was completely entranced, he suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice from behind him. Could it be that fellow Taoist has obtained some profound insights? Han Li's heart was shaken, and he inwardly cursed in surprise upon realizing that someone had unknowingly appeared behind him. It would have been quite dangerous if they had meant him any harm. However, it wasn't entirely Han Li's fault for his carelessness, as he was accustomed to having his spiritual sense surround his body. He was still slowly adapting to the loss of his magic power and spiritual sense. Han Li grew inwardly vigilant and wordlessly turned around. A white-haired old man with long hair stood before Han Li. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes exuded a strong spirit, and he was currently looking at Han Li with a wide smile. Han Li hesitantly asked, "Are you a cultivator?" He could no longer tell due to the loss of his spiritual sense. The old man smiled and replied, "I am Bao Huanzi, an old cultivator from the 5 Dragon Seas. You must be one of the 2 newly arrived cultivators." The 5 Dragon Seas? Han Li's mind stirred with interest upon hearing the name. Han Li's expression relaxed and he said, "So it turned out to be fellow Taoist Bao. My surname is Han and I am a vagrant cultivator of the Scattered Star Seas." The Scattered Star Seas? There was previously a fellow Taoist that originated from the Scattered Star Seas, But unfortunately, he perished during a mission after encountering a fearsome umber beast. Regardless, there are truly too few fellow Taoists proficient in the Tao of talismans. From how deeply engrossed you were while looking at the stone talisman, you must hold quite some skill in the area. The old man sighed and quickly changed the subject. Stone talisman? Are you talking about the disc? Han Li wore a baffled expression. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The long-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he proudly said, It's no surprise that you wouldn't know of such things, as I reckon that stone and jade talismans have all but vanished in the other lands. Only a few sects in our 5 dragon seas are still able to refine these ancient talismans. When Han Li heard this, his baffled expression disappeared and replaced with a frown. He glanced at the old man and said, I've truly never heard of stone or jade talismans ever being created in this world. I've spent quite some time studying the Tao of talismans, and the talisman characters on the stone disc leave me filled with amazement. Your explanation has dispelled some of my confusion, but is it mistaken on my part that I've perceived spell formation characteristics in these talismans? The old man revealed a trace of shock before rubbing his hands together and wearing a wide smile. I truly didn't expect that fellow Taoist was proficient in the both talismans and formation spells. You've earned my respect. Fellow Taoist Han isn't mistaken. This purple cloud stone talisman is quite a bit different from true stone talismans. In order to utilize Umbra energy, it was altered with a few spell formation characteristics, effectively turning it into both a talisman and a spell formation. But as a result of this modification, its power has also greatly decreased. Han Li nodded his head with a pensive expression and took another glance at the stone disc. A trace of confusion flickered from Han Li's eyes. From what you've said, you were able to use Umbra energy to perform magic techniques by using Umbra beast gems and spell formations. However, I don't see any beast gems embedded in the disc. Could there be something else that is peculiar about the stone talisman? It seems there is still much that fellow Taoist doesn't know. Surely you've seen the insidious mauler from today. Although a majority of people in the village cultivate martial arts and have gained fleshly might beyond that of ordinary people, it isn't possible for a lone person to challenge great Umbra beasts with martial arts alone. Even if they were able to defeat one with superior numbers, there would be many casualties and would be an unsustainable tactic. As such, we've used Umbra energy to disable the enemy with a few magic techniques during the village's time of need. However, this also consumes the village's stockpile of gems, so it must first be considered whether or not the village would be able to persist without them. The old man smiled and paused for a moment before continuing. Regardless, these beast gems are incredibly difficult to acquire. Generally, the larger the demon beast, the more likely there's a beast gem inside their skull. But that isn't a guarantee. There were several times where we invested great amounts of effort and resources to slay a huge demon beast, but no beast gems were found on its corpse. As for the villagers that slayed a few of the fire-scale beasts on their way back, they were actually able to find a beast gem among them, but this tends to be an exception. In summary, the demand for beast gems is astonishingly high due to the constant assaults by the Umbra beasts. However, we've only managed to maintain a stockpile of about 10 Umbra beast gems over the years, so we only use them with reluctance. As a result, the beast gems are kept among the village elders, and are only to be used when required. After the battle is concluded, they are immediately returned. As for the stone talismans, they are instilled with several days' worth of power, and the talisman is left to persist for several days. The beast gems aren't allowed to be embedded in them, wasting the slots that were specifically refined for them. The old man appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the village elder's methods and rubbed a square groove at the side of the stone disc with a wry expression. Han Li silently smiled in response. He reckoned that the old man had told him that last part in order to involve him in a power struggle within the village. However, Han Li didn't have the slightest interest in becoming tangled up in the matter. It appeared that the old man in front of him had started behaving like a mortal after he was severed from the path of cultivation, and had involved himself in a contest for political power. Han Li sighed and felt that this was quite lamentable. A trace of disappointment appeared in the old man's eyes when he saw Han Li remain silent. But soon, His expression recovered and he began to idly chat. The old man casually mentioned, "It is unknown just how many years this forsaken land has existed. Although very few cultivators are sucked in, I reckon that over time several hundred cultivators have met their end here in the Umbra realm. I've heard that core formation cultivators and even nascent soul cultivators have lived out their days in this land." Han Li's expression stirred. "There have been nascent soul cultivators here?" The old man sighed. "That's right. Although I don't know how many years ago it was when that expert had been sucked into this land, but he had once been an elder of this village. I guess that he was the same as you too, and was sucked into the ghost mist when there was an eruption of spirit-extinguishing chi. Normally, the strange fog would be incapable of capturing such a figure. That should be the case. However, the spirit-extinguishing chi is quite fearsome. I'd guess that only the deity transformation stage cultivators from legend would be able to resist it." Deity transformation stage. Fellow Taoist's scope of thought is truly wide. With regards to the nascent soul cultivator, although he already died trapped in this place, he left behind a few records, some of which detail his cultivation experiences. While these items might be incredibly precious on the outside, but here, heh. The old man shook his head with a sense of regret. Han Li animatedly said, "His cultivation experiences. I am very interested. Would fellow Taoist happen to know where they are? Records of a nascent soul cultivator's experiences are extremely valuable." It was only natural for Han Li to want to take a look. The old man rubbed the wrinkles on his face and casually said, "I was excited like you when I first heard of this. However, after staying in this place for so long, I've completely lose interest in them. Without any magic power, the records are nothing more than drawings. If you're still interested in taking a look, all of the cultivator's remaining possessions are being kept in storage." The old man then pointed to a shabby stone building in a corner of the village. Barely restraining his excitement, Han Li calmly said a few words of thanks to the old man. Han Li chatted a bit more with the old man, but he was able to see Han Li's impatience and took the initiative to take his leave. Han Li watched the old man's departing figure and pursed his lips. After a quick moment of deliberation, he shook his head and descended from the stone platform. He then quickly walked towards the storage room with the cultivator's remaining belongings. Many villagers along the way felt that Han Li's face was somewhat unfamiliar and curiously glanced at him. However, none of them bothered to approach or question him. As a result, Han Li was able to arrive in front of a rather worn black stone building unobstructed. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed the door in front of him, but it didn't budge in the slightest. Han Li was surprised by the door's resistance and suspected that there was something wrong with the door, but after taking another deep breath, he used the entirety of his strength. Although he hadn't cultivated any exterior martial arts, his body had passed through the essence cleansing of both foundation establishment and core formation and was able to muster great force. With a heavy groan, the door slowly began to give way, inch by inch, and Han Li was elated at the sight. At that moment, he discovered that, for some reason, the door was twice as thick as an ordinary door. It was no wonder the door was nearly stuck. Han Li quickly entered the room and was faced with a moist stench of decay. He grimaced and quickly held his breath until the outside air rushed into the room and cleared out most of the unpleasant scent. He then took a short breath of fresh air before he began to look through the room, using the faint light from the doorway. The room was rather simple. Apart from the rows of stone tablets that took up a majority of the room, there were also a few stone tables. The stone tablets were about 3 meters tall and 6 meters wide, much to Han Li's surprise. As for the stone tables, they had records and a few scrolls as well as what seemed to be lifeless magic tools. Han Li quickly recovered from his surprise, and after some thought, he burst into laughter. How could one find wood or bamboo to make paper with in this realm? As for jade slips, they were incapable of being used without magic power. As such, the stone tablets would be the only way to record something, so these stone tablets should be the records they had left behind. As for the magic tools on the table, they seemed to be just like his own flying swords and must be removed from this place before they could be put away. As for storage pouches, Han Li hadn't spotted any of them in the room. It seems they had been dealt with in a different manner and weren't left on display. After glancing at the general situation in the room, Han Li casually walked over to a stone tablet and saw that it was covered in a thick layer of dust, obscuring whatever was carved into it. Han Li casually tore off a piece of his jacket with a frown and started to wipe it clean. Soon, Han Li was able to see what was carved onto the tablet. These weren't characters that were widely used in the cultivation world, but rather were a type of rarely seen script. Fortunately for Han Li, he was vastly experienced and could easily recognize them. But as soon as Han Li glanced at the tablet, his interest immediately disappeared. This was merely the diary of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li immediately set it to the side and began to look through the other stone tablets in the room. There were about 20 in total. It was only when Han Li reached the 6th stone tablet that his interest finally began to stir. He had found what he was looking for, the cultivation experiences of the nascent soul cultivator. Han Li was entranced and motionlessly stood in front of the stone tablet for an unknown amount of time before letting out a long breath and revealing a complicated expression. Han Li muttered, "So it turns out that condensing a nascent soul is such a fearsome affair. Even with the assistance of the 9-curl spirit ginseng, my odds of condensing a nascent soul still aren't very high. It seems that being dropped into the Umbra realm was somewhat beneficial after all." Although the tablet didn't describe any specific method of cultivation, the nameless nascent soul cultivator had recorded his experiences from the Foundation establishment stage to when he had condensed a nascent soul with impeccable detail. Han Li felt delighted surprise upon reading through them. With the pointers given through the nascent soul cultivator's experiences, Han Li would make far less mistakes due to misconceptions when condensing a nascent soul. After reading through the stone tablet several times to make sure that he hadn't overlooked anything, Han Li put it to the side and began to look through the remaining tablets. He had originally intended to depart, but after some thought, he figured that since he was already there, he may as well read through them all and learn what he could. As such, Han Li looked through each of the tablets in a lax manner. As expected, the remaining tablets didn't contain anything truly useful. Although a few of them contained cultivation arts, they were all beneath his notice as he had the profound Yin arts in his possession. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li arrived at the final tablet. He absent-mindedly swept the dust off of the tablet and examined it before revealing an astonished expression. This tablet was completely different from the rest. It was filled with finely carved, rice-sized characters that were far smaller than anything on the previous tablets. Furthermore, when Han Li swept his gaze over them, he discovered that there were 2 different types of characters written on the tablet. One was a common ancient language, but the other was in demon beast script. Han Li's curiosity was greatly piqued, and he began to carefully look through it while becoming increasingly more excited. The stone tablet was a manual specifically intended to teach the demon language. Furthermore, it was extremely detailed and gave word-by-word explanations. The cultivator who carved this had an immense familiarity with the demon beast language. Although Han Li couldn't immediately grasp the teachings, if he recorded the text and slowly read through it day by day, he was certain to be able to learn it. As such, he would be able to clearly understand the demon techniques that were recorded in the Old Hide Book and the Copper Demon Plate. As for whether or not humans could learn the techniques of demons, Han Li didn't bother thinking much about it. Even if the demon techniques were of no use to him, there were only benefits to be gained from learning the demon language. Who knew whether or not it would be useful in the future? After all, this was an incredibly rare opportunity. After spending a rather long period of time, Han Li managed to utilize his eidetic memory and commit every character on the tablet to memory without fail. He then took a deep breath and left the room without even bothering to take another look at the magic tools on the tables. After leaving the stone building, Han Li began to wander around the village and examined a few of the more peculiar buildings. He would examine them closely and talk to a few of the nearby villagers about them. Fortunately for him, these villagers were rather simple-minded. Although he as a complete stranger, they amiably answered any questions he had. With this, Han Li quickly began to understand a few basic things about the Umbra realm. For example, since there were no iron mines or such, they could only refine weapons from the bones of particular Umbra beasts. Of course, weapons couldn't directly be made from the bones themselves, and were immersed in a liquid known as dark water, hardening the weapons as a result. Additionally, they gained the added effect of flames, causing them to become particularly powerful against umber beasts. But because the supplementary effect of the flames quickly expired, these weapons had to be re-immersed in dark water every so often in order to maintain their deadliness. This greatly aroused Han Li's curiosity. Furthermore, every few months, there would be a storm of winds that lasted several days. During this time, a majority of the Umber realm would be covered in bone-chilling black winds. Humans are incapable of moving outside during this period, as they would be turned into black ice sculptures by the winds. Only with the protection of the village's spell techniques could the villagers remain unharmed. In contrast, Umber beasts were most active during the storm and would frequently appear, sometimes attacking the villages in groups, much to the worry of humans. Han Li had acquired quite a lot of information in this manner before suddenly being inspired to ask about the slender-eyed white-faced man that seemed to bode him ill. They told him that he was an outsider surnamed Feng who had been sucked in several years ago that possessed astonishing martial arts. He had killed powerful umber beasts many times since arriving and was rather renowned in the village. As a result, he had become an elder despite his young age and was responsible for teaching the youths in the village martial arts, gaining great prestige amongst the village youth as well. While Han Li didn't feel particularly fearful after hearing this, he inwardly frowned and felt that the man would prove quite troublesome. After strolling around the village for a while longer and seeing what there was to see, he leisurely made his way back to his building. But just as he arrived, Han Li suddenly heard a man's voice coming from within the room. "What? Everything I just said was sincere. So long as Lady May marries me, not only will you have no lack of food, but you need not risk your life to carry out missions. I have remained alone for many years, not because I am a fickle person, but because Lady May is the first that truly touches my heart." At some unknown time, the middle-aged man surnamed Feng had arrived within the room. When Han Li heard what was being said, he was stunned, but he soon found himself unsure whether he should laugh or cry. He eventually realized that the speaker was the middle-aged man surnamed Feng. Han Li finally knew the reason he was so hostile towards him. The man mistakenly believed that Han Li and Mei Ning had some sort of intimate relationship because they had arrived together. However, it was no surprise to Han Li that this elder Feng would feel his heart stir upon seeing Mei Ning. The women in the village that he had seen weren't beautiful in the least. While Mei Ning wasn't on par with country-shattering beauties such as Yuan Yao or Fairy Violet Spirit, she was still exceptionally gorgeous by all accounts. With the addition of her many years of cultivation, she possessed an alluring aura that mortals couldn't possibly match. "I can pretend that I didn't hear that. I am a cultivator. I can't marry a mortal. Please leave." To Han Li's surprise, Mei Ning was unwavering even while alone and spoke with a blunt coldness. The middle-aged man grew enraged at Mei Ning's refusal and his tone grew sinister. "Humph! It seems Lady May still doesn't realize the situation she is in. This is the Umber realm, and your status as a cultivator has no value here. Perhaps commoners might hold some reverence towards you, but in my eyes, without any Umber beast gems you are merely an ordinary mortal. Could it be that you truly believe your male companion would be able to fight me? My martial arts were unrivaled in the entire Four Crest Seas. If I wanted to kill him, who could stop me?" It was beyond Mei Ning's imagination that a mortal would dare to threaten her, and her voice began to tremble. "You dare to threaten me? Of course I dare. Why wouldn't I? What do you intend?" Not knowing what the man would do, Mei Ning suddenly yelled out in terror. When Han Li heard this, he rubbed his nose and bitterly chuckled in his mind. Although it could be said that he had no prior relationship with the woman, she was still a fellow cultivator that was trapped in the Umber realm just like him. He wasn't so heartless that he could ignore her current plight. With that thought, Han Li wryly smiled. Bang! Before Mei Ning screamed a second time, he kicked open the room and confidently walked in. Mei Ning was pushed into a corner of the room by the middleman surnamed Feng. When he heard the door burst open, his evil grin was replaced with a look of astonishment. When he saw that Han Li was the one who entered, his expression quickly grew sullen. When Mei Ning saw Han Li, her pale expression immediately brightened as she ran out of the corner to Han Li's side. The woman managed to regain her bearings and immediately warned, "Fellow Taoist Han, be careful. That man wishes to do you harm." Without turning his head away from the man's surnamed Feng, he calmly said, "Relax. I heard what he said from outside the room." The middle-aged man coldly stared at Han Li and asked with a harsh tone, "When did you return? I didn't hear any movements." He was extremely confident in his inner strength. With it, he could hear the rustling of leaves and grass from over 40 meters away. However, he was baffled by the fact that he hadn't been able to detect Han Li. Han Li lazily turned his head towards the man surnamed Feng and half-heartedly said, "It seems you are quite confident in your martial arts. However, it was quite stupid of you to target me." When the middle-aged man heard this, a malicious look appeared in his eyes. "Stupid? It's been a while since anyone has called me that. I'll have to break one of your arms to discipline you." His body then blurred without another word and he shot towards Han Li. As his palm fiercely struck towards Han Li's right forearm, it grew somewhat larger and carried a powerful gale. From his actions, it appeared that he truly wanted to break Han Li's forearm in two. As Han Li watched his quick and violent strike, his figure blurred with a calm expression, and he left behind 4 different afterimages as he met his strike. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked and reflexively turned his palm halfway to strike the silhouette before him. However, that silhouette was only an illusion, and his palm only struck air. Before the middle-aged man realized what had happened, a small azure dagger had silently been pressed against his throat. The man felt an ice-cold sensation tremble throughout his body and his hair stood on end. The middle-aged man heard Han Li speak from behind him with an emotionless tone. "It's best that you don't flail about. Although I don't wish to leave the village due to murder, if you force my hand, I will reluctantly do so." The middle-aged man immediately froze as the dagger at his throat was incredibly sharp. He didn't believe in the slightest that Han Li would hesitate to slice open his throat, and it would take but the slight movement. However, the fear on his face was accompanied by complete disbelief. He hadn't been able to perceive Han Li going behind him in the slightest. "Since your esteemed self planned to break my arm, it is only proper that I return the favor in kind." Without waiting for a response, Han Li swiftly grabbed onto his forearm at an odd angle and suddenly squeezed. Crack! The middle-aged man's forearm bones were cleanly snapped with an inconceivable burst of strength. Ack! Although the middle-aged man was extremely hardy, he still felt an immense pain from his arm and groaned in pain. However, he wasn't an ordinary man and managed to forcibly stifle his yelp despite the cold sweat covering his face. Han Li resisted the impulse to finish him off and his body blurred away. With a calm expression, he warned, "Remember that if you dare to enter this building again, it won't end with your arm. I'll be taking your life as well." Han Li was able to suppress the man by utilizing the miraculous effects of the shifting smoke steps. But he didn't really intend on killing him, as there would surely be someone who had seen the middle-aged man enter this building. He didn't wish to suddenly be a target of pursuit immediately after coming to this unfamiliar land. By breaking the middle-aged man's arm, he had given himself half a month's breathing room before he would recover his strength. This would give Han Li enough time to plan out what he would do in the future. He knew that such a minor punishment was only a temporary measure, and that if he let him go, he would surely come back for trouble, given his forceful temperament. If a suitable opportunity arose in the future, Han Li wouldn't mind secretly killing him. "I've truly made an error in judgment. I didn't expect that your esteemed self was a top-rank martial arts expert. I admit defeat." With an ashen expression, the middle-aged man uttered this before quickly leaving the building. His departing figure made for a rather sorry sight. When Mei Ning saw the middle-aged man depart from the building, she let out a breath of relief. She then saluted Han Li with a slight blush and said, "Many thanks for Brother Han's assistance." Han Li casually fiddled with one of his flying swords before casually placing it back inside his robes. He nonchalantly said, "It was nothing. If you truly hold no interest in this person, then you should do your best to avoid him. However, If Lady Mei intends to remain in this village, it wouldn't be a bad idea to become his bride. Mei Ning shook her head and bluntly said, "Marry him? Absolutely not. Ever since I set foot on the path of immortal cultivation, I made a pledge that I would only be wed to a high-grade cultivator. How could I possibly agree to marry a mortal without any spiritual roots?" Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the woman. He silently walked over to a chair and calmly sat down before closing his eyes. While the woman was unable to achieve the same level of calm as Han Li after what she had just experienced, she went to the stone bed and also sat down. Not long after, her expression fluctuated as she expectantly asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, do you have any good plans to escape this place?" After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and insipidly said, "Did Lady Mei not listen to the method to depart this place? How could I possibly have a good idea for that already?" When Mei Ning heard his response, she clearly didn't believe him and her eyes quickly reddened. "Fellow Taoist Han, don't deceive me. When I heard the elder's method, I believed that it was impossible. Although fellow Taoist remained silent, you appeared calm and confident. You clearly must have some method of escaping this place. Could it be that Brother Han believes this little woman to be a hindrance and plans to move by himself?" Han Li frowned for a moment before calmly saying, "Fellow Taoist Mei, since we arrived here together, it could be considered that there is some destiny between us. Since Lady Mei already mentioned it, I won't conceal it any longer. I feel that I am somewhat able to climb Stormwind Mountain. Regardless of whether it's the flying umber beasts that circle the mountain or the hallucinogenic mist, I have methods of dealing with them. However, these methods will only work for me alone. I do not have the skill to bring along anyone else, as I would only be able to take care of myself when danger approaches. Fellow Taoist Mei would be certain to die. Since you are so young, it would be better to stay here. Perhaps there will be another opportunity to leave in the future." The final sentence was supposed to comfort her, but when Han Li heard himself say it, he couldn't help but feel that it sounded quite artificial. However, he had been speaking the truth. Mei Ning's face instantly paled and she bit her lips in silence. When Han Li saw the woman turn silent, he sighed and closed his eyes once more. To tell the truth, he didn't have a bad impression of Mei Ning. Were she capable enough, he may have provided assistance. But as of right now, Han Li couldn't afford to increase the burden to himself. He could only still his heart and leave the woman behind. Fortunately, even if she was left behind in the Umber realm, she wouldn't have too difficult a life. At worst, her path of immortal cultivation had come an end. He didn't have anything to feel guilty about. The room settled into silence. After an unknown amount of time passed, Han Li believed that the woman was crestfallen. When he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard her say, "If I can temporarily restore a bit of your magic power, would you be able to bring me out?" "What?" Han Li's eyes shot open and he stared at the woman with disbelief. His sleepiness had completely disappeared. Mei Ning had her hands wrapped around her knees as she sat on the bed. Her face turned to the side as if she hadn't spoken. Just as Han Li was doubting whether or not he had misheard, the woman stretched her body out and raised her head with determination clear in her eyes. "I have a method to temporarily restore a bit of magic power to Brother Han. Although it will last only a moment, it should be of great assistance when Han Li climbs the mountain. However, in addition to taking me away from this land, I have another condition for my assistance." After Mei Ning said this, her expression appeared strange, causing Han Li to feel slight doubt. Han Li stared at the woman and spoke with a heavy tone. "It's not that I don't believe you, but even a nascent soul cultivator was trapped here, incapable of restoring his abilities. Is fellow Taoist Mei joking?" At that moment, his expression was filled with doubt, but it also contained a trace of hope. If he could temporarily restore his magic power, his odds of escaping would be almost certain. Even if it was only a small bit of magic power for a short amount of time, it would be more than enough. His storage pouch had several threads that didn't need spiritual power to activate. With their wondrous powers, his safety would be further guaranteed. As for his spirit beast pouches, although the gold-devouring beetles and the bloodjade spider require spiritual sense to control, he would just barely be able to use the Weeping Soul Pearl within his body to control the Weeping Soul Beast. Although those Umber beasts weren't malicious spirits, they were condensed from Umber Chi, something reminiscent of Yin Chi. They should at least be easily restrained and wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. With that thought, Han Li grew excited. With a hesitant expression, Mei Ning whispered, "Although this little woman doesn't have mutated spiritual roots or heavenly spiritual roots, I possess the transient Jade Phoenix Marrow constitution. Brother Han should know what this means. Through a secret technique, I will be able to give Brother Han my transient spirit chi. The transient spirit chi is extremely pure spiritual power, and will be able to ward off the spirit extinguishing chi for a moment. Of course, the transient spiritual chi will eventually scatter, and fellow Taoist will once again be without any magic power." Transient Jade Phoenix Marrow constitution. Han Li was stunned for a moment, but soon after, he started to examine the woman with a strange gaze as his face revealed a trace of understanding. Mei Ning slowly said, "That's right. If fellow Taoist doubts me, he may examine me to know that my words aren't false." At the same time, a slight blush arose from her face. "You must excuse me." After a moment of hesitation, Han Li stood up and walked over. With something so important, he had no choice but to make certain. At that moment, Mei Ning forced herself to be calm as she rolled up her sleeve, revealing her arm. The arm actually had a spot of gecko cinnabar on it. As Han Li watched, the woman clenched her teeth and she lightly pressed her thumb onto the spot before quickly releasing it. Han Li's heart stirred as he watched from the bedside. He saw the spot of gecko cinnabar gradually fade away to reveal a silver phoenix pattern. The flowing brilliance made it appear astonishingly lifelike. Han Li muttered in delighted surprise. "So this is the transient jade spirit phoenix. Fellow Taoist should now know that I spoke truthfully." Mei Ning glanced at Han Li to confirm that he had seen it and hastily rolled down her sleeve with a flushed expression. Han Li nodded his head and silently returned to his seat as he started to think. Although she cannot be compared to those with extraordinary spiritual roots, she still possessed a rare constitution that was rarely seen even once every 100 years. Its presence was to be celebrated in the cultivation world and everyone knew of its existence. Although only female cultivators could possess this constitution and it didn't provide any assistance on the path of cultivation, they would be in great demand by many male cultivators. This was because once the woman entered late foundation establishment stage, her body would produce a strand of pure transient spirit chi. This transient spirit chi was known to be one of the 7 pure spiritual powers in the world. While it was of no use to a woman, it could easily cleanse a man's essence and allow their cultivation to greatly progress. Of course, while this essence cleansing effect was of lesser value to higher grade cultivators, it was still comparable to ancient rare medicinal pills. However, this transient spirit chi was something that could only be passed to a man willingly. There was no way to forcefully extract it from her by using a secret technique. Furthermore, in her entire lifetime, she would only be able to give the transient spirit chi once. She won't be able to produce more of the spirit chi for the rest of her life. Additionally, if she lost her maidenhood before the transient spirit chi was transmitted, it would vanish. Han Li had previously browsed through records that were related to this matter. After recalling them, Han Li felt that if he acquired the spirit chi, it could be possible that he'd be able to use a bit of magic power. After all, transient spirit chi was one of the 7 pure spirit chis in the world. At the very least, it should allow him access to his storage and spirit beast pouches. With that thought, Han Li raised his head and swept his gaze to the beautiful woman, calmly asking, "Lady Mei, could you tell me your other condition?" After some hesitation, Mei Ning resolutely said, "It's simple. I wish for Brother Han to find my elder brother and bring him out of the Umber realm." After some consideration, Han Li shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that I will only be able to meet that condition halfway." Halfway? Mei Ning wore a strange expression. It was clear she didn't understand what he meant by this. "Yes, there is another reason why I can't remain in the Umber realm for too long. As such, I can only agree to do my utmost and spend 3 months searching for your brother. If I am not able to find him within that time, then I will have to set off immediately. After some thought, and feeling that Han Li wouldn't budge on this matter, she nodded her head and agreed. 3 months. This place isn't that large. You should be able to find him in that time. All right, I accept. Han Li smiled at her frank acceptance. Mei Ning then stared at Han Li and slowly said, although I've only known you for a short while, I don't believe that I've misjudged you. As such, to prove to you that I intend to keep my word, I will give you the transient spirit chi whenever you ask. If Brother Han wishes for it now, then I will not hesitate to give it to you. Han Li was surprised that the woman had spoken so bluntly. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment before his expression quickly returned to normal. The Umber realm is extremely dangerous, and surprises are almost certain to happen. It would be best that I immediately recover magic power so that I may take out a few treasures. Otherwise, we may be unprepared when danger comes knocking. Mei Ning heard Han Li. She nodded without the slightest surprise, but she soon thought of something and a slight blush appeared on her face. She whispered, if I still had magic power, I would be able to easily give you the transient spirit chi with a mere touch of the hand. But under these circumstances, I am only able to transfer it to you through mouth-to-mouth contact. When Mei Ning said mouth-to-mouth contact, she lowered her head and her voice grew nearly indiscernible. Han Li was startled, but upon seeing her heart-wrenching bashfulness, his heartbeat quickened. In order to restore his magic power, he would have to kiss this beautiful woman. This was an alluring affair that Han Li wouldn't even have thought of, arousing a strange sensation in his heart. The air in the room became obscurely warm. Seeing Mei Ning silently lower her head, Han Li knew that she wouldn't take the initiative despite having little experience in this regard. After all, they didn't have a particularly intimate relationship. With that thought, Han Li wordlessly stood up and arrived at the stone bed's side with a blur, sitting closely at the woman's side. Mei Ning unconsciously pulled back, but Han Li's arm was wrapped around her waist, holding her in place. The woman's heart began to heavily thump as she raised her head. When she saw Han Li's mysterious smile, she bowed her head again with a blush. However, Han Li raised her head with his free hand and prevented her from turning away. Mei Ning felt her mind grew completely blank as her heart fluttered. Han Li took a deep breath and smelled her faint fragrance. Then when he saw the bashful charm that exuded from her eyes, his heart grew fervent and he could no longer restrain himself. He lowered his head and fiercely pressed his lips onto hers. It was warm, fragrant, and even a little sweet, arousing a feeling of ecstasy. As this occurred, Mei Ning's eyes grew weak and despondent. But a short moment later, she regained her bearings, and she weakly attempted to push Han Li away. Although she had already made preparations for Han Li's advance, she became overwhelmed with shyness as she faced the real thing and became completely flustered. Although this woman had many suitors, she had never been intimate with any of them. The kiss sent waves of ecstasy throughout Han Li, leaving him filled with desire. When she pushed her hands against Han Li, he boorishly pressed against her soft body. Taking advantage of the fact they were on the bed, he greedily grasped her lips with his own as if they were ambrosia. Given Mei Ning's inferior strength, she had lost hope of breaking free once she entered his embrace. Although she had weakly struggled for a moment, she had eventually given up all resistance and closed her eyes, taking in the dense masculine scent that surrounded her. Her cheeks were flushed red as her long eyelashes fluttered, and her mind grew confused and lost. For a time, the woman had completely forgotten to bestow the transient spirit chi. However, due to Han Li's exceedingly staunch will, he was able to regain clarity from his crazed passion after a short moment. Han Li parted lips with Mei Ning for the time being and brought his mouth to her fine small ears. He chuckled and said, "Lady Mei, although the feeling of a man and a woman being together is truly wonderful, don't forget to bestow the transient spirit chi to me." When she heard this, her body trembled and her face grew to an even deeper shade of scarlet. Han Li's boorish behavior from before had now disappeared. He gently pressed his lips against her small mouth and began to feel a cold sensation slowly enter his body from their lips. Han Li didn't dare to be negligent and hastily climbed off Mei Ning and sat down cross-legged to the side as he began to circulate the spiritual qi throughout his body. Soon after, Mei Ning sat upright on the bed and flusteredly straightened out her disheveled robes with a scarlet face. For a time, she was incapable to regaining her bearings. The woman hesitantly stole a quick peek at Han Li and saw that his eyes were closed, causing her to unconsciously sigh in relief. She then stood up from the bed and walked over to the chair that Han Li originally sat in. A complicated expression appeared on her face as she began to stare at Han Li's tranquil expression. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li eventually opened his eyes and saw the worried expression in Mei Ning's eyes. In that instant, she hastily turned her face away, not daring to meet his gaze. Han Li smiled upon seeing that the woman was at a loss. However, his smile immediately disappeared as he slapped his storage pouch. Items began to continuously emerge with flashes of white light, appearing at Han Li's side. Not longer after, a large pile had formed. There were materials such as demon beast hides among these items. It was unknown what Han Li intended to use them for. You can use magic power. Although Mei Ning held confidence in her transient spirit qi, she had shouted in joy upon seeing that Han Li was truly able to use his storage pouch. Han Li smiled and said, "I don't possess enough magic power to even cast low-grade magic techniques, but opening a storage pouch shouldn't be a problem." After making sure that he had everything he needed, he put away the ancient treasures such as the golden mirrors, the flower basket, and the silver bell into the storage pouch with a wave of his sleeve. When Mei Ning saw this, she was overwhelmed for a moment. An odd expression appeared on her face when she glanced at the pile of items at Han Li's side. Feeling that something was amiss, she hesitantly asked, "Brother Han, I haven't asked you this yet. Are you a Foundation establishment cultivator?" Han Li had no intention of concealing anything and openly replied, "Of course not. I am a core formation cultivator." "What?" Although Mei Ning had suspected this, she couldn't but cry out in surprise. Han Li chuckled and paid no further heed to the woman's sudden change in expression. He slapped the spirit beast pouch at his side, summoning a small monkey in a flash of brilliance. Surprisingly, the weeping soul beast was extremely excited once it appeared. It sniffed around Han Li several times before frequently hopping around him. Han Li's heart stirred at the sight. Having yet to recognize this famed beast, Mei Ning merely glanced at the monkey with a curious expression. "Lady Mei, stay here for a moment. I wish to take advantage of my remaining magic power and attend to a few matters," Han Li calmly said. "A few matters?" The woman blinked in slight confusion. Without saying anything further, Han Li began to store various items amongst his robes and departed from the room without paying any heed to the items he left behind. Upon leaving the room, Han Li glanced around. The sky appeared the same as always since there was differentiation of day or night, but regardless, there was far less movement in the village. It was likely that a majority of people had fallen asleep. Han Li beckoned to the weeping soul beast and had it enter his sleeve with a quick scamper. He then smiled at Mei Ning before confidently walking off. As for Mei Ning, she merely remained in the room with blank confusion on her face. Han Li walked through the village with extremely nimble movements, avoiding the gaze of others. In an instant, he stopped in front of one of the larger buildings in the village. After taking a quick glance around, he pushed open the door without any hesitation and walked inside. Han Li's expression then revealed joy. As expected, this was one of the buildings that stored dark water. Han Li took out several large-capacity void containers that he early grabbed from his storage pouch and filled up about half of the building's reserves before leaving. Then, after turning a few corners, he spotted a rather unusually fashioned stone building. His expression stirred and he stopped in place. If hadn't guessed incorrectly, this should be the residence of the middle-aged man surnamed Feng. At that moment, he felt his meager magic power begin to fade away. Han Li swept his gaze around and saw that nobody was nearby. As a result, he slapped his spirit beast pouch without any hesitation and had a single black-tainted gold devouring beetle silently fly from his pouch. Then, with much difficulty, he managed to command it with a sliver of spiritual sense. Following, the insect shot into the stone room with a buzz and slipped into the room through a slight crack. The building was extremely quiet. Han Li inwardly sneered and walked back to his residence without turning back his head. But by the time he turned the corner, he heard a miserable wail from the middle-aged man's residence. Han Li pursed his lips and expressionlessly continued on his way. However, this disturbance had already begun to gather much attention from the villagers. Since the middle-aged man would be certain to come for revenge, it would be better to cleanly deal with him while Han Li still had use of his magic power and spiritual sense. Otherwise, the man would remain as a worry on his mind. The remaining magic power that had been produced by the transient spirit Qi had already disappeared by the time he returned to his residence. Likewise, his spiritual sense was incapable of leaving his body. Han Li could only shake his head in helplessness as he hurried back. After walking into the room, he found Mei Ning lying down on the bed. From the pattern of her soft breaths, it seemed she had fallen asleep for a while. When Han Li saw her fascinating sleeping figure, he recalled the kiss from not long before and felt his heart roil. But after seeing the woman's figure coldly rolled up on the bed, he hesitated for a moment before fetching a large piece of demon beast hide from the pile of materials on the table and placing it on top of the woman. The woman soon relaxed her expression, and she unconsciously rolled the beast hide around her, remaining soundly asleep. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. This was of no surprise. Although she possessed a body that was far superior to ordinary mortals, she was still a member of the fairer sex. Both her mind and body must have been exhausted from all that happened. As a result, she had unknowingly fallen asleep. Han Li smiled and then turned his attention to the pile of materials on the desk. A strange expression flickered from his eyes. Not long after, Mei Ning slowly roused from her slumber. Before her eyes were entirely open, she heard a calm voice speak. "If fellow Taoist Mei is awake, then please get up. We will be busy with preparations over the next 2 days." Once she clearly heard Han Li's words, her face reddened and she sat up. Naturally, the demon beast hide had fallen off as a result. This had surprised her and she glanced in the direction of Han Li's voice with a complicated expression. Han Li was currently sitting in his chair and was handling a rather large piece of demon beast hide. After Mei Ning rose, he smiled at her. "Would fellow Taoist Mei happen to be skilled in needlework? I have a few high-grade fire attribute demon beast hides. If it is possible, it would be best to turn them into clothes. We'd be able to better resist Yin winds as a result." Mei Ning's embarrassment had waned after seeing that Han Li hadn't brought up the matter of yesterday's kiss. But for some unknown reason, she also felt a trace of indescribable disappointment. Still, her face slightly blushed as she replied, "I can give it a try, but I'll be requiring a needle and string." Han Li grabbed a faint blue needle on the table and handed it over to her. "This demon beast hide is rather tough. Only flying needle magic tools are able to pierce through them. You'll also be using the beast tendon to sew the beast hide together. In the end, we will only use this to withstand the Yin winds. There is no point in caring about quality of appearance." The needle was a top-grade magic treasure that was extremely sharp. Han Li had acquired it from some unfortunate cultivator that he had already forgotten about. He felt that it would prove quite useful as of present and took it out of his storage pouch. Mei Ning bit on her lips and softly whispered, "I will do my best." Han Li nodded and thought to say something else when he heard footsteps from outside. An old man's voice soon followed. "Is fellow Taoist present?" "Who is it?" Han Li bafflingly asked. He felt that the voice was rather familiar, and soon recalled that it had belonged to the long-haired old man. "He. Fellow Taoist and I had quite an enjoyable chat yesterday on top of the stone platform." Since the cultivator from the 5 Dragon Seas had said this, he found it awkward to keep the door shut. Since he was also curious about why he had suddenly paid him a visit, he walked towards the door and opened it, revealing the chuckling long-haired old man and 2 other old men behind him. One was red-faced and white-haired while the other had a hunchback and an eerie aura. "Please come in." Han Li confidently invited the 3 in without asking them of their intentions. "So this is fellow Taoist Mei." When the 3 saw Mei Ning, They revealed a slight trace of astonishment before calmly saluting her. Mei Ning returned the greeting and moved to stand by Ha Li's side. She remained silent as if she were deferring the matter to Han Li. The three pensively glanced at one another. After the three took a seat, Han Li glanced at the other two and slowly asked, "Are these two also?" Fellow Taoist guessed correctly. These two are fellow cultivators. They arrived from the great state of Jin. This is fellow Taoist Yun from the Heavenly Talisman sect, and this is fellow Taoist Jin from the Four Seas Institute. Han Li nodded his head to each of them. The two then examined Han Li before politely smiling at him. Han Li calmly asked, "May I ask what brings you three here?" The three old men unconsciously glanced at each other. After a short moment, the long-haired old man dryly coughed and spoke with a deep tone. Fellow Taoist Han might not know this, but Elder Feng, the village's instructor for martial arts, suddenly died after being devoured alive by a nameless, exotic insect. It is said that the exotic insect bit his neck in his sleep, and he died a miserable death as a result. With a completely unchanged expression, he indifferently said, "Oh, so it was like that? What kind of exotic insect could possibly be so fearsome?" The three then began to mutter among themselves. They were unable to tell whether or not Han Li was related to this. The long-haired old man stared at Han Li as he slowly said this. This wasn't entirely clear. By the time he screamed, he was already on the verge of death. When the other villagers saw that a flying insect had flew from his sound, they immediately struck it with their weapons, but as the insect was incredibly hard, they weren't able to wound it in the least. As the insect was covered in blood, it was difficult to tell the exact details of its appearance. The other two solemnly glanced at Han Li in silence as well. With an unchanged expression, Han Li leaned back in his chair and lazily said, "What? Could it be you three believe that I killed him? Are you three here to punish me?" The old man's expression slightly changed and he chuckled. "How could that be possible? We absolutely don't believe that fellow Taoist Han could have done such a thing. Even if he did it, we would be incredibly happy. That mortal named Feng had always viewed us with disdain just because of his martial arts. It is better that he is dead." Han Li narrowed his eyes and glanced at the three in silence. The long-haired old man's eyes shifted and probingly said, "However, I heard that yesterday, Elder Feng paid a visit to fellow Taoist's room. Soon after, he left in a crestfallen manner. Additionally, they found that his arm was broken during the time of death. It seems even without any magic power, Han Li still possessed some powerful techniques." Upon hearing their words, Han Li raised his eyebrows. It seemed these three held some influence in the village. They were actually able to find out that the man surnamed Feng entered his room yesterday and that he was driven off. After a moment of silence, Han Li's voice grew cold. "Could you three fellow Taoists be here for that matter? If that's the case, please be direct. I have no interest in beating around the bush. This?" The old men couldn't help but glance at each other with a hesitant expression upon seeing Han Li be so direct. Unwilling to speak in circles, Han Li's expression grew impatient. "Since you are unwilling to speak, then I won't force you. How about you return?" Spurred by Han Li's words, the hunchbacked old man said, "Fellow Taoist Han, would you be interested in governing the village with us?" "What do you mean?" Han Li frowned, already guessing what he had truly meant. Seeing that his companion had already struck the main point of the matter, the long-haired old man revealed everything. "Since we are fellow cultivators, I will speak bluntly. Surely fellow Taoists saw that apart from the head elder, all of them are mortals. They hold greater power in the village because they were here before us. Cultivators are held to the same standard as mortals, and eat and starve as they do. The mortals even have us risk our lives to hunt umber beasts. Contrarily, we are the only ones that are capable of using spells with the umber beast gems. Yet they all hold the gems in their hands. It is utterly humiliating to be treated as criminals without cause. Since this was the case, us cultivators have joined hands to grasp authority in the village. Would fellow Taoist Han care to join us?" After hearing their offer to take control of the village, Han Li indifferently asked, "So you wish to seize power?" The red-faced old man spoke with a strange emotion flickering within his eyes. That's right. How can cultivators like us serve at the beck and call of those so-called elders? We should be the elders of the village, not those mortals. I am a Grand Foundation establishment cultivator. It is unbearable to have been controlled by mortals for this long. Because we had too few cultivators, we didn't dare to take action. But with the addition of you two, success will be very likely. Han Li swept his gaze over the three and expressionlessly said, I'm not interested. Please return. I'll pretend that this discussion never took place. Han Li's response had greatly shocked them. The long-haired old man then forced a smile and further attempted to persuade him. Does fellow Taoist truly wish to become an inhabitant of this village? So long as we seize the positions of elders in the village, the power will be divided amongst us few. As a result, even if the conditions are poor, we can act freely. Han Li stroked his chin and serenely said, I think that you fellow Taoists are misunderstanding something. The two of us never said we intended on staying in this village. We will be leaving in 2 days. As such, your words are based on nothing more than a fantasy. Lady May and I will have nothing to do with the matter. After a moment of shock, the long-haired old man couldn't help but say, Leaving? Are you two searching for another village since you are unsatisfied with this one? You two might not know this, but our village is among the best villages in the area. The other villages' conditions are far worse than ours. Han Li smiled and lightly shook his head in silence. The hunchbacked old man wore a look of astonishment when he came to a realization. Could it be that you two intend on climbing Stormwind Mountain? Han Li smiled and said, What's wrong? Since we are unwilling to remain here, is there anything strange about wanting to leave? With an odd expression on his face, the red-faced old man twirled his beard and said, This isn't something that is merely strange. Don't you two realize that Stormwind Mountain is extremely dangerous? Han Li looked at him and flatly said, Although I don't know much about it, I've gained an approximate understanding from the chief elder. The hunchbacked old man's face contorted several times before he fearlessly said, Humph! What does he know of the Stormwind Mountain's fearsomeness? He probably only knows from hearsay, but fellow Taoist Yun and I have personally experienced the true terror of Stormwind Mountain. It isn't something that cultivators can face without magic power. The tremendously powerful umber beasts that surround the mountain are an instant death sentence if you alarm them. Even if you manage to luckily slip past them, the violent winds and the illusory mist are incredibly deadly. There wouldn't be the slightest chance of climbing to the top of the mountain. Furthermore, being able to leave the Umber realm during an appearance of a crevice in space is only a rumor, as no one has truly tested it. Perhaps it isn't even possible to begin with. Han Li's expression stirred and he asked with great interest, You two fellow Taoists have already climbed Stormwind Mountain? Could you tell us about it? The red-faced cultivator revealed trepidation as he slowly said, Of course, fellow Taoist Han. We also wish to talk of it in the hopes that fellow Taoist will abandon his hope of succeeding by a fluke. Originally, fellow Taoist Jean and I were unwilling to spend the rest of our lives here when we had just arrived at the Umber realm. After spending a year in preparation, we set off to Stormwind Mountain together along with 3 other fellow Taoists. Before we even arrived at the peak, one of our members was discovered by an umber beast and was devoured. The rest of us painstakingly pushed forward, but 2 of our ranks were frozen from the winds a quarter way up the mountain. As fellow Taoist Jean and I carried a few ember stones on our body, we were able to persevere. But as we climbed higher, the winds became increasingly more powerful and we were incapable of keeping steady footing. In the end, we only made it halfway up the mountain before were blown off a cliff by the gales. We hadn't even reached the illusory mists. Surviving by sheer luck, we lost all will to continue onward and could only return helplessly. And after we managed to return to the village, we were bedridden for several months due to having the winds penetrate deeply into our bones. Once we eventually recovered, we completely abandoned any thoughts of climbing Stormwind Mountain. Han Li rubbed his chin and pensively muttered, That is quite fearsome. The old man spoke in a sincere tone. It was far more fearsome than could be described. Please perish the thought and abandon the attempt. Although it may seem possible, the mountain will take your life. Besides, you are still young. Once we reach our end, all the authority in the village will fall into your hands. Fellow Taoists, please don't try to change my mind. I will only abandon my hopes after personally failing in the attempt. Naturally, if I am truly incapable of reaching Stormwind Mountain's peak, then I will give deep consideration towards your proposal. The three were somewhat displeased at his response and further attempted to persuade him. However, Han Li remained completely determined. Helpless, the three turned their gazes to Mei Ning, but she only said, "I will follow Brother Han's decision regardless." Their gazes turned blank at her response. Fortunately, Han Li hadn't refused them. If he managed to survive his attempt to climb the mountain, they would have another opportunity to recruit him. Since they were unable to persuade them, they could only force a smile before taking their leave. After they reached a distance away, the hunchbacked old man solemnly asked, "Do you think they will betray us?" The long-haired old man shook his head. "Betray us? What do they have to gain from betraying us? Surely you saw that the youngster surnamed Han is an intelligent person. He wouldn't do something so foolish, and the woman is following his lead as well. We can only hope that the two will realize the truth once they draw close to Stormwind Mountain and will turn back. After all, our revolt only has a 50-50 chance of success. With the other two, our strength would be considerably increased." Fortunately, youngster Han unwittingly eliminated the greatest obstacle, Feng Tianji. His martial arts would have posed a difficult problem otherwise. The red-faced old man nodded his head. "That's right. This person is truly cautious and wouldn't do something so strenuous and unrewarding. But just in case, we should send people to monitor them to avoid any potential mishaps. Brother Ian is quite thorough. Please have it done. However, we must be careful and avoid having him discover them. Regardless." A doubtful expression appeared on the long-haired old man's face. The hunchbacked old man was confused and asked, "Regardless?" The long-haired old man muttered, "It might be an error on my part, but I felt that youngster Han seemed completely confident that he could depart from the Umber realm. He was completely unfazed when we mentioned the dangers of Stormwind Mountain. Could it be that he truly has a way to climb to the peak of Stormwind Mountain?" The hunchbacked old man shook his head and dubiously said, "How is that possible? The Yin winds are unsurmountable. Brother Yun, I, and the countless frozen corpses around the mountain can attest to this. It is only a vain thought to believe one could actually escape this place. Yes, it must have been a trick of the eyes." After some thought, the long-haired old man concluded that it was truly impossible and smiled in self-mockery. But when the red-faced old man heard this, his heart suddenly stirred and a thought came to mind. When the three old men departed, Han Li spoke a few words to Mei Ning and left the room. He went over to the residence of the middle-aged man surnamed Feng and saw that he did truly die from having his throat torn open by the gold-devouring beetle. After taking a look at his corpse from a distance, Han Li left and began to continue his inquiries with the villagers about the circumstances of the land, the whereabouts of other villages, and the distribution of the Umber beasts. Eventually, all of these small details were gathered together in his mind as information vital to escaping this land, and he was able to draw a detailed map from the villagers' descriptions. In the following 2 days, Han Li finished most of his preparations and went to inform the village chief elder that they intended on climbing Stormwind Mountain. The plump old man naturally felt that this was a pity and urged Han Li to stay, but after seeing Han Li's unwavering resolve, he didn't push the issue. After Han Li returned to the residence, he and Mei Ning slept through the night. But in the early hours of morning on the next day, someone stealthily paid them a visit and knocked on their door. When Han Li saw the red-faced old man, he was shocked. "Fellow Taoist Yun, fellow Taoist Han, I will keep matters short. Although I don't know whether or not you truly have the ability to leave this land, you could be considered my last hope. If you truly are capable of slipping past the disasters of Stormwind Mountain, I hope that you can deliver this box to my heavenly talisman sect." With a serious expression, he took out a rough case made of bone and handed it over to Han Li with both hands. Han Li glanced at the case, but didn't move to receive it. With an indifferent expression, He asked, "What do you mean?" He wasn't about to take the case before realizing what the case was. The red-faced old man let out a long sigh and said, "There is no need for fellow Taoists to think much of it. The case contains the refinement method for the one of our sect protecting talismans, the spirit subjugation talisman. Originally, only the sect master could learn it. I only have one intention. I wish for fellow Taoist Han to deliver the talisman refinement method on my behalf. I don't wish for the talisman to forever be lost from the sect." Soon after, he lifted the cover of the case to reveal several pieces of engraved bone. A trace of hesitation appeared on Han Li's face. The spirit subjugation talisman? Since only the sect master could learn, then your esteemed self must be the heavenly talisman sect master. The old man conceded, "I shamefully admit that I am the 57th sect master of the heavenly talisman sect. My sect was a small dying sect from the state of Jin's Flower Cloud province. It is quite laughable that a foundation establishment cultivator like myself acted in the position of sect master." A strange expression momentarily appeared on Han Li's face, but he soon frowned. After a short moment, he glanced at the old man and slowly said, "The spirit subjugation talisman should certainly be unique considering that only the sect master could learn it. Fellow Taoist Yun doesn't fear that I would learn of its contents? Additionally, while I have heard of the resounding name of your country, I've never been there before, and I am unsure whether or not an opportunity would truly arise. From how I see it, aren't you being a bit too rash?" When the red-faced old man heard Han Li's questions, he didn't reveal the slightest surprise. Instead, he replied with an appreciative expression, "Since I am giving this item to you, I've already accepted that fellow Taoist Han will learn the talisman refinement technique as payment. To tell the truth, I'm not sure you would be interested in learning it after taking a look at it. Although the refinement method of the spirit subjugation talisman has been passed down generation from generation, it had only been refined a scarce few times by the founders. It merely has been continued to be passed down despite not being refined by the later sect masters. And since my own sect was already greatly weakened, this talisman will only serve as a sentimental dream of mine. As for whether or not Brother Han can arrive in the country of Jin, it doesn't really matter. I merely find peace of mind that the sect founder's creation isn't forever lost from the cultivation world. Even if the talisman refinement method truly isn't capable of returning to the sect, it will be good enough if fellow Taoist Han passes it down so that it doesn't remain lost. When I later face the previous generations of sect masters in the underworld, I will have an excuse." The red-faced old man spoke with a bitter smile. When Han Li heard this, he was somewhat dumbfounded. The heavenly talisman's sect master was only seeking peace of mind. It seemed that the exchange was incredibly one-sided to Han Li, and that he wouldn't suffer any loss. If he truly was incapable going to the great state of Jin, then he had no obligation to return the bone case. But if he was able to visit this famed country, then delivering the item would only take a minor effort. Furthermore, it seemed that the spirit subjugation talisman was a rather miraculous talisman for it to be so difficult to refine. It greatly piqued Han Li's interest. According to his vast experiences, apart from commonly refined talismans of the 5 elements, there were talismans with unfathomable, extraordinary effects known as secret talismans. These secret talismans weren't difficult to differentiate among the 5 elements. Additionally, each sect had their own unique method of refining their own secret talisman, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to copy them. For example, when the Star Palace elders had nearly killed him in a sneak attack from Heaven Void Hall, they had used a proxy produced by the Incarnation Talisman. Afterwards, they used a transportation talisman unique to the Star Palace to escape. Of course, the Incarnation Talisman was worth far more than the Teleportation Talisman despite both being secret talismans. After some further thought, Han Li accepted the bone case without any further hesitation and solemnly pledged, "I can only promise that I will try my best. Fellow Taoist Yun shouldn't expect it too much." "Hee, that's fine. I am already completely grateful for Brother Han's words." The red-faced old man appreciatively thanked him several times. Afterwards, he had a quick chat with Han Li before tactfully taking his leave. Han Li stood by the building's entrance as he watched the old man walk away before weighing the bone case in his hand. It was light, There didn't seem to be anything profound about the bone case itself. Mei Ning, who had been silently standing behind him, couldn't help but ask, "This is the first time I heard of this spirit subjugation talisman. Could it truly be a powerful talisman?" Han Li smiled at Mei Ning and said, "I don't know, but I reckon it is unordinary at the very least." Soon after, he sat down beside the table in the room and started to look through each of the bones. After a mere glance, Han Li yelped in shock. "What? Is there a problem with the talisman refinement method?" Mei Ning sat down across from Han Li and glanced at him with bright curiosity. Ever since their kiss, they'd become somewhat more familiar with one another, and their original awkwardness had disappeared. "It's nothing. It's just that the materials required to refine the spirit subjugating talisman are truly extraordinary. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Talisman sect didn't dare to refine this talisman." After looking through all of the bones, he casually closed the bone case. Mei Ning curiously asked, "What are these materials that Brother Han finds so extraordinary?" Han Li grabbed a bone shard and smiled, saying, "Its primary materials can't be considered much, but there is one extraordinary material that can't be bought with spirit stones. The soul of a metamorphosis stage demon beast. Wouldn't you say that is extraordinary? The soul of a demon beast past metamorphosis stage?" Mei Ning gasped in astonishment. However, Han Li's mysterious expression as he grasped the bone shard had completely escaped her notice. Having rested for the night, Han Li and Mei Ning left the village without notifying anybody else, much to the astonishment of the village guards. Han Li found himself standing on yet another pile of rocks as he gazed into the yellow desert in front of him. After recognizing their bearings, Han Li and Mei Ning headed towards the nearest village. Han Li's plans were quite simple: to find the elder brother of Mei Ning. If he was alive, he was certain to be found in another village, and when he was found, he would bring him and Mei Ning to Stormwind Mountain. Mei Ning felt that this plan was reasonable and followed his lead without complaint. Then, in the blink of an eye, the two faded away into the endless sand. In an expanse of blood-crimson soil, there were a dozen of young gray-robed men and women with bone pikes stealthily climbing up a tall mound and slowly surrounding it. At the top of the mound, there were many green beasts with short and thick necks. They were currently curled up in their sleep. These were umber beasts by the name of jade toads. Their bodies were small and had lumps all over. While they appeared as if they were enlarged toads from the mortal world, they didn't possess an ounce of venom on their bodies and were one of the few umber beasts that were edible to humans. These people had naturally come to hunt the jade toads to ease the crisis of their village's food shortage. The group's actions were each nimble and silent. By the time they had completely surrounded them, a jade toad suddenly opened its red eyes and saw that there were humans about 100 meters away. "Attack!" As soon as that was shouted, the beast began to croak in warning. But in the blink of an eye, over a dozen sparkling white bone pikes were shot towards the beasts. As a result, a majority of jade toads had leapt away, and only 2 had met the barrage of spears. However, these 2 were the most vigorous of the toads, and they managed to dodge out of the way, ending up with only scrapes from the spears. The jade toads were among the weakest of umber beasts. Apart from being able to spout a few mouthfuls of chi, they had few other powerful attacks. However, they were particularly adept at using their powerful jumps to escape with astonishing effectiveness. The remaining 2 jade toads took a large breath and spouted out large clouds of black chi. Afterwards, they jumped 25 meters into the air and broke the encirclement. Although the group had continued to see their pikes without reserve, they were clearly too slow, and were incapable of catching up to the 2 jade toads. After the 2 jade toads leapt towards a strange expanse of stone into the distance, a flash of azure light sparked, resulting in the 2 toads falling to the ground with the throats gouged. Green blood soon painted the red ground. This scene had caused the dismayed youths to look on with astonishment. With gusts of winds, 2 azure streaks flew out from the umber beast corpses towards a nearby boulder. Afterwards, a man and a woman clothed in blue beast leather appeared on top of the boulder with a blur. The man's appearance was ordinary in contrast to the woman's heart-swaying beauty, but a vast intelligence shined within his eyes. These two individuals were Han Li and Mei Ning. Han Li held 2-inch-long daggers in each of his hands. There was semi-transparent string wrapped around both of their hilts which appeared to be made from a slim beast tendon. Han Li walked over and glanced down at the umber beast carcasses before turning his gaze to the vigilant crowd. He smiled and amiably said, "I hope you won't take offense. I saw that 2 Jadine toads were about to escape and I couldn't help but take action. But regardless, I have no desire towards these Jadine toads. I merely wish to ask you a few questions." One of the older party members doubtfully asked, "You truly do not want the beast carcasses?" It seemed he was the leader of the group of youths. Han Li nudged a beast carcass with his foot and affirmatively replied, "Of course I don't. I already have plenty of food." Although the man felt this was somewhat strange, he felt that there was nothing to lose and he eventually nodded his head. "All right, go ahead and ask." Han Li nodded, satisfied to see his tactful response, and calmly asked, "Are you natives to this land?" The man frowned and replied, "That's right. We are villagers of Red Soil Village." "That's good. We arrived here to make some inquiries. Have there been any new arrivals that have joined your village?" "We are searching for someone." After a moment of thought, he hesitantly said, "New arrivals? None. However, after the appearance of the last spatial tear, we spotted several remains of both men and women in the Umbra Beast lair. By the time we spotted them, Umbra Beasts had already cleanly devoured them until nothing but bones were left." Standing behind Han Li, Mei Ning grimaced and said, "Bones?" In the past month, the two had already visited 3 villages. Although there were a couple of cultivators that had narrowly survived the spatial tear, there was no sign of her brother. Seeing that Han Li only wished to find someone, he relaxed and openly said, "That's right. We've already buried their remains, but we have their possessions. They were placed in a village warehouse. Would you like to take a look?" Han Li glanced at the silent Mei Ning before nodding. "That'd be good. We'll have to trouble you. If her brother's possessions happened to be among them, then the search would be over." He had to confirm them just in case. After calling out to those behind him to deal with the caresses of the toads, he cordially chatted with Han Li. "From your tone, it seems you're quite cultured. I could tell you're an outsider. Have you just arrived in this land?" Han Li beamingly smiled in response. The two then followed the group for a couple of kilometers before arriving at an unfamiliar village. This village was far smaller than the others. Although they also had stone walls surrounding them, they were only about 20 meters tall and appeared worn out as if from long neglect. From the size of the village, it seemed there were only about 100 inhabitants at most. After entering the village, their leader pointed at a relatively large stone room and apologetically told the 2 cultivators to head to the building by themselves. As the toad carcasses were vitally important, the villagers had to deal with them first. Han Li didn't mind this and spoke a few words of thanks before heading there with Mei Ning. Han Li glanced at the torn, bloody robes and asked with slight surprise, "These truly belong to your brother?" Han Li truly didn't expect that as soon as they entered that Mei Ning would immediately spot her brother's remnants. Her face had immediately grown pale at the sight and her eyes had become completely dispirited. Mei Ning stared at the remnants with red eyes and muttered, "How could I possibly mistake these clothes? I personally made them for him. The storage pouch also has our sex insignia." Not knowing what to say to console her, Han Li could only hesitate for a moment before patting the woman's shoulders and quietly slipping away from the stone room. He knew that it would be better for her to be alone for the time being. Just after he left, he began to hear faint sobs from the room. Han Li let out a sigh and then looked to the sky in silence. A while later, Mei Ning left the room with swollen eyes. She calmly said, "Let's go. Since my brother has passed, there is no longer any need to visit the other villages. Let's head straight to Stormwind Mountain." It seemed she had stifled the pain from the loss of her brother. Han Li calmly replied, "Before we head off to Stormwind Mountain, there is still something I must do. I need to acquire a few Umbra Beast gems." Mei Ning was stunned for a moment before asking in surprise, "Beast gems? What use is there in collecting them? They're quite difficult to come by." I have my own reasons for collecting them. I reckon that in the entire world, the Umber Realm is the only place where one can find Umber Beast gems. Even if one could find them elsewhere, they would likely be extremely scarce. Gathering Umber Beast gems would have been incredibly difficult if we wished to acquire them when we had first arrived. However, we won't be the ones handling the Umber Beasts. It will be this one. Han Li suddenly shook his sleeve and a green flash of light appeared before him. Mei Ming glanced at the small monkey that had suddenly appeared with suspicion. This one? With a certain expression, Han Li said, Of course. Because Han Li used the safer routes on his journey to find other villages, he was able to handle the low-grade beasts by using only his flying swords. However, this didn't result in him acquiring any Umber Beast gems. Knowing that they had some relation to the puppets of Heaven Void Hall, Han Li naturally wanted to collect a few. At that moment, he called out to Mei Ning and had the Weeping Soul Beast return to his sleeve. He would spend the night at Red Soil Village before setting off and testing the efficacy of the Weeping Soul Beast on Umber Beasts. A 20-meter-tall clawed beast leisurely walked out of a valley. Its huge claws were overpowering and its mouth was filled with vicious fangs. As the hegemon of the area, it had no fear of any high-grade Umber Beasts suddenly attacking it. But at that moment, its dull ears suddenly heard something moving, and it turned its head with a malicious light glinting in its eyes. About 100 meters away, a foot-tall monkey had unknowingly appeared. The small monkey was currently staring at the colossal beast with immense excitement. When the huge beast caught sight of the small monkey, it merely snorted several times, wishing to scare it away. However, the monkey actually attacked, shooting out a yellow mist that enveloped it with fantastical speed. After the mist of yellow light enveloped it, the colossal beast released a world-shaking roar, but the yellow mist quickly dimmed and shot back into the small monkey's large nose, carrying streaks of black chi. The small monkey chewed with great relish before patting its bulging belly. Its face appeared completely satisfied as if it just had a delicious meal. At that moment, Han Li leisurely walked out with a relaxed expression. A flabbergasted Mei Ning followed after him. The woman found this entire scene absurd. She had witnessed the enormous beast turning into a shriveled corpse in the blink of an eye. Another wave of disbelief suddenly crossed her mind when she faintly recalled the legend of a certain fearsome spirit beast. As Mei Ning recovered from her shock, Han Li had already arrived in front of the beast's head. With a wave of his sleeve, a sparkling silver dagger appeared in his hand. He expressionlessly chopped down, splitting the beast's skull like a watermelon. Soon after, a thumb-sized green gem fell out from the remains. Han Li smiled at the sight of it and bent down to pick it up. Han Li then turned his head to the west and assuredly said, There should be many more powerful Umber beasts about 3 kilometers west. Let's take care of them along the way. Stormwind Mountain was a huge mountain located in the northeast edge of the Umber Realm. One could only spot the bottom half of the mountain from the distance as the rest of it was densely covered in clouds. The mountain was made up of bare black stone and lacked any kind of vegetation. Additionally, it was over 4 kilometers high with storms of fierce winds blowing around it. If common men were to climb it, they would only add to the many black ice sculptures already on the mountain. The treacherous conditions of the mountain had also caused its surroundings to become particularly gloomy. With endless thunder ringing from the skies and cold howling winds on land scattering stone and sand, it seemed as if the area was truly haunted. Since places with dense Umber chi were beloved to powerful Umber beasts, it was only natural for many fearsome demon beasts to seize the nearby land. But today, there were some uninvited visitors that were paying a visit to Stormwind Mountain. A beast carcass that was over 100 meters tall had fallen onto the ground in a flash of silver light. The carcass then had shriveled an instant upon contact with the light, and the silver light flew into the distance carrying an expanse of black chi. A moment later, a huge world-shaking roar filled the air. Following a series of heavy thuds on the ground, a 30-meter-tall silver ape had appeared at the side of the Umber beast carcass. The huge ape's appearance was malevolent and vicious, with each of its movements exuding an astonishing pressure. However, a man and a woman were sitting on its back, Han Li and Mei Ning. Han Li swept his gaze at the beast carcass and pushed his hand against the ape before deftly landing on the carcass's skull. In the instant he landed, a cold glint flickered from his eyes and the carcass's skull split open, revealing nothing at all. Han Li revealed a trace of disappointment, but soon his face turned back to normal. As of current, he had accumulated over 100 Umber Beast gems. Although he knew there was a small chance that the groups of low-grade Umber Beasts could result in an Umber Beat gem, he didn't have the time to hunt every single one of them down. He had to climb Stormwind Mountain before the next spatial tear appeared. Mei Ning had also jumped down from the huge ape's shoulder. A second later, the huge ape flashed in silver light and shrunk to a delicate foot-tall form. Han Li turned around to look at the weeping soul beast's transformation and he couldn't help but smile. When he had left Red Soil Village, he had brought the weeping soul beast to many various places to exterminate powerful Umber Beasts. After absorbing large quantities of Umber Beast soul essence, the weeping soul beast suddenly gained the ability to transform into a huge ape, and not long after, its fur soon turned into an eye-catching silver. These changes had come to a great surprise to Han Li. According to the slip that Yuan Yao had given him, the weeping soul beast shouldn't have the ability to enlarge itself, and its fur should have turned pitch black upon advancing instead of silver. It appears that this peculiar evolution was a result of two aspects that had coincidentally met. Umber Beast's soul essence that greatly differed from soul essence commonly found on the outside, and the fact that the beast wasn't completely refined in the first place. It wasn't as miraculous as the commonly known variant spirit beasts, but its peculiar transformation was absolutely the first of its kind. Although he didn't know whether or not this transformation resulted in strength greater than true weeping soul beasts, Han Li was quite content in seeing these changes continue. After all, the refinement method of a true weeping soul beast was a blood affair. Although Han Li wasn't a soft person, he would have found it difficult to refine it according to the methods that were given. At that moment, the weeping soul beast had shot into Han Li's sleeve with a flash with white-silver light and deep breaths of sleep could be heard. Han Li faintly smiled in response, but soon his face grew solemn when he gazed at Stormwind Mountain in the distance. That previous Umber Beast had been the last remaining giant Umber Beast nearby Stormwind Mountain. They were now free to climb the mountain without their obstruction. Han Li took a deep glance at the distant mountain and slowly said, "Let's go. We have to climb to the top of the mountain before the next spatial tear appears. Otherwise, we'll be stuck here several months more." Mei Ning agreed. Of course. According to the natives' method of predicting these intermittent spatial tears, the next tear should appear in about 2 weeks. If we were to miss it, we'd have to wait another half-year. Han Li faintly smiled and took the lead towards the huge mountain. A quarter-hour later, the two stood at the base of Stormwind Mountain. Although they didn't feel anything from a distance, they were awed as they stood before the mountain. There were no neighboring mountains, only several kilometers of a single steep mountain. Han Li didn't immediately start off on his climb. He turned to Mei Ning and first discussed the method that would be best to climb the gargantuan mountain. Not long after, the two became two black dots that slowly disappeared from sight as they gradually made their way up. The first 4 kilometers weren't particularly difficult or strenuous for Han Li or Mei Ning, and they made their way up without much effort. But past that height, bone-chilling Yin winds began to blow at faster speeds and with greater force. At that point, Han Li and Mei Ning had each covered themselves in several articles of fire attribute beast hide clothing. But even with this, their faces paled as the cold whipped their skin. Were they ordinary mortals, they would have long met their end by being frozen over. After persisting for another 100 meters through the Yin wind, Han Li stopped with a frown and solemnly pondered for a moment before taking out a fist-sized white gem from his robes. The gem released a faint white luster that enveloped the two. Bafflingly, the piercing Yin winds were greatly weakened upon touching the white light, and were no longer strong enough to do them harm. As a result, the two were able to difficultly continue their ascent, relying on their beast hide clothes to resist the iciness of the air. Eventually, the ground became covered in frost and their footing became slippery, forcing the two to slow their steps and walk with caution. Additionally, their breaths became visible and it became incredibly difficult for them to breathe. Mei Ning in particular was gasping for air with a completely flushed face. After an unknown amount of time having passed as they continued on their trek, they found themselves before a precipitous expanse of glistening black ice. If one wasn't careful as they climbed, they would find themselves falling off the mountain. On their way, Han Li and Mei Ning had already put on rough-scale gloves out of necessity. Even with the gloves, the trek to that point had been incredibly difficult. The two would often lose their grip on the black frost. Han Li raised his head to look at the top of the glistening cliff and sighed. He then turned his head to the pale-faced woman to his side and said, "Let's take a moment rest beneath that cliff over there. We'll continue onward after we recover our strength." Although she hadn't said anything, Han Li could tell from a glance that her strength was nearly exhausted. It would be quite dangerous if she continued as she were. When Mei Ning heard this, she let out a long breath and nodded with a forced smile. The huge cliff that Han Li spoke of was actually an inwardly slanted stone cliff. The appearance of such good shelter was quite timely. The two hastily made way towards it. Fog and howling winds blew on the outside as Han Li and Mei Ning walked beneath the cliff. With a cautious expression, Han Li then took out a thumb-sized bead that he wore on his wrist and had it emit a faint azure light. Just as the fog approached them, the azure light forcibly repelled the fog. However, the fog still lingered nearby as if it were waiting for an opportunity to draw closer. Mei Ning glanced at the fog and said, "It seems that if it weren't for Brother Han's matron screen pearl, we would have been unable to make it past the Yin Wind's strange fog." Han Li smiled and thought to say something when he suddenly stopped in place and began to concentrate his attention on his hearing. When Mei Ning saw this, she was somewhat shocked and discreetly kept quiet. Han Li indifferently said, "Be careful. Someone is approaching us from the fog." Then, with a glint of azure light, an azure dagger appeared in his hand. He then stared into the fog in silence. With complete confidence in Han Li's words, she immediately took a few steps back and glanced outward with a nervous expression. Not long after, Mei Ning heard the sound of soft and heavy footsteps slowly drawing closer to them. She nervously glanced at Han Li, who seemed to notice her gaze and gently smiled in response. Mei Ning unconsciously blushed and quickly focused her eyes away from Han Li, but she felt somewhat relieved as well. As the footsteps grew clearer, Han Li could hear the faint gasps of two people, much to his surprise. Han Li frowned and a trace of killing intent glinted within his eyes. Suddenly, the thick fog parted and revealed a young man with his head held high. He had an elegant face and wore a jade band around his waist that faintly appeared to shine with white light. However, when the man caught sight of Han Li, his face immediately distorted as he shouted in alarm, "It's you!" This man was the disciple of Archsaint Six Paths, Wen Tianren. Han Li expressionlessly said, "That's right. It's me. You can now rest in peace." With a flicker of azure light, Han Li tossed the dagger into the center of Wei Tianren's chest. Pong! The dagger was easily knocked away as if it had struck metal. The torn clothes revealed a faint flicker of green light. Inner armor? Han Li was somewhat surprised that his strike was ineffective, but he snorted and waved his other hand, throwing another azure streak. This time it was aimed at Wen Tianren's throat. At that moment, Wen Tianren reacted and dodged in alarm, his body evading the dagger in a blur. Just as the dagger missed, he shot into the fog behind him. It appeared his body was quite vigorous. With yet another attack missing, Han Li merely glanced at Wen Tianren's fleeing figure. He remained still with a sneer on his face. When Wen Tianren quickly turned his head around and saw Han Li's expression, he immediately felt that something was amiss and he turned around in a blur. But by then it was already too late. He felt a piercing cold wind on the back of his neck, followed by an icy sensation where the dagger struck him. The semi-transparent string of beast tendon that was tied around the dagger hilt was stretched taut. A stream of blood then began to flow from Wen Tianren's corpse. His eyes remained wide open during his last moments, as if he couldn't believe that he had died in this manner. Han Li expressionlessly shook his right hand with his finger pulling on the taut tendon. The dagger then obediently flew out from Wen Tianren's neck and returned to his palm. At that moment, Han Li turned his gaze back into the dense fog and narrowed his eyes. A slim figure then slowly appeared from the fog, revealing a gorgeous young woman dressed in white. The woman smiled sweetly at Han Li and said, "Brother Han, I didn't think that we'd meet again. Lady Violet Spirit." Han Li nodded with a calm expression and had his 2 daggers disappear into his sleeves with a shake of his hands. Naturally, Han Li knew Fairy Violet Spirit's greatly changed appearance after hearing her conversation with Wen Tianren when he was trapped inside the golden flames. After seeing her true appearance, Han Li couldn't help but concede that Fairy Violet Spirit's grand reputation as one of the most beautiful women in the scattered star seas was well-deserved. Even Yuan Yao's magnificent, breathtaking beauty was a smidgen less than Violet Spirit's. But at that moment, Violet Spirit glanced down at the corpse on the ground and sighed. "I truly didn't think that the self-proclaimed top core formation cultivator, young Master One, would meet his end at fellow Taoist Han's hand. If this were told to others, I suspect that most of them wouldn't believe it. Since I encountered him in this place, I naturally couldn't let him go," Han Li calmly replied. He then walked to the side of Wen Tianren's corpse and took his storage pouch without reservation. At that same moment, he took a glance at the jade cloud belt with curiosity. Violet Spirit pursed her lips in a smile and explained, "That is the 4 Celestials belt. It is embedded with 4 miraculous gems that are capable of resisting wind, fire, water, and earth. Additionally, it is capable of keeping one's mind calm. Truly is a rare treasure." He had relied much on this belt to journey in this land without obstruction. The 4 Celestials belt. It will prove quite useful at the moment. After some hesitation, he bent down and took the belt off of Wen Tianren's corpse. He then searched through the corpse without reservation and found a dark green plate of inner armor along with several other treasures. "Brother Han, who might this fellow Taoist be?" Violet Spirit's bright gaze then turned to Mei Ning behind him. Han Li calmly replied, "That is Lady Mei. She is a fellow Taoist who was teleported alongside me." "So it's Lady Mei. I've had the pleasure of seeing you before." Mei Ning felt somewhat awkward, but she gazed at Violet Spirit with curiosity regardless. Fairy Violet Spirit was undoubtedly worthy of a grand reputation. Even Mei Ning remained mesmerized by her beauty for a while. She couldn't help but guess at the relationship between the two. Fairy Violet Spirit kindly smiled at Mei Ning and revealed an apologetic expression to Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, please don't blame me for not assisting you that day." At the time, Han Li waved his hand and interrupted her with a casual tone. "There is no need for Lady Violet Spirit to speak of it, although I don't know why you were together with Wen Tianren. I was able to see your unwillingness to be with him. Moreover, I clearly remember that you refused to act against my companion in the valley." Fairy Violet Spirit inwardly sighed with relief upon seeing that Han Li wasn't angry with her and immediately smiled, saying, "Since Brother Han has already recognized my difficulties, then I will say no more. However, would it be possible for me to travel alongside you too? Of course. You've already walked halfway into the fog and it would be difficult to turn back. Since we've already made it this far, there is no point in wasting the effort." "Many thanks, Brother Han." Fairy Violet Spirit's moist eyes began to shine, revealing an incomparable beauty. Not long after, the 3 disappeared into the mist, leaving behind Wen Tianren's frozen corpse. At the same moment, a strange scene was occurring inside a cave. A gorgeous woman sat cross-legged on the ground across from a ghostly image surrounded in black qi. The ghost was also sitting cross-legged. Although it appeared quite vague, it was reminiscent of a young woman. "Junior Martial Sister, have you truly decided to cultivate the yin-yang revolutions with me? It doesn't seem to be a wise decision." A somewhat unfamiliar woman's voice urged against it. Senior Martial Sister Yen should know that because my original core was already shattered from using the Soul Rise technique, I had nearly cut off my path of cultivation. Furthermore, I didn't expect that after paying such a heavy cost that the Soul Rise technique would be interrupted by the sudden appearance of the ghost mist. Because Senior Martial Sister's soul has greatly condensed, she no longer has any hope of possessing a body. But fortunately, there is a silver lining. There is dense umber chi here is quite beneficial to those cultivating ghost Dao techniques. As for the yin-yang revolution arts, it is a rarely seen human-ghost pair cultivation technique. By taking advantage of the umber chi, not only will senior martial sisters cultivation quickly increase, but I will also have a chance of returning to core formation stage. Even nascent soul stage wouldn't be impossible. Yuan Yao spoke with complete calmness. Since it's like that, I won't refuse any longer. However, I must warn junior martial sister that although the technique will be incredibly effective by drawing support from the umber chi, you will suffer dire backlash and will also lose your right to reincarnation. You should consider it carefully. There is a reason why no one in the Azure Yang sect used the cultivation art despite possessing it for so long. The ghost woman seemed to have spoken the last two sentences with a trace of helplessness. Junior martial sister doesn't need to say any further. I've already made my decision. There will be no regrets. Yuan Yao wore an expression of grave resolution. All right, since junior martial sister doesn't fear the consequences, then I won't regard them either. Let us cultivate the yin-yang revolutions art. After a long sigh from the vague ghost, it extended its two arms of black chi. When Yuan Yao saw this, she extended her hands without hesitation and closed her eyes upon contact, setting forth on the path of cultivation once more. On a flat cliff on Stormwind Mountain stood a huge silver ape that was over 40 meters tall. It was beating its chest while carrying Han Li, Mei Ning, and Violet Spirit on its back. Han Li gravely stared at the sky in silence while the two women's faces were pale, faintly revealing a trace of panic. There were over 1,000 umber beasts circling above them. There were beasts that were over 20 meters in length along with those that were only a foot long, all with wings that sprouted out from between their ribs. But regardless of size, they all looked fierce and malevolent without exception. However, these flying umber beasts seemed to fear the overbearing pressure of the transformed weeping soul beast and didn't dare to draw closer to them. They merely stayed in a deadlock by flying in circles above them. Han Li felt somewhat uneasy. From the greed revealed inside the umber beast's eyes, it was unclear how long their patience would hold before they started to attack. At the moment, Han Li was cursing the plump old man who had given him the information regarding the mountain. Although he did say that there were flying umber beasts, he didn't say that they existed in such large quantities. It was unknown whether it had been deliberately concealed or if it truly wasn't known. After passing through the area with the dense fog, they had originally believed that they could have a moment of respite. However, they didn't expect for these flying beasts to immediately surround them. Helpless, Han Li could only release the weeping soul beast and have it transform. Han Li was completely confident in the weeping soul beast's abilities at restraining umber beasts, but there were truly too many in the sky. Han Li was unsure if the weeping soul beast could deal with so many of them. But having reached this point, Han Li couldn't afford to think about it much more and could only do his utmost. Having come to that conclusion, Han Li turned around and whispered something to the scared Mei Ning and Violet Spirit. Afterwards, he handed them a small piece of jade and a soft beast hide shield. He then shook his sleeves and over 10 daggers fell onto the ground with a series of clangs. Each of the daggers had a thin string of beast tendon tied around the hilt, connecting them to each of Han Li's fingers. However, Han Li had yet to control 10 of them at one time, making it an unprecedented display. With his preparations completed, the umber beasts above finally lost their patience and attacked. The largest among them, a 3-headed umber beast, suddenly let out a terrifying shriek and swooped down without any regard for the weeping soul beast's strength. The battle had finally begun. At the same moment the demon beasts attacked, the huge ape took a deep breath and shut its mouth before spewing a mist of silver light from its nose, enveloping most of the umber beasts in the air. These umber beasts immediately released a miserable shriek as they dropped from the sky. However, 2 of the smaller umber beasts managed to escape the mist's capture and swept down towards the 3 humans. One of the umber beasts was then smashed away by the huge apes first and fell over a cliff. As for the other, it appeared to be a 2-meter-long eagle and took advantage of this opening to swoop down right at Han Li's head. Han Li grimly remained in place, but his fingers made a series of swift and nimble movements. 10 daggers then shot into the air and turned into a net of glinting daggers in the Umber Beast's path. A dismal scream left the Umber Beast's mouth. Even without the infusion of magic power, the bamboo cloud's warm swords were incredibly sharp. In an instant, the small Umber Beast was skewered without resistance. As bloody chunks of flesh filled the sky, Han Li quickly dodged in a blur, but some of them still landed on him. After a slight grimace, he paid it no more attention as there were far more pressing matters at hand. Another wave of winged Umber Beasts was flying towards them. This wave had twice the number of the previous group of Umber Beasts. Additionally, there were more Umber Beasts approaching them from behind with an obvious eagerness to attack. Han Li's mind grew stern and he instantly waved his arms, forming a net of swords yet again. However, the net now covered a slightly wider range that also protected Mei Ning and Violet Spirit. Following the mists of silver light and the azure glints, wretched screams quickly filled the sky. 7 days later, under the scorchingly bright noon sun, an expanse of glimmering sea was deathly calm. There wasn't even the slightest wave or sea breeze, as if the nearby sea was completely void of life. Suddenly, a series of waves began to roil and suddenly released a cloud of black fog. The pitch-black fog rapidly permeated throughout the air and instantly spread over several hundred meters. At that moment, thunder began to clap and silver light flashed from the black fog before a sphere of silver radiance appeared from within it. A faint, wide silhouette with a pair of silver wings could be seen within. Before this figure could be clearly seen, the silver radiance wildly flashed several times before completely disappearing, leaving only echoes of thunder behind. A second later, a person could be seen at the edge of the black mist, but he intermittently disappeared and reappeared, filling the sky with flickers of light and rolls of thunder. It appeared as if they wished to escape from that desolate place as quickly as possible. The sea then returned to silence. Only the rapidly expanding black fog remained, continuing to silently release bursts of black lightning. About 500 kilometers away from the black mist, the silver light faded away to reveal Han Li holding Violet Spirit in one arm and Mei Ning in the other. From how tightly they were holding on to him, it appeared quite intimate. Han Li appeared somewhat better off than the other two. Despite his overwhelmed senses, he managed to keep a calm face. However, the two women in his embrace were slightly scarlet, revealing a heart-moving tenderness. Han Li took a glance around and wore an expression of relief. He then relaxed his grasp on the two women in an honorable manner and said, "This should be enough. The ghost mist can't reach us now. I must truly give my thanks to fellow Taoist Han. If it weren't for your miraculous movement technique, it's quite likely that we wouldn't have been able to escape. Elder sister Violet Spirit speaks truly. If it weren't for Brother Han's amazingly swift actions, we may have been sucked back into the Umber realm. We've troubled Brother Han greatly." As soon as Violet Spirit and Mei Ning left Han Li's embrace, their bodies began to shine with light as they floated at Han Li's side. Several days before, the three had encountered many dangers, but managed to climb up to Stormwind Mountain's summit by relying on the Weeping Soul Beast's strength. During the time they waited for the spatial tear to open, the two women found each other's company extremely agreeable, and not long after, they became sworn sisters, much to Han Li's surprise. Several days after reaching the summit, a 100-meter-wide spatial tear appeared about a kilometer above Stormwind Mountain. Massive amounts of heaven-earth spiritual chi began to flow in from the outside, restoring the trio's magic power in an instant and allowing them to fly into the air with joy. However, Han Li truly didn't expect that in the instant he left the tear that an immense suction force would pull at him from behind. He hadn't been able to move in the slightest and was slowly being dragged back in. Fortunately, Han Li quickly came to his senses and immediately unfolded the thunderstorm wings, as he flickered several times to grab onto the two women, before launching himself out of the black mist. As a result, the two gave him their heartfelt thanks. When Violet Spirit recovered her bearings, she casually swept her gaze over the ocean and frowned. "Where is this place? How can it be so odd? It's completely calm." Mei Ning's face appeared puzzled after taking a glance down. "What? It is truly as elder sister Violet Spirit says. This is quite amiss. There isn't the slightest breeze and the seas are completely still. Han Li remained silent as he narrowed his eyes and released his spiritual sense. He began to sweep the depths of the nearby seas, and after a short moment, Han Li revealed an expression of shock. Violet Spirit had also swept her spiritual sense deep into the seas, and after a moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Could it be Brother Han has discovered something? There are so few fish in the sea, and they all seem to be extremely fierce sea beasts. However, none of them appear to be demon beasts. Please wait a moment. Han Li then took a deep breath and flicked his finger, shooting a 10-meter streak of azure swordlight deep into the waters below. A short moment later, a grotesque sea beast corpse floated to the water's surface, much to the shock of the two women. The sea beast corpse before them was over a dozen meters long. It had azure scales on its body and small, sharp teeth. It also had massively swollen eyes. It appeared quite fiendish, but what was most noticeable about its appearance were the crooked tusks that grew from the bottom of its cheeks. Han Li grew closer to the corpse and carefully examined it several times before a flicker of understanding appeared in his eyes. He then cleaved the demon corpse into two with a streak of sword light. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black item flew into his grasp. He took a whiff of it without any hesitation and found that it had an odd pungent smell that faintly contained a trace of flowery fragrance. Han Li tossed the item away and revealed a strange expression as he muttered, "So it's a fragrant tusk beast." Fragrant tusk beast? Violet Spirit was stunned and glanced at Mei Ning. The two women revealed a trace of confusion as it was their first time of hearing such a name. It is natural that you two wouldn't know of this sea beast. These beasts are absent in the scattered star seas. They are unique to these strange depths, Fairy Violet Spirit gravely said. From your tone, it seems Brother Han already knows that we are no longer in the scattered star seas. Han Li swept his gaze past the dull ocean and nodded his head with a wry smile. That is correct. We are no longer in the scattered star seas. Although I've never been here before, I've heard many people speak of it. If I haven't guessed incorrectly, this place should be the endless seas. He then turned his head to the sky and silently became lost in thought. The endless seas? They clearly hadn't heard of this name before. Violet Spirit muttered to herself before wearing a smile and gently asking, "Brother Han seems to hold some knowledge of these seas. Could you give us sisters an explanation?" Han Li awoke from his indescribable wave of emotion, calmly nodded his head. Of course, that won't be a problem. As the term implies, the endless seas is known to the heavenly south region to be without end. Han Li leisurely began to speak of the legends and hearsays of the endless seas in full detail. At the same time he spoke, a question buried deeply in his heart began to surface after remaining there for such a long time. With a tone of astonishment, Violet Spirit said, "From Brother Han's words, this endless seas should be north of the heavenly south region. And not only is there little life in these seas, but there also exists no islands." Han Li rubbed his nose and calmly replied, "That's as right, much to our great distress. Without islands, we fundamentally have no method of determining our location. We have no way of knowing how far we are from the heavenly south continent." The two women couldn't help but look at each other dismay. After some thought, Han Li firmly said, "Regardless, we must head south without delay and reach the mainland before we run out of spirit stones. Hopefully it won't be too far away." Violet Spirit agreed with a trace of helplessness. "Since that is the case, we can only hope that the heavens favor us." Mei Ning naturally followed along without complaint. As a result, the three recognized their bearings before immediately heading south. Several days later, Mei Ning and Violet Spirit became entirely convinced of Han Li's judgments. During their entire journey, there were no islands to speak of and the sea was completely void of qi. Additionally, there wasn't a single demon beast in the oceans, only fierce-looking sea beasts. When these women discovered these circumstances for the first time, they were completely baffled. Perhaps due to their previous experiences of having undergone tribulations together, the three behaved quite harmoniously and bantered along the journey. As for Han Li, he couldn't help but feel his heart stir in the presence of these two beautiful women. However, now that he had arrived at the endless seas, the face of an icy woman came to mind, Nangong Wan. It was unknown where this masked moon sect core formation cultivator had gone, but when he thought of her, a strange emotion began to well in his heart. He couldn't tell whether it was foolish attachment, tender affection, or annoyance, as if 1,000 different feelings had muddled his mind. He couldn't make heads of what he currently felt. Regardless, the party of three continued their flight for 4 months before eventually spotting an expanse of green on the horizon. The three were immensely rejoiced at the sight, and their most pressing worry was relieved. They then flew towards the mainland in excitement. The state of Xi was the heavenly south region's northmost country. It was about 1/3 smaller than Han Li's home country, the state of Yu, and it was divided into 7 provinces. The Min province was the largest province among them and was also the one that neighbored the endless seas. As of current, Han Li had brought Mei Ning and Violet Spirit to a restaurant's private room in a small city of the Min province. Violet Spirit coquettishly glanced at Han Li in feigned anger and said, "Brother Han, so it turned out that you came from the heavenly south region. You've sure put us through a bit of trouble for having hid this so well." Not long before, Han Li had divulged a few small details about his identity, astonishing the two women. Of course, the two had already guessed as much considering Han Li's familiarity with the endless seas, so it hadn't come with too much surprise. Han Li hoarsely laughed, appearing to be in a good mood. "What is there to say? I unintentionally fled to the scattered star seas. I truly didn't expect to be brought back to the heavenly south so soon." Violet Spirit pursed her lips in a smile and playfully said, "Since Brother Han is a lord of the land, he must properly entertain us sisters, of course." Because she feared that her stunning beauty would arouse trouble, she had already restored her original appearance to when she had first met Han Li. However, Han Li still felt shaken by her beauty, as if he could see it through her disguise. "Hee, of course. However, I've lost all relation to my sect after fleeing to the scattered star seas. How could I possibly be a lord of this land? However, I'm going to give you each a jade slip that I made in particular to translate the script and language of the heavenly south. Since you won't be able to return to the scattered star seas for a while, you may as well learn the language. It will make things far more convenient in the future." Han Li then took out 2 white jade slips he had made the previous night and handed it over to them. "Hee. Many thanks, Brother Han." Violet Spirit was initially stunned. She soon thanked him, chuckled, and accepted the jade slip. Mei Ning also took the jade slip and gratefully whispered thanks. "However, I imagine you two will have your plans for the future. As for me, I will be preparing to inquire what has happened in the heavenly south region the past couple hundred years before immediately finding a cave residence for secluded cultivation. Because I've faintly felt that I've already reached the peak of core formation stage, I want to make preparations to form a nascent soul." After Han Li said this, he sipped on the fragrant tea before him and lightly pursed his lips, calmly paying attention to the women's reaction in front of them. After a moment of consideration, Violet Spirit's luminous eyes rippled as she said, "I've only formed a core just recently and I've yet to stabilize my cultivation. I also intend on finding a cave residence to cultivate for a time before further planning what to do. Little Sister Mei, what do you intend on doing?" After a moment of hesitation, she muttered, I don't know. I've only reached mid-foundation establishment stage. Based on my aptitude, my hopes of reaching core formation are quite slim. Apart from finding a heaven-defying spirit medicine, my only hope is to find a high-grade cultivator and marry him as a concubine. Perhaps I will be able to form a core through pair cultivation. Violet Spirit shook her head and dissuaded her. "Don't you feel indignity from marrying as a concubine? How will that do?" Han Li frowned in response, but he remained silent. Violet Spirit continued, "Becoming a concubine isn't much different from becoming a cultivation vessel. If you were to come across a malicious high-grade cultivator, it wouldn't be unimaginable for him to regard you as a cultivation vessel. This plan isn't reliable." When Mei Ning heard this, she bit her lips in silence with a sad expression on her face. After seeing Mei Ning's sad face, Violet Spirit suddenly thought of something and covered her smile in her hand before saying, "Even if little sister wishes to become a concubine for pair cultivation techniques, then it would be best to find a reliable person you are familiar with. For example, I feel like Brother Han would be very reliable and wouldn't wrong little sister in the slightest." Han Li was shocked, but soon he calmly rubbed his nose as if this had nothing to do with him. Mei Ning then let out a gasp of surprise and her face soon blushed, revealing a gorgeous allure. She then lowered her head in silence as if she didn't oppose Violet Spirit's scheme. After all, Han Li held deep cultivation that had already reached late core formation stage. Although he was about to prepare to condense a nascent soul, from her experience in the Umber realm, she came to realize that Han Li wasn't an insidious or unfeeling person. As a result, even if she didn't have the qualifications to become his Dao companion, she would be quite satisfied to become his concubine. With her alluring beauty and cultivation, it was inevitable that she would attach herself to a powerful male cultivator. Else, she would encounter great difficulty in the cultivation world, or worse, she would immensely suffer at the hands of others. And with her brother gone, she only had herself to rely on, causing a dreadful encounter to become all the more likely. The atmosphere in their private room suddenly became exceptionally stale following Violet Spirit's words. Seeing that Han Li remained silent, Fairy Violet Spirit smiled and asked, "Brother Han, how do you feel about marrying her? Little sister Mei Ning's beautiful appearance should more than qualify her enough to become your concubine. Surely you wouldn't refuse such a pleasant matter that has come knocking on your door." Han Li unconsciously frowned and turned to look at the charming, bright appearance of Mei Ning. Mei Ning held her head low and a faint blush was revealed from her snow-white neck, making for a rather touching scene. It seemed she had tacitly agreed with Violet Spirit's proposal. Han Li slowly spoke with a calm expression. Based on her appearances alone, she wouldn't qualify as a mere concubine of a high-grade cultivator. Even being a Dao companion wouldn't be out of the question. However, I am different from common cultivators. I have dedicated myself to the pursuit of immortality and cannot easily involve myself with the affairs of men and women. Furthermore, I am a lone wanderer and often encounter perilous situations. How could I possibly take in a concubine? If fellow Taoist Mei were to follow me, it wouldn't be a good thing for her at all. It would only lead her down a path of unprecedented hardship. Mei Ning's body faintly trembled upon hearing him, and her blush hastily faded away. She only raised her head to reveal a paled face. As if greatly discontent with Han Li's refusal of the beautiful woman, Violet Spirit annoyedly said, "But in the end, Brother Han is still rejecting her. Needless to say, with your late core formation cultivation, who could possibly pose a threat to you apart from nascent soul eccentrics? Perhaps fellow Taoist may soon succeed in condensing a nascent soul. After that, the entire world would be free to roam as you choose. How would you be unable to protect little sister Mei Ning?" Han Li flatly said, "Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit should already be aware. Although I believe myself to be a level higher than similar grade cultivators, I've always provoked enmity from foes far stronger than I. Until I reach nascent soul stage and possess enough power to defend myself, I cannot possibly consider taking in a concubine. When the time comes that I am incapable of defending her, she will only face a bitter reality." Violet Spirit creased her brow, knowing that Han Li had spoken truthfully. Moreover, she faintly felt that Han Li was somewhat displeased. She could only sigh and avoid further mentioning the topic. Mei Ning eventually recovered her calm and bit her lips while staring at Han Li and asking, "Since Brother Han didn't reject this little woman based on her lacking appeal, would you be willing to accept me after you enter nascent soul stage?" Han Li looked at the woman and calmly said, "Nascent soul stage? I don't have any certainty that I will be able to condense a nascent soul. Furthermore, even if I am able to reach the nascent soul stage, I have no idea about how many years it will take. Would fellow Taoist may be willing to wait over 100 years for an uncertain chance that I would able to condense a nascent soul?" When Mei Ning heard this, her expression grew unclear and she was incapable of responding. As a foundation establishment cultivator, even 30 years was too long, let alone 100. Although Han Li made for a very good choice for pair cultivation, She didn't have the time to wait for an uncertain result. After all, the cultivation world was a truly cruel place. Although she had only spent a short amount of time together with Han Li and had a favorable impression of him, it was impossible for her to have fallen so completely in love with him that she'd ignore the consequences. Seeing her hesitation, Han Li could only inwardly sigh and place 2 bottles onto the table before pushing them towards her. Han Li unhurriedly said, "These are a few cultivation progression pills that I concocted from demon cores. Instead of seeking a man to pair cultivate with, it may be better to diligently cultivate by yourself. Perhaps you'll even form a golden core like fellow Taoist Violet Spirit." Since these medicine pills were for Foundation establishment cultivators, they no longer had any value to Han Li, but since the woman had passed on her transient spirit chi to him, he may as well use this opportunity to repay the favor without much effort. As such, he would no longer need to dwell on the matter. Medicine pills concocted from demon cores? Mei Ning appeared moved and unconsciously reached for one. After opening the bottle's lid, a fragrant odor instantly filled the room. "These are top-grade medicine pills." Mei Ning then stared at Han Li in confusion. She was at a complete loss for words. Han Li had treated her with such amorous disregard in the Umber realm, but he then refused to take her in as a concubine. Even more baffling, he had then taken out precious medicine pills for her. Fairy Violet Spirit glanced at the medicine pills with a trace of astonishment, but she immediately chuckled. "Hee, Brother Han is truly magnanimous. Since fellow Taoist Han has said as much, little sister should accept them. Perhaps with a few more medicine pills, you will truly be able to enter core formation. If that were to occur, us sisters should join hands so that we may travel unfettered." Mei Ning glanced at Han Li with a complicated expression and whispered a word of thanks before taking the small medicine bottles into her storage pouch. Han Li faintly smiled in response and turned towards the window, glancing down at the small city streets. It was bustling with activity, reminding Han Li of a familiar scene that he had long forgotten. His smile then turned into a faint sigh. Seeing that Han Li wore such an expression, Violet Spirit and Mei Ning couldn't help but glance at each other in confusion. The Nan province was located in the western portion of the state of Xi. The land there was quite complicated, containing many hills and jungles with the occasional swamp miasma occasionally wandering the land. As a result, there were only a few main roads connecting the several villages in the area, and few ever tread into the wilderness. As for the mountain ranges, they were home to particularly vicious beasts, deterring anyone from visiting them. This had caused the area to be abundant with rare medicinal herbs and beasts, much to the joy of the country's cultivators. This had led to a majority of the country's cultivators to be located in this province. A few of the more powerful cultivator sects even monopolized a few of the areas with the more abundant spiritual chi. As for the mountain range in the province known as the Dreamcloud Mountains, it was an area famed in the heavenly south for its sacred spirit veins. In the profound spirit veins of the mountain grew the legendary spirit well tree, the final type of the 3 divine woods. The local powers held this tree in even greater esteem than the heaven lightning bamboo and soul nurturing wood because of a spirit milk that was produced by the tree every 200 years known as wine nectar. Although the liquid couldn't be directly used, it could be refined into many types of exceptionally powerful spiritual medicines. Among these was a legendary sacred medicine known as the Spirit Tempering Pill. The Spirit Tempering Pill was also known as the Soul Pacifying Pill. Not only could it increase one's cultivation a certain amount, it could also harden one's heart and calm one's soul, alleviating a cultivator of any inner demons that may haunt them. Condensing a nascent soul was quite unlike forming a core. Apart from requiring a certain degree of luck and depth of cultivation, condensing a nascent soul also subjected oneself to the disturbances of illusions and inner demons. After all, transforming one's core into a nascent soul was a fearsome test of mental endurance and willpower. The heaven-defying treasure of the Dreamcloud Mountain spirit veins, with the addition of the extraordinary concentration of spiritual chi that it contained, had attracted countless sects with the desire to establish their base there. As a result of endless battles and subterfuge, the territory was currently being held by an alliance of 3 sects: the Ancient Sword Sect, the Drifting Cloud Sect, and the 100 Possibilities Pavilion. With the three strongest forces in the state of Qi combining power, other sects could only extinguish any hopes of seizing the spirit veins and watch helplessly. Sitting down on the steps of one of the peaks of the Dreamcloud Mountains, Han Li was pondering over information that had to do with the mountains and was examining the nearby environment. There were a few young men and women silently walking on the mountain paths, each with an expression of excitement. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled, as the great drifting cloud sect was about to recruit a new batch of new disciples in the coming days. These Qi condensation youths were brimming with anticipation. Having spent half a month in this place, it was only natural that he knew of this. Their famed pill concoction technique was one of various reasons he chose to infiltrate the sect. However, he wasn't going to enter as a core formation cultivator, but an ordinary Qi condensation cultivator. Unless a mid-nascent soul cultivator were to closely examine him, none would be able to see through the miraculous effects of the nameless Qi restraining incantation. It was only because of this that he dared to follow through with his plan. When he suddenly recalled what happened before he had parted with Violet Spirit and Mei Ning, he bitterly chuckled. According to his original plans, he had found a place to establish a cave residence and consumed a few medicine pills in order to reach the peak of core formation stage. While the transient spirit Qi had progressed his cultivation somewhat, it wasn't enough to genuinely advance him into false nascent stage. However, something unexpected occurred that had completely overturned his plans. When he took a medicine pill, he astonishingly discovered that the medicine pill had completely lost effect for him. Regardless of whether it was the grade 6 demon beast pills or the grade 7 demon beasts, they all had no effect on him. He was left at a complete loss. Han Li had anticipated that the medicine pills would eventually lose their effect on him. While medicine pills are able to rapidly progress one's cultivation, it possessed its own flaws. When one's magic power reached a certain level, the original medicine pills would lack the medicinal power to be effective. Additionally, with his meridians being purified from the lingering effects of the rainbow beads and his continuously increases in magic power, Han Li became capable of absorbing more spiritual power in one instance. He had reached a stage where his speed at absorbing heaven-earth spiritual Qi was nearly the same as absorbing spiritual power from medicine pills. Of course, this resulted in medicine pills gradually losing their original efficacy. Consequently, even if Han Li took a large amount of foundation establishment level pills, they would have no effect on him. However, his current predicament with the ineffective pills was caused from him crossing through entirely different worlds. This was something he couldn't have possibly anticipated. Both the Jade Slips and the Nascent Soul Cultivator's experiences both mentioned that while Grade 6 Demon Cores might have no longer been useful, Grade 7 Demon Core medicine pills should be effective before a Nascent Soul is formed. However, they now had hardly any effect on him. After some careful thought, he could only accept that the medicine pills had lost their effectiveness earlier than anticipated and he had finally become resistant to medicine again. Of course, Han Li guessed that this also may have something to do with either Feng Shi's Jade Fire Wine or Mei Ning's Transient Spirit Qi. One was an item that humans should have never been able to drink, while the other was one known to be one of the 7 purest spiritual Qi in the world. It would be quite ordinary for their use to have repercussions. Since these circumstances have already occurred, there was no point in investigating the true cause of the loss of medicinal effectiveness since it could no longer be changed. He was unwilling to spend a large amount of effort on something that would be fruitless. Instead, he began to think of plans for the future. He still had the demon core of the Grade 8 Flood Dragon in his hand. But since it was such a precious material that could hardly be found, he was completely unwilling to refine it into a medicine pill since there was such a high chance of failure. Additionally, this would result in only 1 or 2 pills. It wouldn't be enough to bring him to false nascent stage. As a result, his only choice was to strenuously cultivate to increase his magic power a bit at a time just like everyone else. It was just that he hadn't experienced such slow progress for quite a long time. With that thought, Han Li couldn't help but bitterly smile. Fortunately, he was only a short distance away from reaching the peak core formation stage. He figured that if he was provided with an abundant amount of spiritual Qi, it would only take him about 10 years' worth of effort. As such, he had to find a place with acceptable spirit veins. If he were to cultivate in an area with weak spiritual Qi, it would take him several times longer, an unacceptable result. But when speaking of spirit veins, the heavenly south region and the scattered star seas were quite different. The scattered star seas had an abundance of islands and few people with free land as far as the eye could see. There were countless islands with as many unclaimed spirit veins. Contrarily, the land in the heavenly south was fixed, but there were also many people. Although the area can be considered large, all of the notable spirit veins had already been occupied by sects and cultivator clans of all sizes. Even the areas with meager spiritual chi that had escaped their notice were already taken up by vagrant cultivators. There was nothing valuable left. With sole regards to natural cultivation resources, the heavenly south region was far too lacking in comparison with the scattered star seas. Under these circumstances, Han Li could only sneak into a cultivator clan or sect if he wished to continue his cultivation. While Han Li's current abilities would allow him to forcefully seize any spirit veins belonging to a cultivation clan or smaller sects and take them over, he feared this would immediately cause him to come under the notice of nascent soul cultivators once again. Han Li was done with being pursued by nascent soul eccentrics and only wished to condense his nascent soul in peace. But when cultivator clans came to mind, Han Li immediately rejected the idea. What cultivator clan would have the power to occupy an exceptional spirit veins? None of them would be to his satisfaction. Moreover, outsiders would never be able to mingle inside a cultivator clan. Cultivation sects were quite different, especially the larger sections. Not only did they occupy the best spirit veins, but they also had many high-grade cultivators. Whenever something happened, he wouldn't need to display his true cultivation, and there would be little interference with his cultivation. It was truly leisurely to take cover underneath a larger power after he condensed a nascent soul. He would no longer have anything to fear. He reckoned that when that time came, the upper echelon of any sect would try to entice him through any means possible if he were to reveal himself. After all, who would be so foolish as to make enemies with a nascent soul cultivator? With this in mind, Han Li began to recall the sacred spirit veins of Dreamcloud Mountain, which were renowned in the entirety of the heavenly south region. In the end, the three great cultivator sects that occupied the spirit veins became priority targets for Han Li. Since he wished to enter one of the sects, Han Li naturally needed to compare the three sects' characteristics and drawbacks. But before all of this occurred, Han Li had already paid a visit to a small market city and acquired information on the past 100 years in the heavenly south region. Before Han Li had parted ways with the two sworn sisters, he had shared a bit of information with them. As the two women were foreigners to this land, they particularly desired to become familiar with the circumstances and great powers of this land. The heavenly south region's power structure had greatly changed since Han Li had last been there. First of all, the 9 countries of the heavenly south had been divided between the Devil Dao, the Righteous Dao, the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and the 9 Nations Union. There were no longer individual powers controlling each of the states. Previously, Han Li was only aware of the Righteous Dao, Devilish Dao, and the 9 Nations Union. After Han Li had left for the scattered star seas, the superpower known as the Heavenly Dao Alliance was formed. It consisted of the cultivators of over 10 various-sized countries in order to stand in opposition against the Righteous and Devilish Dao. While it was larger than both the Devil and the Righteous Dao, it wouldn't be a match if the Righteous and Devil Dao were to band together. However, it was only by a tacit agreement that the two sides wouldn't interfere with one another while they expanded by annexing their neighboring countries. Even during this short moment of peace, they still considered themselves enemies the entire time. There was no possible way they could possibly form an alliance. Additionally, disputes had risen internally over the distribution of their newly found gains, and both sides had sunk into internal strife. Neither of them were interested in confronting the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As for the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they were only a loosely connected alliance to begin with. Having the Righteous and Devil Dao leave them alone was exactly what they had wanted. Also, it was likely they didn't have the courage to attack them in the first place. With this, the three superpowers came to an equilibrium. In fact, the reason as to why there was 100 years of peace had much to do with the 9 Nations Union. The 9 Nations Union had taken many of the cultivation sects and vagrant cultivators that were displaced by the Righteous and Devil Dao, including the 7 sects of Yu, and were greatly strengthened as a result. With this great increase in power, they had originally believed that they would be able to suppress the spell warriors of the Mulan Plains. However, they truly didn't expect that in their war with the Mulan tribes, that the formidable armies of 2 additional tribes would come to their aid in such a timely coincidence, multiplying the number of spell warriors. The battle between both sides intensified and led to several large battles, resulting in a massive amount of deaths on both sides. Even so, the 9 Nations Union found themselves at a disadvantage and even had some of their lands seized. Helpless, the 9 Nations Union began to request assistance from the Devil Dao, Righteous Dao, and Heavenly Dao Alliance for assistance. They also threatened that if the 3 powers were unwilling to send men, they would bluntly withdraw and allow the Mulan spell warriors to enter their lands. When the 3 parties received this information, they all sent men to assist despite their unwillingness. They all knew that if the 9 Nations Union were to withdraw, then the ferocious Mulan spell warriors would bring them no small amount of trouble in the coming days. With the reinforcements, the 9 Nations Unions was able to score a decisive victory, leaving several thousands of cultivators dead. They were able to gain steady footing against the Mulan's attacks and were once again able to stand firm. From then on, the 9 Nations Union decided to shrewdly request the 3 superpowers to alternatively send them reinforcements in order to resist the Mulan's attacks. Otherwise, if the 3 superpowers chose to remain passive, then they would do so as well and allow the Mulan to freely wreak havoc in their territories. Thus, after long negotiations, the 4 superpowers eventually reached an agreement. With the 9 Nations Union as the leader and the other 3 parties as subordinates, they created a joint pact against the Mulan. As a result of this pact, the Righteous and Devil Dao had managed to remain at peace for over 100 years despite having completely annexed their massive domains. With the threat of the Mulan covetously looming over their shoulders, they didn't dare to rashly start another war. As for the state of Xi and its 2 neighboring countries, they both belonged to the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The Ancient Sword Sect, the Drifting Cloud Sect, and 100 Possibilities Pavilion were among the core sects of the alliance. Of the 3 sects controlling the sacred spirit veins, the most optimal choice for Han Li wasn't the Drifting Cloud Sect but the 100 Possibilities Sect that was well known for its tool refinement. In addition to his original goals of finding a cultivation area, the 100 Possibilities Sect disciples were particularly adept at refining all sorts of magic tools. Rumor has it that the sect even possessed refinement methods for peak-grade magic treasures. These treasures caused Han Li's heart to stir. However, it was a pity that the sect recruited disciples in the same manner as the state of U7 sects used to. They prioritized recruitment from cultivation clans and only rarely accepted outsiders as disciples. Furthermore, a union of the 5 most powerful cultivator clans within the sect had monopolized the sect's allocated section of the Dream Cloud Mountain spirit veins in the west. Both of these factors had caused Han Li to relinquish any thoughts of joining this sect with slight regret. As for the Ancient Sword Sect, as its name implies, it is extremely adept at sword-controlling techniques. All of their magic tools and magic treasures were various types of differently sized swords. As for the sect protecting arts, the true absolute sword arts, it was incredibly incisive and was widely known throughout the country. The Ancient Sword Sect didn't exclusively take in disciples from cultivator clans, it also took in young vagrant cultivators. However, the sect required one to be extremely suited to their sword arts. If one's aptitude didn't match the sect's cultivation techniques, they weren't taken in. This was why they had the fewest disciples of the 3 sects despite how often they were recruiting. On the other hand, by relying on their domineering attacks, the disciples of the Ancient Sword Sect prevailed over opponents of similar cultivation, leading the sect to be the most powerful of the 3. As a matter of course, they held the main spirit vein of Dream Cloud Mountain. The final sect was the Drifting Cloud Sect. Instead of being renowned for its weapon refinement like the 100 Possibilities Sect, the Drifting Cloud Sect was famed for its pill concoction. The legendary spirit tempering pill was something that only a few of the sect's elders were capable of concocting. So despite the sect's inferior strength in comparison to the other 2, it managed to acquire the east portion of the mountain's spirit vein. Additionally, the Drifting Cloud Sect recruited the most disciples and possessed the least demanding requirements. On a whole, the sect only had 2 conditions for accepting disciples. Primarily, It required that one possessed decent spiritual roots and a capacity to be nurtured. Lacking that, they were also more than willing to accept any disciples that had poor aptitudes so long as their cultivation had already reached a high enough layer. After all, the Drifting Cloud sect pursued a disorganized assortment of various disciplines outside of its renowned pill concoction technique. These fledgling disciplines required large quantities of low-level cultivators in order to progress. As for vagrant chi condensation cultivators with poor aptitudes, they clearly understood that they had no future prospects after joining the sect and would eternally be low-grade disciples. Regardless, they joined with thoughts similar to Han Li's. It was quite convenient to take shelter in the great power of the Drifting Cloud sect. It was for this reason that vagrant cultivators flocked to the sect in large numbers. With the lax acceptance policies and the enticement of the legendary spirit-tempering pill, the sect seemed to be the optimal choice for Han Li to infiltrate. With some lingering uncertainty, Han Li made a few additional inquiries and learned that the sect would soon be taking in more disciples, immediately dispelling any of his reservations. Without revealing any of his plans, he immediately took off and parted with the two women after making a few preparations. As recruitment day drew near, many chi condensation cultivators began to gather on the road. When Han Li saw this from the top of his mountain, he calmly joined them. On his walk along the path, he unhurriedly walked for about 2 hours without reaching the end. This wasn't because the mountain was large, but because the stone roads were being affected by a few shallow illusion techniques. They probably wished to use this to grind down the number of cultivators that wished to enter the sect. Given the lax entrance conditions of the Drifting Cloud sect, they may as well cull the cultivators that were too impatient to walk along the path. The several cultivators that walked in front of Han Li had discovered something amiss, and immediately gathered together and started whispering to each other. They seemed to have guessed what was going on and continued to walk forward without hesitation. The group of cultivators seemed to be acquaintances. Despite having been ignored, Han Li continued on his way without paying them any heed. After yet another hour walking along the stone path, they eventually reached some blue stairs. The group of cultivators happily quickened their pace as they climbed up the stairs. Still indifferent, Han Li Kami climbed the steps and examined the scene at the top. There was a huge, pure white platform that was over 400 meters wide, and the only other structure present was a small, unremarkable pavilion on the other side. There were several tens of different groups of variously clothed cultivators around it, but no one dared to step inside the pavilion. As for Han Li and the group in front of him, they wordlessly joined groups already there and sat down among them. Han Li inwardly sneered at the scene in front of him. While chi condensation vagrant cultivators were unable to see anything, Han Li was able to see through the illusion formation with his spiritual sense. The small stone pavilion before them was actually a huge white jade tower. A sign hung from the tower had 3 large golden words, Illusory Cloud Hall. 3 people stood underneath the huge sign and were looking down at the unknowing chi condensation cultivators below, talking amongst themselves as they gestured. They relied solely on the spell formation for concealment and made no other effort to hide themselves. Of the 3, 2 were early Foundation establishment cultivators, while 1 was a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. It seemed the 3 of them were in charge of receiving the newcomers. Han Li wordlessly walked amongst the nearby crowd and sat down at the edge with his head down. Although he closed his eyes, his spiritual sense completely enveloped the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, and he easily eavesdropped on their conversation. A pale-faced youth that appeared to be in his late 20s pointed down at the crowd and spoke with a tone of dissatisfaction. Senior Marshal Brother Chiu, although the deadline hasn't yet been reached, there aren't many vagrant cultivators that have caught our eye. Most of the cultivators here wouldn't even pass the qualifications, and are clearly only at the 7th layer of chi condensation. Do they think that the Drifting Cloud sect takes everyone? There is nothing we can do. 3 years ago, our sect accepted a large batch of disciples because they were suitable. And because Senior Marshal Uncle Jean was short on manpower, there was an exception made to accept 2 8th layer chi condensation cultivators at the time. This produced a misconception that it is easier to enter our sect, which is why there are so many vagrant cultivators that have come to try their luck. The man called Senior Marshal Brother Chiu was a white-robed mid-foundation establishment cultivator in his 40s with a stern, squarish face and bright eyes. A vigorous youth with a heroic air chuckled and added, "Of course, we aren't going to be so lenient this time around. After all, the recently accepted low-grade disciples have been on the shoddier side with regards to their spiritual roots and cultivation. It seems an elder took notice of this and has already warned the sect master. As such, we will follow the sect master's word to accept nothing but quality." The pale-faced youth glanced down at the vagrant cultivators and disdainfully said, "Accept nothing but quality. If that's the case, then it would be fine if we choose 10 disciples and have the rest of them leave." Senior Marshal Brother Chiu glanced at the pale-faced youth and calmly said, "Senior Marshal Brother Liu shouldn't underestimate these vagrant cultivators. There may truly be a few unfounded geniuses among them." Junior Marshal Brother Sun Hua was once a vagrant cultivator too, but he managed to reach foundation establishment with a mere 5 years of hard work. Although he was given a suitable cultivation technique and a foundation establishment pill for his quickly acquired merits, this can also be considered part of his aptitude. When the pale-faced youth heard him, he quickly thought of something and dryly coughed. He then quickly smiled as if he felt some fear towards Senior Marshal Brother Chiu and said, "Senior Marshal Brother is correct. I've spoken wrongly." Senior Marshal Brother Chiu was about to say more to the youth, but Han Li wasn't interested, so he recalled his spiritual sense and began to meditate. As of current, he had restrained his qi to the point where other cultivators only perceived him to be a 10th layer qi condensation cultivator. He should have no trouble entering the sect. About half a day later, there were many more cultivators in the crowd that had climbed up the stone steps. By the time the sun set, there were nearly 100 qi condensation cultivators sitting on the stage. A majority of the cultivators there were youths, but there was also a middle-aged man with a particularly profound cultivation. At that moment, an expanse of red light suddenly burst forth from the stone pavilion, and it disappeared to reveal a 100-meter-tall tower along with the 3 silhouettes standing above. Senior Marshal Brother Chiu swept his gaze across the crowd with a stern expression and calmly said, "We welcome all of you fellow Taoists to our Drifting Cloud sect. My martial brothers and I will be in charge of evaluating you disciples. I hope you fellow Taoists will clearly listen to what I will say next. Don't miss it." Upon seeing the sudden changes of their surroundings and hearing Senior Marshal Brother Chiu's words, the cultivators on the platform were momentarily shocked and then hurriedly stood up, wearing respectful and attentive expressions. All of the cultivators there knew that if they were to enter the Great Drifting Cloud sect, they absolutely couldn't afford to leave a bad impression with the 3 men standing on the tower. Senior Marshal Brother Chiu revealed a satisfied expression upon seeing the vagrant cultivators being so tactful. Senior Marshal Brother Chiu slowly said with a solemn expression, "You fellow Taoists should all know the criteria by which we accept disciples. That being the case, I won't go into detail. Let's have our fellow Taoists who possess tri-attribute, dual attribute, or special spiritual roots walk forward." The crowd stirred at this, and after a short moment, only 4 people walked forward, 3 men and a woman. Senior Marshal Brother Chiu swept his gaze over those 4 and calmly said, "You 4 will follow Junior Marshal Brother Liu, who will be in charge of evaluating your cultivation aptitudes." At that moment, the pale-faced youth stepped forward and wordlessly waved his arm. A white streak of light then flew out from his sleeve and circled in the air before turning into a huge embroidered scarf that gently floated about a meter off the ground. The pale-faced youth appeared atop the scarf magic tool in a blur and expressionlessly said, "Climb on. I'll bring you 4 to another place and examine your aptitudes there. Those that are unsuitable will naturally be sent back." When the 4 heard this, they glanced at each other with slight hesitation before climbing onto the scarf. The pale-faced youth then clutched his hands in an incantation gesture and caused the scarf to glow with white light before it set off through the sky in a streak of white light. After sending off the pale-faced youth, Senior Marshal Brother Chiu glanced down at those who remained and continued. "Those with cultivations at the 10th layer and higher, step forward and follow Junior Marshal Brother Yu. So long as anyone doesn't have too much a problem with their identities, they will be able to enter the sect. As for you remaining fellow Taoists, if you wish to enter the sect, Then you are required to pass a test before you will be taken in. If you fail, I can only ask you all to diligently cultivate for several more years and come back once you've improved." Once that was said, an uproar occurred amongst the crowd. Apart from a few peculiar individuals, a majority of them revealed a disappointed expression. It seemed the standards of this selection would be far more strict and caused a few cultivators hoping for a fluke to grow greatly dispirited. Although he did say they could participate in a test to still join the sect, everyone knew that they were words spoken out of politeness. After all, with the number of people present, there would be no way for the Drifting Cloud sect to give all of them a chance. Needless to say, these tests would be extremely difficult to pass if one's cultivation was beneath the 10th layer. Only cultivators at the 9th layer of chi condensation would have even the slightest chance of success. In the past, only a sparse few cultivators at the 9th layer were able to pass these tests. Although those people all had poor aptitudes, they were able to succeed through a show of exceptional perseverance. As a result, despite their lacking future prospects, the Drifting Cloud sect would be willing to accept them, as they would be able to contribute towards their various fledgling disciplines. Underneath the envious gazes of the rest of the crowd, Han Li and 6 other cultivators walked forward. Senior Martial Brother Chiu swept his gaze across them and nodded his head. When the valiant youth surnamed Yu saw this, he released a flying magic tool without any delay. A huge bronze alms bowl appeared before them. Without needing any words from the youth, Han Li and the group of cultivators obediently climbed onto the magic tool. The copper alms bowl then flew off deep into the Dream Cloud Mountains in a streak of light. As for the remaining vagrant cultivators that didn't qualify, Han Li was completely ignorant as to whether any of them would enter the sect, nor did he care enough to find out. At that moment, he was absorbed in examining the 6 others that were enveloped in the alms bowl's yellow light alongside him. There were 4 men and 2 women. Apart from a refined yellow-clothed woman that appeared about 20 years old, the others all appeared to be in their 30s. There was even a 50-year-old cultivator. Although he possessed the deepest cultivation of the group at the 12th layer of the chi condensation, Han Li could only shake his head and inwardly sigh. If they didn't have much luck, cultivators with poor aptitudes had to spend an immense amount of time cultivating if they wished to reach the 10th layer or higher, resulting in Han Li and the yellow-clothed woman to have the youngest appearances in the group. If it weren't for the mysterious bottle that Han Li had encountered, he feared he would have spent most of his life cultivating like the 12th layer cultivator only to reach the 6th layer. Entering a large cultivation sect would have been out of the question. When Han Li began to ponder about the past, he entered a rare state of absent-mindedness. Soon after, he regained clarity of mind and looked at the others. While they didn't appear to be particularly notable, they had faces full of excitement. But when Han Li's gaze fell onto large, fully bearded man, he narrowed his eyes for a moment, but soon his expression returned to normal. This wasn't because of anything unusual about the man's appearance, but because there was a trace of indescribable cold yin qi in him. This yin qi was very well hidden, and if it weren't for Han Li's extraordinary spiritual sense, he would have completely missed it. This definitely wasn't a cultivation art that belonged to the 5 elements. From the fluctuations of his spiritual qi, he clearly possessed some unusual magic techniques. However, the large man's 10th layer cultivation wasn't even the slightest bit false, causing Han Li to ponder over it with great curiosity. As Han Li was lost in thought, a huge expanse of endless fog appeared before the huge alms bowl. This white fog was extremely dense and roiled as sounds of thunder faintly echoed out. Han Li's heart stirred and he sent out his spiritual sense. However, something blocked it when he attempted to reach about 30 meters into the mist. Han Li inwardly trembled, knowing that the white mist was an uncommon restriction. It was likely one of the Drifting Cloud sect's formidable sect-protecting restrictions. He didn't dare to further rashly test it and hastily recalled his spiritual sense. The group of vagrant cultivators all revealed an expression of awe when they saw the endless mist. Although they'd never come across a spell formation before, the astonishing restriction before them had greatly broadened their perspectives. At that moment, the youth surnamed Yu formed a hand incantation and had his flying magic tool slowly come a stop. Then he grasped his storage pouch and took out an azure formation flag. After muttering something, the flag in his hand began to glow with a piercing radiance that gradually grew. Open! After the youth finished his incantation, he glared at the fog and pointed the formation flag at it. A bowl-thick azure beam of light shot out from the tip of the flag straight into the mist, leading to an astonishing scene. The other areas of the fog roiled as before, but the portion of the fog in front of them became extremely calm. Then, following a series of clear chimes, the white chi parted before them, revealing a 10-meter-wide passage. After this occurred, the youth surnamed Yu carried the group through the passage without delay. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. Not long after, the passage closed and waves of thunder sounded out once more. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the group eventually passed through the mist and emerged within a hidden land. Before they could even clearly see past the fog, they felt dense spiritual chi rush against them. Han Li couldn't help but take in a deep breath and feel a trace of joy well up inside him as he looked forward. There was a huge expanse of earth with verdant greenery, fragrant aromas, birdsong, and several mountains that spanned over 3 kilometers tall, reaching out as far as the eye could see. Surrounding these mountains were buildings of various sizes, including palace halls and pavilions of countless number, along with many variously clothed cultivators rushing about in a hurry. After seeing their surprise and excitement, the youth surnamed Yu silently smiled. He then pointed to the nearest mountain peak and said, "Take a good look. These are the 6 marvelous peaks of the Drifting Cloud Sect's monastery. If you truly enter our sect, this will be your home. But first, we will head to Dayspring Mountain's initiation residence. You'll explain a bit about your past, and then we will test your cultivation." Han Li and the Qi condensation cultivators weren't surprised by this, and they were brought to Dayspring Mountain by the youth surnamed Yu. They met many cultivators along the way, with most of them being Qi condensation cultivators. When they saw the youth, they respectfully saluted him. It appeared the youth had quite the reputation in the Drifting Cloud sect. They only came across one Foundation establishment cultivator, a yellow-robed man with a thin face and sharp ears. He flew up from Dayspring Mountain, but when he caught sight of the youth surnamed Yu, he smiled and called out to him, "Junior Marshal Brother Yu, are these 6 newly arrived disciples?" It seemed there weren't that many this time around. While he acted quite familiar with the youth, the others were able to see that he held hidden motives. The handsome youth unconsciously frowned upon seeing the yellow-robed cultivator. "Regardless," he calmly replied. "So it turned out to be Senior Marshal Brother Yen. These people still need to be examined with truth techniques and be introduced to the sect master before they become official disciples. They are still only candidates." The yellow-robed cultivator chuckled and said, "So it's like that. However, Junior Marshal Brother should know that my Talisman Refinement Division still needs 2 disciples. Do you think you could send 2 of these cultivators to me?" At that moment, his eyes focused on the group behind him. Han Li's expression was calm, but he felt quite disgusted from his gaze. From the way he looked at them and the tone he used, he certainly wanted to work them to the bone. When the other cultivators heard him, their expressions slightly changed. It seemed they also didn't have a favorable impression of him. "Senior Marshal Brother Yen, that is not something that I can decide. You should know that the allocation of disciples are decided by the sect master. If Senior Marshal Brother feels that he doesn't have enough disciples for his Talisman Refinement Division, you may bring it up with the sect master. Since Senior Marshal Brother Miao is still waiting for me at the acceptance residence, I can't keep you company any longer." The youth surnamed Yu seemed to understand the yellow-robed cultivator's deceitful nature and immediately refused his request. After uttering an excuse, he stamped on his magic tool and brought the group of cultivators down to the pavilion below. The yellow-robed cultivator thought to further tangle him down, but after hearing the youth mention Senior Marshal Brother Miao, he revealed slight hesitation and allowed the youth to go. After watching the youth and company enter the pavilion from a distance away, his expression fluctuated. After lowering his head in thought for a moment, he coldly snorted and flew off to a different mountain in a streak of yellow light. At that moment, the group had already arrived on the first floor of the pavilion and were meeting with an unfamiliar man. He was a shriveled youth that was glancing through a bamboo scroll with keen interest as he sat in a sandalwood armchair. The man only appeared to be 30 years of age, but his cultivation had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. Although he had only reached late foundation establishment and hadn't yet consolidated his cultivation, he truly was a rarely seen talent. Having reached so far at his current age, he had great hopes of rising to core formation stage. Could it be because of this man's name that the annoying yellow-robed cultivator didn't dare to trouble junior martial brother Yu any further? When the other cultivators witnessed the shriveled youth's cultivation, they glanced at each other with expressions of shock. At that moment, this person had already folded up the bamboo scroll and glanced at Youth. He said with a soft voice, "Junior martial brother Yu, I've put you through a bit of trouble. Did junior martial brother Yen block you just now? Since senior martial brother already knows of it, there should be no need to ask. However, did that person come again to bother senior martial sister Peeling?" The valiant-appearing youth asked with disgust. That person? Even if junior martial brother Yen is somewhat excessive, he is still a fellow disciple of our drifting cloud sect. Your words are inappropriate. Please take further note of it in the future. Else, if the master notices, punishment is unavoidable. The sickly youth's words may have meant to rebuke him, but his tone was completely flat, lacking even the slightest anger. But all the same, the junior martial brother Yu's heart trembled and he hastily said, "Senior martial brother is correct. This younger disciple will certainly pay attention to this in the future." Seeing that the youth admitted his wrong, senior martial brother Miao nodded his head and smiled. He then turned his gaze to Han Li and the others as he began to examine each of them. It seemed to be looking at them quite thoroughly, slowly looking at them from head to toe. This had aroused quite a bit of anxiousness among those present. Possibly due to a misconception, Han Li felt that his gaze momentarily paused on the large, fully bearded man before quickly turning to another person. Although it was impossible for Han Li's true cultivation be seen through him, Han Li felt slightly uneasy. After a short moment, senior martial brother Miao withdrew his gaze and calmly patted at his waist and took out a talisman that sparkled with silver light. It's good that only about 7 had come as I had expected. Otherwise, I wouldn't have enough true heart talismans for all of you. Junior martial brother Yu, take these talismans and place them on their body. After they take effect, bring them to my study. Senior martial brother Miao spoke with a serene tone and handed the talismans to the youth. He then stood up from his chair and walked up to the second floor without paying them any further attention. However, when the shriveled youth slowly turned the corner, he suddenly bent down and began to rapidly cough. It sounded quite painful, but soon after, he managed to stand up and head towards the stairway underneath the bewildered gazes of everyone there. A trace of astonishment flickered from Han Li's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Junior martial brother Yu revealed a trace of anxiousness and sighed before turning towards Han Li and the others. These are true heart talismans. I'm sure you know what they do, so I'll save my breath. If you harbor any sinister designs or conspiracies, it would be best for you to take the initiative to leave. Otherwise, if you're discovered, don't blame our drifting cloud sect for being ruthless. With that said, a cold glint flickered from the youth's eyes as he glanced at the 7 before him. Although his tone was quite fearsome, nobody took the initiative to leave. As a result, the youth nodded with a relaxed expression and tossed the silver talismans towards the 7 with a wave of his arm. They all stuck on beneath each of their right shoulders. The youth then casually sat down without any regard for the other 7 and closed his eyes. The others glanced at each other in dismay. Although they all had their own thoughts in mind, none of them dared to tear off the truth talisman. They could only wait. At that moment, Han Li tilted his head and glanced at the silver talisman near his shoulder. For a very brief moment, he smirked. Not long after, the talisman began to shine with silver light before it soon faded away. When the youth felt something had happened, he opened his eyes and glanced at Han Li, emotionlessly saying, "Go to the second floor. Senior martial brother Miao is waiting for you." When Han Li heard that, he glanced at the talisman and wordlessly climbed up the stairs. The The second floor was quite empty. There was nothing there apart from 2 praying mats. The shriveled youth was sitting cross-legged on top one of them. When he saw that Han Li had arrived, he pointed to the other prayer mat and smiled. "Please sit down. There is no need to be nervous. It will be over quickly. The interrogation technique isn't anything like a soul bewitchment technique. It only determines whether or not your answers are truthful. Although it doesn't hold completely certainty, it will hold correct most of the time. As such, I will ask you 10 questions. If 3 or more are judged to be false, you will not be accepted into the sect. Do you understand?" Han Li nodded his head and sincerely said, "Junior understands." He then sat down on the prayer mat in front of the youth. Regardless, Han Li inwardly sneered, as if the true heart technique could ever reveal his true intentions. "All right, let's start. Where were you born?" Seeing that the talisman on Han Li's shoulder was flashing with silver light, he began to ask questions. Han Li and others flew off from the pavilion and headed straight towards the largest mountain. All of the cultivators had passed the shriveled youth's cultivation without problem. As such, once the drifting cloud sect master recognized them and recorded their names, they would become official disciples of the sect. The main peak of the 6 marvelous peaks was also the largest, standing at a height of over 10 kilometers. Many other mountains surrounded it like stars to the moon, with Dayspring Mountain being among them. The top half of this mountain was also enveloped in a faint purple fog, concealing everything in a mysterious haze. Conversely, the bottom half of the bottom mountain was bustling with lively activity. There were countless buildings of all sizes that covered the mountain, spanning from crude stone rooms and expansive 100-meter-tall palace halls. And there were a mess of countless scattered limestone roads paved throughout. Among these roads were stalls of all sorts with people selling and buying the goods on display. Many drifting cloud sect disciples were included among them as they haggled over the various items with the vendor stall owners. When Han Li and the other cultivators saw this, they were left dumbstruck. The youth surnamed Yu was already accustomed to the sight and paid it no attention as he moved his flying magic tool forward. They shot about a kilometer into the air and flew alone into a stone hall. The stone hall was made of huge slabs of limestone that reached about 100 meters tall, and each side of the hall was connected to smaller side rooms that were only about 20 meters wide. There were sparsely few cultivators that entered and left the halls. Cultivator Yu then landed the alms bowl in front of the hall and had all of them get off. Afterwards, he formed an incantation gesture and had the alms bowl quickly shrink before he put it away into his storage pouch. "Wait here for a moment. I have to first report to the sect master. I'll call for you afterwards." The youth then walked into the hall in a large stride. The many chi condensation doorkeepers clearly recognized Cultivator Yu and merely saluted him with respect as they watched him walk into the hall. After the youth disappeared from sight, the guards curiously glanced at Han Li and the others. They seemed to have already guessed who they were. A while later, a streak of white light towards the palace hall before fading away. The light was revealed to be a huge embroidered scarf carrying the pale-faced youth, surnamed Lu, along with the 4 other young cultivators that had left before them. The pale-faced youth gazed at Han Li's group of 7 and revealed a trace of surprise. But soon after, he landed his flying magic tool nearby and proudly entered the stone hall, leaving the 4 young cultivators behind. In the next moment, Han Li's group and the group of 4 young gifted cultivators glanced at one another. For some unknown reason, the atmosphere appeared somewhat amiss despite the fact that both groups were going to enter the sect at the same time. There seemed to be a trace of hostility between them, but as they were about to enter the drifting cloud sect, the 2 sides could only keep silent and behave themselves. After the time it took to finish a meal, Cultivator Yu had finally walked out from the outside. When he appeared, he immediately beckoned to Han Li's group and then turned towards the group of 4 gifted youths. "You 4 will be coming in with us. The sect master wishes to accept you all as disciples at the same time." With that said, the youth turned around and re-entered the hall. The 2 groups didn't dare to delay and hastily followed after him. Following the youth, they passed through a short corridor before entering a 100-meter-wide hall. There were 8 cultivators sitting down in chairs, whispering about something as they each wore their own expressions. After the disciple were brought inside, the seated cultivators immediately ceased talking and began to examine Han Li's group. At that moment, Han Li appeared sincere as he displayed deference to them. But at the same time, he had released his spiritual sense and read the appearances and cultivations of the seated cultivators. There was a late foundation establishment cultivator, 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators, and the rest were only at early foundation establishment. Senior Martial Brother Chiu and the pale-faced cultivator were sitting amongst them. The blue-robed late foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand at the youth and smiled. "We've troubled Junior Martial Brother Yu. Please, take a seat." This person was the Drifting Cloud Sect Master Wei Yiming. He had an ordinary appearance with 2 small eyes. However, each of his movements gave off an exceptionally imposing presence. It appeared he wasn't a simple character. "Many thanks, Senior Martial Brother." The youth cupped his hands and directly sat down at the chair at the side. At that moment, the seated cultivators' gazes had finished examining Han Li's group and had finally moved on to the 4 talented youths. Each of the youths' gaze revealed a trace of fervent excitement and their bodies straightened upon being examined. As Han Li took all of this in with a trace of surprise, he heard the sect master speak. After examining the new disciples, the sect master glanced at the other seated cultivators and slowly said, "Yes, these disciples are suitable enough to enter the sect. They are suitable. After all, we haven't taken in a batch of disciples since several years ago. Junior Martial Brothers, how do you wish for the disciples will be allocated?" "Naturally, we wholeheartedly agree that the final decision will lie with Senior Marital Brother Wei." An old man with gray hair twirled his short beard and spoke with an exceptionally respectful tone. His voice then changed as he smoothly said, "My Hidden Sword Mountain have no need for any external affair disciples. However, for intersect disciples, my own Hidden Sword Mountain only recruited 2 disciples the last time around and is lacking in manpower. My mountain should have a disciple this time around. I have no need for the other disciples, except for the disciple with the gold-forged constitution." After the old man said this, he pointed to the tall and sturdy youth. When the youth heard him, he couldn't help but reveal surprise. A deathly pale middle-aged man, unable to stay sitting upon hearing the old man, bluntly retorted, "Humph, you might have received fewer disciples the last time around, but you also received a disciple with dual attribute spiritual roots. Needless to say, our Fire Cloud Mountain must be the ones to claim the disciple with the abnormal constitution." When the gray-haired old man heard this, he chuckled and shook his head. "Your Fire Cloud Mountain mainly relies on fire attribute cultivation arts, but cultivators possessing the gold-forged constitution possess metal attribute spiritual roots. Junior Martial Brother Yang, your position is lacking. Even if your Hidden Sword Mountain possess metal attribute cultivation techniques, our Fire Cloud Sect's Senior Martial Uncle Li's metal tempering arts are renowned throughout the entire state of Xi. Why can't this disciple cultivate his techniques?" The middle-aged man didn't reveal the slightest intention of backing down. "You?" The sect master frowned and interrupted. "Enough. I've already heard your thoughts. There is no need to further speak of them." Senior Martial Brother Lu smiled and mediated. "That's right. Senior Martial Brother's dispute will have no end. It's better to have sect master decide. After all, regardless of which mountain receives him, he will still be a disciple of our Drifting Cloud sect in the end. There is no good reason to fight." The old man and the deathly pale middle-aged man glanced at each other, but the old man rushed to say, "Junior Martial Brother Chiu's words holds reason. Our Hidden Sword Mountain will hold no complaint if the sect master makes the decision." When the middle-aged man heard this, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The sect master's expression relaxed, and after a moment of thought, he turned to Han Li's group and calmly said, "These disciples are particularly special, so we should handle them last. Let's distribute these other disciples. After all, our 6 mountains of the Drifting Cloud sect have never turned away from good help. Let's first distribute these 7 external affair disciples." 2 hours later, Han Li and the fully bearded man stood on a huge alms bowl and were being brought back to Dayspring Mountain by Cultivator Yu. They've already changed to the attire of blue robes for low-grade disciples and had been distributed to Dayspring Mountain. Cultivator, you brought the two out of the stone hall once the distribution was finished without the slightest complaint. As for the tall and sturdy youth that was in high demand, he was unexpectedly assigned to Illusion Stone Mountain. Although the gray-haired old man and the middle-aged man were both dispirited, they could only concede the matter. But fortunately, they were each given an inner sect disciple and had ended up with something for their troubles. Although you've only entered the sect as external affair disciples, it is quite fortunate for you to be distributed to our Dayspring Mountain. Because our martial ancestor gentle and kind-hearted, we won't treat you too harshly. You only have to finish your assignments within the given time. The rest of your time will be free to do as you wish. If you have the opportunity to acquire great merits, perhaps the martial ancestor will even bestow a foundation establishment pill to you. After all, external affair and inner sect disciples receive the same treatment in name. However, the inner sect disciples' main assignments are to cultivate. Because of your poor aptitudes, you are assigned to other various tasks such as medicine and talisman refinement. The attainments of the many martial uncles in these fields are quite profound. Because Han Li and the fully bearded man were already disciples of Dayspring Mountain, Cultivator Yun spoke to the two with a much more gentle tone as he gave them an explanation of sect matters. Many thanks for martial Uncle Yu's guidance. Although Han Li found it somewhat awkward, he wore a respectful expression as he uttered his thanks. As for the fully bearded man, he merely grinned, appearing as if he weren't one for words. Already knowing that there was something amiss about his past, Han Li felt dumbfounded. The large man's acting skills had already reached perfection. Could it be he truly didn't know about the oddities of his own body? While that senior martial brother Miao also noticed something odd, Han Li was certain that a late foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to see through the person's cold chi. There was certain to be something amiss. It was quite thought-provoking. Cultivator, you seemed pleased by the two's reactions and spoke a few words more before bringing them to a pavilion located at the center of Dayspring Mountain. They landed on a limestone platform where two young teenagers were chatting about something. When they saw Cultivator you appear, they immediately stopped talking and approached them. The doll-faced girl chuckled and asked, "Well, if it isn't Martial Uncle you, did you come to visit Martial Ancestor?" Knowing the strictness of seniority in the cultivation world, Han Li felt shocked at the girl's casual attitude. Cultivator you smiled and said, "That's right. These two are external affair disciples that our mountain received from this selection. I am here to report to Martial Ancestor and see which senior martial brothers to give them to." It appeared he was quite familiar with the girl. The girl then turned her gaze to Han Li and the large man. She sweetly smiled and said, "So they're newly arrived junior martial brothers. If you have an opportunity in the future, please don't forget to pay me and junior martial brother Xian a visit and tell me a bit about the mortal world. I'm looking forward to it." The dark-skinned teenager at her side meekly muttered, "If senior martial sister wishes to hear them, don't drag me in. I would prefer to cultivate." You can cultivate anytime you want, but having new disciples enter Dayspring Mountain from the mortal world is something that is hard to come by. Naturally, we should listen to a few interesting tales from the outside. Although the she was quite young and dainty, she chided the boy with a bold attitude, leaving him at a loss for words. Cultivator you revealed a wry smile and shook his head before bringing Han Li and the large man into the courtyard. As they walked, Cultivator you warned, "Keep note of those two. Junior martial sister Ma and junior martial brother Xian may appear young and hold the same seniority as you, but they are the martial ancestors' descendants from the mortal world. Although they haven't yet been accepted as official disciples, it is a matter that will occur sooner or later. Do not offend them no matter what. Nobody will protect you from the martial ancestor." When Han Li heard this, he nodded his head with a forced smile. As for the large man, he rubbed the back of his head and silently smiled. When Cultivator you saw their reactions, he smiled and consoled them. Junior martial brother Xian is a sincere person. He won't do anything inappropriate. Although junior martial sister Ma has always been somewhat mischievous, she doesn't bear any malice. There is no need to be too worried about them. You just have to pay a bit more attention to them. Of course, Han Li and the large man repeatedly nodded their heads in response. After that was said, the three had already passed through 3 courtyards before appearing in front of a secluded side wing. As soon as the three appeared at the side wing, they faintly heard a man's voice. "Is that you, Juner?" When Yujun heard this, he immediately stopped in place and solemnly replied, "Disciple pays his respects to master. Your 3rd martial brother and your 5th martial sister also happen to be here. Go ahead and bring the 2 behind you inside." From the liveliness of the voice, the owner seemed to be in a good mood. "Yes." Yujun didn't dare to delay and called to Han Li and large man before hastily entering the half-closed door of the side room. Apart from several pots of various unknown plants, the elegant and refined hall only had a black wood table along with a set of chairs. A middle-aged man in scholar robes sat at the side. He had an incredibly old-fashioned appearance with a long, thin mustache and a beard that reached to his chest, giving him a sage-like appearance with otherworldly poise. To his side stood an old man and a young woman. With a wrinkle-filled face and pure white hair, the old man was by all means someone that appeared to have nearly reached his end. He was silently smiling. As for the woman, she appeared to be in her late 20s and possessed a fair, elegant appearance. She was currently expressionless. Yujun hastily stepped forward and saluted them in a kneel. "I pay my respects to master. Greetings, 3rd senior martial brother, 5th senior martial sister. Please stand up. There are no outsiders here, no need to be so formal. So these 2 must be the newly accepted disciples of our Dayspring Mountain." The middle-aged man waved his arm and had Yujun stand up. Afterwards, he examined Han Li and the large man with interest. When Han Li saw that this person was a mid-core formation cultivator, he felt somewhat gloomy, but he could only force a smile and call out to him as martial ancestor. The large man had done the same. This martial ancestor possessed neither the capability of spotting the peculiarity of the large man's body nor seeing through Han Li's true cultivation. As such, he asked for their names and casually said, "Good, good, good." He then turned to the old man and young woman at his side and mildly instructed them. "Since you 2 are here, I won't have to bother any others. As an expert in talisman refinement and a pill concoction adept, you should be lacking people. Take in these 2 newly arrived disciples for the time being. Naturally, pick a cultivation art for them along the way. Even if they are external affair disciples, if their cultivation is too poor, they'll be a target of ridicule by their fellow sect members from the other mountains." The white-faced old man replied with a wide smile, "Yes, master. Junior martial sister and I will take a person each." The beautiful woman in her 20s hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. After a moment of thought, the old man proposed, "Since junior martial sister also agrees, how about I take martial nephew due over to my talisman refinement division? I am in need of sturdy helpers, so that will leave martial nephew Han to you." The woman agreed with an unchanged expression, not bothering to glance at Han Li. When the middle-aged man saw this, he nodded his head and spoke to Han Li and the large man. "You 2 are dismissed. Wait outside for a moment. I still have matters to discuss with your seniors." Han Li and the large man glanced at each other before sincerely acknowledging him. They then headed out of the room and stood about 10 meters away from the room as they obediently waited. Soon after, the large man glanced to the cloudless faraway sky and remained still. It was unknown what he was thinking about. As for Han Li, he wore a lazy expression as he eavesdropped on the conversation inside. With his immense spiritual sense, Han Li was able to listen without a problem. Although his expression was unchanged, several odd movements escaped from his eyes. After the time it took to finish a meal, the door to the side room finally opened, and the 3 disciples left the room one after the other. The old man wordlessly raised his hand and released a slender magic tool. After he said his farewells to the woman and Yujun, he took to the skies with the large man in tow. At that moment, the woman walked over to Han Li and coldly swept her gaze over him. She emotionlessly said, "Let's go. You'll be coming back with me to my cave residence." A faint smirk momentarily appeared on Han Li's face before he nodded with an indifferent expression. With a pulse of red light, An expanse of red mist enveloped the both of them. For hours later, Hanli had appeared at a strange medicine garden that was over 300 meters wide. The verdant medicine garden had many types of medicinal herbs and a thatched cottage with 3 rooms. When Hanli saw the nameless small mountain nearby, he stroked his chin and revealed a faint smile. Previously, the cold and elegant mid-foundation establishment woman had used a red ribbon to bring the two to her cave residence. This martial ant Mu-Peeling had asked him if he was willing to look after the medicinal garden or if he was willing to learn the art of pill refinement. This had stunned Han Li. After all, so long as a cultivator was right of mind, they would agree to learn without a doubt. But before the woman waited for Han Li's reply, she coldly explained that looking after the medicine garden was rather simple. So long as he handed over a fixed amount of medicinal ingredients, he could spend a majority of his time in cultivation. Although external affair disciples also had an opportunity to touch upon the profound path of medicinal pills, the cost of pursuing that path was to refine a certain amount of pills every month, greatly reducing their cultivation time. As a result, each of them had their own advantages. Without even the slightest deliberation, Han Li instantly chose his old task of looking after the medicine garden. This was a task that may as well have been created for him. It would allow him to cultivate without fear or obstruction. He had originally thought that he would have to escape from various menial jobs in order to cultivate. But as it turned out, this extremely suitable medicine garden task was brought before him by fortunate chance. The cold, elegant woman didn't reveal the slightest surprise at Han Li's choice. Since he was brought here, Mu-Peeling brought away the original keeper of the medicinal garden and left behind a jade slip that recorded a water attribute cultivation art, the profound ice arts. This medicine garden had now become Han Li's domain. Han Li waited for the elegant woman to disappear into the sky before flipping his palm. There was now a blue jade slip, a green jade slip, and a yellow command talisman in his hand. The green jade slip included methods and tips on how to tend to the plants in the medicine garden that was left behind by the previous caretaker. Because the grade of the medicine herbs here was quite common and there was only a small variety of them, so long as he wasn't a moron to the utmost degree, tending to the garden would be extremely easy. As for the blue jade talisman, it recorded the cultivation art that Mu-Peeling had left behind. The profound ice arts wasn't a top-grade cultivation art by any means. It was so pathetically weak that it couldn't even be considered a second-rate cultivation art. Its only merit was that it was easy to cultivate and its bottlenecks were comparatively easy to break through. However, this wasn't a result of malice or bad intentions. As Han Li was an external affairs disciple, his cultivation must have been poor, so she had opted to give an easier cultivation art to him. As for the command medallion, it controlled the crude spell formation that enveloped the medicine garden. Of course, he didn't hold it with much regard and placed all 3 of the items in his storage pouch. Afterwards, he entered the thatched cottage with unhurried steps and slowly walked through it before leaving. As Han Li stood in front of the cottage, he swept his gaze towards the small mountain behind the medicine garden and revealed a faint smile. He slowly closed his eyes and gradually released his spiritual sense to envelope a radius of about 15 kilometers. After seeing that there were no other cultivators in the area, he waved his arms without regard. A series of clear rings sounded out as a dozen twinkling azure flying swords left his sleeve and shot towards the small mountain. Under the control of his spiritual sense, the flying swords efficiently cut out a cave from the mountain as if its stone were soft tofu. In an instant, he had already carved out a deep cave residence. Han Li's consciousness then split into many strands as he had them control each of his flying swords. Each of them began to hurriedly carve out stone rooms, each unique in their size and style. As Han Li had already become incredibly proficient in splitting his consciousness, this took very little effort. About 6 hours later, a new small-scale cave residence had secretly appeared in the mountain. Han Li revealed a trace of happiness at seeing that the first draft of his cave residence was completed and immediately took out several sets of formation flags and discs. The small mountain then became incredibly busy as several high-grade concealment spell formations were placed around it. Although this spell formation was incapable of escaping the keen notice of a nascent soul cultivator, it would escape the passing notice of a core formation cultivator. For Han Li, this would be enough for the time being. After all, there would be no reason for a high-grade cultivator to suddenly visit such a trifling medicine garden as this one. Also, these measures were only a temporary affair. Once he refined and placed down a spirit-constraining formation, even a nascent soul cultivator would be incapable of seeing anything amiss. After Han Li finished placing down the spell formations, he placed the 9-curl spirit ginseng inside his cave residence's small medicine garden. Only after carefully placing down several formidable restrictions around it did he release it from confinement. The 9-curl spirit ginseng was crucial if he was to condense a nascent soul. Following that, Han Li placed the gold-silver-gold devouring beetles into the insect room. As for the black-tainted gold devouring beetles, Han Li kept them at his side, since he couldn't induce them to reproduce with the rainbow skirt grass. Neighboring the insect room was a spirit beast room he had specially prepared for the weeping soul beast. Because the beast had consumed such a large quantity of umber beast souls, it had remained in deep sleep ever since it returned to his storage pouch. Even Han Li was unable to wake it from its slumber. However, Han Li faintly guessed that because the weeping soul beast had consumed so many souls, it had begun to evolve a grade. Han Li naturally desired such an outcome. Having acquired a safe haven, Han Li immediately made peaceful arrangements for the beast. At that moment, Han Li also decided to take advantage of the beast's slumber to refine the weeping soul pearl inside his stomach to completion. Because of the weeping soul beast's soaring advancements, Han Li felt slightly worried that he would be unable to fully control the evolution of the weeping soul beast. During his time in the Umber realm, he felt the weeping soul pearl stir several times in his stomach when the weeping soul beast had savagely absorbed the umber beast souls in his enlarged state. Although Han Li kept a calm face in front of Fairy Violet Spirit and Mei Ning, he had felt great trepidation. Now that he had the opportunity, there was no way he would dare to allow this situation to continue. As for Yuan Yao's explanation of the weeping soul pearl's symptoms, they should pose little problem to Han Li given his superior magic power and spiritual sense. Moreover, the weeping soul beast had unexpectedly ascended 2 ranks since then, and the symptoms may have been corrected. But regardless, in light of the weeping soul beast's current abilities, it was worth braving the risk. With his plans decided, he didn't immediately refine the weeping soul pearl, but instead chose to address another pressing matter: the wind spirit energy inside his body that had yet to scatter. Feng Shi, the grade 9 windbreaker beast, naturally couldn't pursue him to the heavenly south region. However, the fact that the wind spirit energy still remained in his body was cause for much distress. Perhaps another incident would occur if too much time had passed, but directly refining this harmful energy didn't seem possible. He had tried several times before to little effect. As of current, he only had the clumsy method of using magic power to forcefully expel it. While it was possible, it would take no small amount of time. It was for this reason that Han Li had put it off until now. Now that he had settled down in a peaceful place, he planned on completely eliminating this danger inside his body. With several huge ape puppets acting as sentries in the medicine garden in order to respond to any sudden visits, he entered his refinement room. Han Li sat cross-legged in the quiet room with a solemn expression and immersed his spiritual sense into his body. He examined the lustrous golden light sphere that was contained inside his dantian and noticed that there was no change. After a moment of thought, he decided to control the divine devilbane lightning that enveloped the harmful energy and had the net of lightning slowly relax to reveal a gap. The originally calm energy contained within the lightning immediately grew restless and wildly rushed out of the gap. Just as the strand of harmful energy began to rush out, Han Li's spiritual sense began to stir and had the golden lightning envelope it once more, closing the gap and restraining the remaining wind spirit energy. Not knowing what kind of chaotic harmful chi that the wind spirit energy contained, Han Li felt extremely worried that even this sliver could damage his meridians. Resisting his feelings of great unease, he circulated all the magic power in his body and began to forcefully expel the sliver of harmful energy. As he motionlessly sat inside the calm room, large beads of sweat began to flow down from his head and his face paled. For hours had unknowingly passed. Han Li opened his eyes and spiritedly glanced around. He then waved his arms and flicked his fingers, shooting out 2 drops of gray liquid to the stone walls. 2 small holes appeared where they struck. Han Li let out a long breath of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Although the expulsion process had been incredibly painful and strenuous, it still worked. If he continued this sliver-by-sliver process of expulsion, he reckoned that it would take half a year before his body was completely free of the wind spirit energy. This had greatly relieved much worry from his mind. After a moment of rest, Han Li calmly took out a black jade slip from his storage pouch and looked through the method of establishing the spirit-constraining formation. He had always been quite interested in this spell formation, but he never had the time to carefully examine it. He now took the opportunity to delve into it, as he wouldn't feel truly safe until he had a spirit-constraining formation placed around his cave residence. In the following days, Han Li began to divide his time into several parts. Apart from the 4 hours he used to expel the wind spirit energy and a bit of time used to refine the weeping soul pearl, he would spend the rest of his time studying the spirit-constraining formation. As for the outside medicine garden, Han Li had his many puppets tend to it. Additionally, Han Li continued to exploit the green liquid to mature the rainbow skirt grass and feed it to his gold-devouring beetles. He faintly felt that these beetles were about to reproduce once more. With this monotonous style of life, several months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Mu Peeling visited him 2 times. Once she saw that Han Li had tended to the medicinal garden in accordance to her conditions. She didn't pay any more attention to the garden. As for the profound ice arts, the woman had no interest in taking the initiative to explain anything, as Han Li hadn't raised any questions. Mei Peeling had continuously treated Han Li with a neutral indifference during her visits, as he preferred. It would be best for him to have this woman forget that this medicinal garden even existed. If she stopped paying him any visits, it would be very convenient for his cultivation. After yet another month passed, Han Li had finally grasped a near-complete understanding of the spirit-constraining formation and immediately placed one down around the mountain in accordance to his understanding. As a result, the faint spiritual chi fluctuations of the spell formations had completely vanished. From the outside, the small mountain appeared completely ordinary, much to Han Li's satisfaction. In the next 3 months, Han Li had both fully refined the Weeping Soul Pearl to completion and expelled the wind spirit energy in its entirety, far quicker than he had originally expected. But what surprised Han Li the most was how he didn't feel any illness or headaches upon connecting his spiritual sense to the Weeping Soul Pearl when he completely refined it. It seemed that the Weeping Soul Beast's unexpected evolution had also caused the deathly Weeping Soul Pearl to also undergo a strange transformation. Han Li was overjoyed by the discovery. As for the harmful wind spirit energy, although it had been difficult and exhausting to expel it from his body, once he had expelled a majority of it, it had become far easier to deal with. Not only was the harmful energy less painful to handle, but he was able to expel it from his body in much less time. The last several strands of energy had been extremely easy to rid himself of. After carefully examining his body several times to find no abnormalities, Han Li eventually felt relief. With the most vital matters already taken care of, Han Li focused his attention to cultivation and the medicine pill refined from the 9-curl spirit ginseng. He pondered for several days on the matter of cultivation before deciding to simultaneously cultivate the 4th layer of the Great Development Technique and the Azure Essence Sword Arts. According to his previous experiences with forming a golden core, a powerful spiritual sense seemed to greatly benefit in breaking through bottlenecks. Even if the 4th layer of the Great Development Technique was extremely difficult, Han Li planned on giving it a try. Even if spiritual sense didn't provide a particularly large benefit in condensing a nascent soul, it would at least prove greatly beneficial when confronting an enemy. While this path may somewhat increase the time it would take to reach the false nascent stage, Han Li didn't believe the choice was incorrect, as he would only lose a bit of time at the worst. As for the matter of refining the 9-curl spirit ginseng, Han Li couldn't afford to be negligent. While the other materials were easily replaced, the 9-curl spirit ginseng, the grade 8 demon echo grass, and the agate horn were nowhere to be found in the heavenly south. If he were to fail in the pill refinement process, Han Li would be left without any alternative. As a result, Han Li began to study the formula for the 9-curl spirit ginseng in between his cultivation. He often refined a few various pills in accordance to the techniques described in the formula in order to improve his own pill concoction techniques. Time began to slowly pass by as he repeatedly cultivated and refined pills. During this period, Han Li had also taken the time to learn demon script in preparations to comprehend the old hide book and the copper plate in his possession so that he could finally learn what they contained. By making use of his eidetic memory, Han Li was able to easily grasp the ancient demon characters and began to look through the details of the hide book. The old hide book contained a demon art known as the 9 Gale transformations. After taking a look at it, Han Li discovered that the technique was specialized for bird-type demonic beasts. It contained a series of spell arts, body techniques, and 2 secret techniques. The spell arts and body techniques were out of the question. Unless a powerful demon were to cultivate it, one would find their body bursting halfway as they cultivated it. As for the 2 secret techniques, one of them was the nameless concealment technique that he had been using this entire time, the hidden wind technique. However, the nameless concealment technique was slightly altered from the original in order to become more suitable for human cultivators. Currently held no value to Han Li apart for reference. However, the other secret technique that was described was of much interest to Han Li, the blood shadow evasion technique. As the name implies, blood shadow evasion was a strange movement technique that draws support from one's blood essence and allowed one to flee over 50 kilometers in an instant. Secret techniques that drew support from one's blood essence in order to display great abilities were something that most Devil Dao cultivators were capable of. However, this blood shadow evasion was quite different from the secret techniques of humans. First of all, one is incapable of controlling the distance traveled with this technique. When this technique was activated, one would instantly turn into a crimson blur as they shot over 50 kilometers away. Secondly, this secret technique required a large, fixed amount of blood essence. Once the technique was activated, the blood essence for this technique would immediately ignite. However, if one lacked enough blood essence to use the technique would cause one's body to rupture halfway through and turn into a cloud of gore. It was a truly dangerous technique. Lastly, activating this technique required a pair of wings. Because blood shadow evasion was too fast, without any wings to maintain balance and a particular body lightning technique, the technique could cause one to crash into the earth after traveling only a short distance, or return back to where one started. In brief, a clean escape would be an impossibility without them. Han Li carefully read through the secret technique several times. No matter how he saw it, he felt that it was very suitable for him to cultivate. While other humans might not have wings, Han Li had the thunderstorm wings. The treasure's spirit wings were no different from true wings. If the blood shadow evasion was truly as amazing as described, then it was an optimal technique for escaping. After all, the thunderstorm wings could only use lightning evasion to travel over a small area. It would only be able to flicker incessantly and would be incapable of making a clean escape. After committing the cultivation method of blood shadow evasion to his memory, he started to look through the copper plate. The copper plate didn't have a name for its techniques and its descriptions made little sense. Han Li also found the strange cultivation postures unfathomable. After glancing at the techniques it recorded, Han Li was left particularly confused. After all of this, Han Li faintly recalled what the flood dragon had said. This divine provenance plate seemed to be damaged beyond use. It was no wonder why he couldn't make sense of the plate. After realizing this, Han Li grew greatly dispirited and could only put the plate away. From that day on, Han Li added the blood shadow evasion to his cultivation routine in addition to the Great Development Technique and the Azure Essence Sword Arts. Although he later felt that he had grasped the technique, he didn't dare to rashly test it. A great decrease in blood essence wasn't something that could be joked about. This continued as half a year unknowingly passed. One day, Han Li sat inside a quiet room as he cultivated the Great Development Technique when he suddenly opened his eyes. A strange expression flickered over his face as his body immediately glowed with azure light before he immediately shot out from his cave residence to the medicinal garden. A short moment later, Han Li was standing in front of the medicine garden's cottage with all of his puppets placed away. He glanced to the southeast and pensively thought for a moment before taking a seat inside the cottage. He then steeped a cup of tea and assumed a relaxed position. A short moment later, An extremely polite voice came from outside the medicine garden's restrictions. "Excuse me, could you tell me if Senior Marshal Sister Yuan is here? I am the Hidden Sword Mountain's Kue Huan." The young man's voice seemed to contain a trace of urgency. Senior Marshal Sister Yuan? Was that the name of the original caretaker of the medicine garden? Han Li's face remained calm as the new arrival shouted several more times. Han Li then downed his cup and slowly replied, "Senior Marshal Brother, there is no need to shout. Senior Marshal Yuan left this place half a year ago. This medicine garden is now being cared for by me. If you wish to find her, then you should pay a visit to Marshal Aunt Mu's cave residence." What? The medicine garden changed caretakers. The young man was astonished. From his tone, it seemed he wasn't trying to find someone, but had come to the medicine garden for something else. The man chuckled and amiably said, "Since Senior Marshal Sister Yuan isn't here, then Junior Marshal Brother will do. Would Junior Marshal Brother release the restrictions so that I may have a chat with you?" Han Li rubbed his chin. From how elegantly spoken his words were, Han Li had no grounds to refuse him. After some thought, Han Li walked out from the cottage and took out a yellow command talisman. With a flash of radiance, the mist surrounding the medicine garden began to slowly dissipate. This revealed a yellow-robed young man that stood in the southeast of the restriction. The man had thin eyes, thick eyebrows, and a large, straight nose. His head was also slightly smaller than normal. Although his appearance couldn't be said to be ugly, it was somewhat comical. His cultivation was only at the 9th layer of qi condensation, somewhat inferior to Han Li's displayed cultivation. It was unknown how this person was able to enter the Drifting Cloud sect. As Han Li was examining the young man's appearance, he chuckled and walked into the medicine garden. He enthusiastically said, "So Junior Marshal Brother is a disciple of Dayspring Mountain. Your face is quite unfamiliar. Could you be a new disciple? In that case, I could genuinely be considered your Senior Marshal Brother. My surname is Han. I entered the sect earlier this year. Senior Marshal Brother must be a brilliant disciple of Hidden Sword Mountain." Han Li withdrew his gaze and smiled. "So it's Junior Marshal Brother Han. I am Hidden Sword Mountain's Kue Huan. I take care of a nearby spirit beast field along with several other Senior Marshal Brothers. Junior Marshal Brother should pay a visit if he finds an opportunity. Although my cultivation isn't very high, I've been at the sect for 8 years and know many of the matters in the Drifting Cloud sect along with the various disciples of the 6 mountains. If there is anything you feel unsure of, please don't hesitate to ask me." The man had spoken elegantly the entire way through. Han Li faintly smiled. The eloquent man reminded him of little Abacus from all those years ago at the 7 Mysteries sect. He was also eloquent, smooth at establishing relations, and proclaimed himself to be greatly knowledgeable. They were clearly the same kind of person. While Han Li did find this humorous, he didn't mean any ill will towards him. He crossed his arms and blinked, asking, "Many thanks for your kindness. However, may I ask if Brother Kue has any urgent matters for coming here?" Kue Huan revealed slight embarrassment and hesitated for a moment. He then rubbed the back of his head and said, "It can't be said to be an important matter. I merely came to ask Senior Marshal Sister Yuan for some help. I just didn't think that the caretaker of the garden for 6 years would suddenly leave. This has left me in a bit of a difficult situation." "You want help?" Han Li frowned and revealed a trace of doubt. "It isn't anything much. Surely Junior Marshal Brother knows that since us external affair disciples have inferior aptitudes, we aren't particularly valued. The sect's magic tools and medicine pills naturally won't fall into our hands. A year's worth of hard-earned spirit stones isn't even enough to buy a few cultivation progression medicine pills. As such, I along with many other Marshal Brothers go to the nearby Green Track Marsh and capture a few small rare animals to sell at the market. These snowcloud foxes aren't demon beasts, but their petite physique, adorable appearance, and human-like intelligence makes them in high demand with female disciples of the sect. That is why my Marshal Brothers and I struggled to capture a lot of them. Not long ago, we discovered a strange snowcloud fox that had a faint trace of spiritual qi on it, as if it had transformed into a low-grade demon beast. This was naturally cause for joy. If we could capture it alive, it would net over 100 spirit stones, a rarely seen sum. Unfortunately, we were far too impatient and didn't think things through, allowing the fox to escape. Now, the demon beast had already fled deep into the marsh and is difficult to spot. Although we've searched through a majority of the marsh and occasionally spotted it, it wouldn't allow us to come any closer. It would simply flee deeper inside. With that said, Qiu Huan revealed a trace of regret. When he saw that Han Li wore a pensive expression, he paused for a moment before continuing. We later left a few people to watch over it for a time and discovered that this strange snowcloud fox is fond of eating huangjing, especially huangjing that is over 10 years old. We reckon that if we wish to lure the beast, we would need huangjing that is at least 50 years old before it would fall into our trap. Junior Marshall Brother should know that any medicinal herb that is several tens of years old isn't something that can be bought with a few spirit stones. It would require more than a couple dozen. While we did have a few savings, we've already pooled them together earlier to buy cultivation medicine. We don't have any spirit stone left over. Helpless, I could only think of Senior Marshall's sister Yuan's medicine garden. It seems there should be 2 or 3 stalks of huangjing that is at that age. That's why I paid a visit. But I didn't expect that she would be swapped with Junior Marshall Brother Han. Do you think you could spare a stalk of huangjing for us to use? When Kuei Huan asked his question, his voice grew softer and he somewhat stammered. It seemed he also knew that this request was somewhat excessive. After that was said, Han Li's face remained unfathomable. After a short moment of silence, Han Li said, I do have 2 stalks of huangjing that are over 50 years old which are according to your specifications. While it stands to reason that since this is the first time Senior Marshall Brother Kuei has come to seek help, I shouldn't refuse you as your Junior Marshall Brother. However, Senior Marshall Brother Kuei should realize I do not have the authority to give the spirit herbs in this garden. If it were lacking something or if it were to disappear, I wouldn't have anything to say when Marshall Ant asks for them. I fear I would be punished. That is why I cannot help you. Han Li's words were quite calm, but the yellow-robed man couldn't help but reveal disappointment. Junior Marshall Brother, please be at ease. I am only going to borrow this spirit herb for several days. When the time comes, I will be certain to return it to you with thanks. We will also be extremely careful as we transport the spiritual herb so that there will be no mistakes. Of course, us Senior Marshall Brothers won't have you lend the spirit herb for nothing. After this succeeds, we'll be certain to give you a few spirit stones. We won't have you suffer a loss. I am sorry. This matter is quite important. I cannot allow you to use this medicinal herb. However, if you are lacking in spirit stones, I do have some saved up. I can lend a few to Senior Marshall Brother so you can buy a herb instead. After giving a staunch refusal, Han Li proposed an alternative with a smile. The yellow-robed man's unsightly expression quickly brightened. Is Junior Marshall Brother serious? If you can lend us spirit stones, it is natural that I won't need the spiritual herbs of your garden. However, a medicinal herb of that age will cost at least 30 spirit stones. Does Junior Marshall Brother truly have that much? His delighted expression soon revealed a trace of doubt. After all, this was by no means a small amount to a qi condensation cultivator. Han Li slowly said, These spirit stones were saved up before I joined the sect and I've yet to use them. I'll lend them to Senior Marshall Brother for now. If these spirit stones could be turned into more, I wouldn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. So it turned out that Junior Marshall Brother Han is an expert in conducting business. Please don't worry about it, Junior Marshall Brother. With the huangjing, that snowcloud fox will be practically ours. Kuei Huan couldn't help but grin upon finding that Han Li had spoken truthfully. Han Li smiled and grabbed his storage pouch. He then handed over 30 various colored spirit stones to the young man without any reservations. Kuei Huan received the spirit stones with delight and pledged that they would succeed without problem. With only a bit of idle conversation afterwards, he took his leave with his mind occupied. As Han Li glanced at the departing young man, Han Li's smile faded away and he shook his head. He naturally didn't value the pledge to bring back the spirit stones in any regard. He merely didn't wish to offend anyone having just arrived at the Drifting Cloud sect. Han Li planned on staying at the Drifting Clouds sect for quite a while. Being acquainted with a well-connected individual such as Kuei Huan could prove to be very useful. With that thought, Han Li reactivated the Medicine Garden's restrictions and returned back to the small stone mountain to continue his cultivation. 3 days later, Han Li was silently standing in front of an embarrassed Kuei Huan. He wasn't there to return the spirit stones, but rather to request Han Li's help to capture the snow-cloud fox. Han Li pursed his lips and doubtfully asked, "You don't have enough people to capture a low-grade demon beast?" Kuei Huan chuckled and said, "Junior Martial Brother doesn't know how sly this snow-cloud fox is. Nor does he know how fast it is. Even common flying magic tools are unable to chase it down. We were originally going to have an intersect Senior Martial Brother lend us a set of obscure track formation tools to deal with the fox. But this Senior Martial Brother was unexpectedly assigned to task yesterday and is no longer present in the sect. As such, we are lacking a member to use the formation. It would cost us quite a few more spirit stones in order to replace him, as there aren't others that would be willing. That's why I came to request Junior Martial Brother to assist us. Naturally, we will give Junior Martial Brother a larger share of spirit stones when we succeed." When Han Li heard this, he stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Had Kuei Huan come to request his assistance any other time, he would have bluntly refused. There would have been no way he would have wasted his time over such a trivial affair. But a few days before, he had broken through to the 4th layer of the Great Development Technique, and his nerves felt on edge. He had no luck regaining his tranquil temperament ever since. It seemed this was a sign that he had reached a bottleneck for the Great Development Technique. As such, this may prove to be a good opportunity, as bottleneck breakthroughs happen by chance encounters. Perhaps going out would do something for it. Having thought that, Han Li nodded and said, "Since Senior Martial Brother Kuei had spoken as such, I will assist you. I am quite curious where this green track marsh is." Han Li then lazily smiled. Kuei Huan was delighted upon hearing Han Li agree to help him. After deciding on a time and place for Han Li to meet his group, he happily departed. On the dawn of the following day, Han Li activated the restrictions on his cave residence and departed from the Medicine Garden. He then aloofly flew towards the agreed meeting spot on a flying sword magic tool. It was quite hilarious. He hadn't used flying magic tools ever since he reached core formation stage. It had been many years since he had last used one. This made it quite difficult for Han Li to find an unremarkable high-grade magic tool in his storage pouches. He was unable to find any magic tools that were inferior to this one. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Han Li arrived at the spot where he would meet Kuei Huan, the top of a relatively tall hill. Han Li wasn't particularly surprised to see that no one else was here. He had arrived earlier than was arranged. Han Li casually found a large, clean rock and sat cross-legged on it before meditating and basking in the nearby heaven-earth spiritual chi. 2 hours later, when the blazing sun began to appear over the horizon, several black dots slowly flew across the sky towards the hill. Han Li rubbed his nose at their pitifully slow flight and bitterly laughed. After more time had passed, the group of people finally arrived on the hill at what Han Li considered to be a snail's pace. "Junior Martial Brother Han, it is quite considerate of you to have arrived earlier than us," Kuei Huan shouted out to Han Li with a beaming smile. His group was currently flying on low-grade disc magic tools that the sect distributed to all the disciples in the sect. It was no wonder why they were so slow. Kuei Huan then landed on the hill, followed by 3 other chi condensation cultivators. Han Li stood up from the rock and turned his gaze to the other 3. "It was nothing. I only just arrived. Are these 3 Senior Martial Brothers the rest of the party?" "Hee, with 5 people we can assume the 5 elements obscure track formation. There are many people but a lack of spirit stones. These 3 are Senior Martial Brothers Ma, Shi and Wang." Kuei Huan widely smiled as he pointed to the 3 behind him and gave them a quick introduction. These 3 weren't particularly old. The oldest amongst them was Senior Martial Brother Wang at the age of 35. This man had a confident and scholarly appearance and possessed the highest cultivation among the 4, at the 11th layer of chi condensation. As for the 2 other youths, one was short and stout while the other had a yellowish face. They appeared to be in their late 20s and both possessed a cultivation at the 10th layer of qi condensation. Senior Marshal Brother Wang seemed to possess an unordinary bearing. As soon he was introduced, he widely smiled at Han Li and said, "We've already heard about Junior Marshal Brother Han. We owe much thanks for your help. If not for you, we would have had no means to capture the demon fox." His eloquent words left quite an impression. The other two also glanced at Han Li with kind expressions. It seemed they'd gained a rather favorable impression towards Han Li after lending them the spirit stones. Han Li naturally denied this out of politeness. "Senior Marshal Brother is too kind. I merely wished to make more spirit stones." The white-robed cultivator surnamed Wang shook his head and sincerely said, "While these spirit stones can't be considered much to a foundation establishment cultivator, to us qi condensation disciples, they aren't such a paltry sum that can be easily lent to a stranger. Junior Marshal Brother Han is truly someone that I'd like to be friends with." When Han Li heard this, he inwardly nodded and couldn't help but re-examine this man. Senior Marshal Brother Wang's presence, conduct, and cultivation were all exceptional. He was obviously the leader of this group. As a result, Han Li smiled and thought to say something else when Kuei Huan looked to the sky and suddenly reminded, "Senior Marshal Brother Wang, Junior Marshal Brother Han, we can talk along the way. If we delay, we'll reach Green Track Marsh without much time to catch the Snowcloud Fox. After all, we can't be away from the sect for too long, and our speed isn't fast." Senior Marshal Brother Wang nodded his head and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Kuei makes sense. We truly have no time to waste, so let's go. If we have an opportunity in the future, let's have a proper chat." The group of 5 then immediately released their magic tools and took to the skies. Junior Marshal Brother Han uses a magic tool that he bought himself. It must be a mid-grade magic tool at the very least. Could it be that Junior Marshal Brother Han is actually a disciple of a clan? When the several people took to the skies, they caught sight of Han Li's flying sword and couldn't help but shout in surprise. After all, even if it was a mid-grade magic tool, it represented a hefty amount of spirit stones to external affair disciples such as themselves. When Senior Marshal Brother Wang saw this, his face revealed a trace of astonishment. Although he didn't say anything, a strange expression flickered across his eyes. The other cultivators also appeared quite flabbergasted. Having guessed that this would eventually happen, Han Li faintly smiled and said, "How could I possibly come from a clan? It's just that many years earlier during my time as a vagrant cultivator, I made a few spirit stones by using my shallow skill in refining talismans. Were it not for this, I wouldn't have been able to afford to so magnanimously lend Senior Marshal Brother Kuei so many spirit stones." Their shock soon turned into that of envy instead. The short and stout Senior Marshal Brother Ma wore an expression of shock and curiously asked, "Talisman refinement? I didn't expect that Junior Marshal Brother Han possessed such skill. Since you were able to earn spirit stones, your skill in talisman refinement must be quite acceptable. What grade of talisman can you refine?" Han Li indifferently answered, "I mostly refine low elementary grade talismans. While there are 2 mid-elementary grade talismans I can refine, their success rate is rather poor." Junior Marshal Brother Han can actually refine mid-grade talismans? Senior Marshal Brother Wang was greatly moved and couldn't help but take another glance at Han Li. Han Li calmly said, "That's right. I can refine the Thunderfire Talisman and the Guardian Talisman. Unfortunately, I only succeed once in every 6 attempts. It is barely enough to cover the costs of the materials." Senior Marshal Brother Wang sighed and regretfully said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han is far too modest. From what I know, only a minority of external affair disciples of the talisman-centric Fire Cloud Mountain are able to refine mid-grade talismans. If Junior Marshal Brother Han were to rely on this trade, he would be able to acquire an endless amount of spirit stones. Unlike us, who have to rack our brains every day for a method to acquire spirit stones." When the others heard this, their expressions turned dim. His words clearly touched a sore spot. "You Senior Marshal Brothers value me too highly. It's not like I can refine any high-grade talismans. I would have to spend an entire day inside a market and peddle low-grade talismans, not knowing when or even if they will be bought. As such, it isn't much like you think at all. But from my point of view, your business of capturing snowcloud foxes is quite impressive. Han Li's eyes stirred as he changed the topic. Having heard this, Kuei Huan's group glanced at each other and soon bitterly smiled. Senior Marshal Brother Wang eventually said, Junior Marshal Brother Han might not know this, but this shady business isn't sustainable. We won't be coming back to Green Track Marsh after we capture this demon fox. Why is that? Han Li asked in astonishment. Kuei Huan explained, one reason is that we've nearly captured all of the snowcloud foxes in the marsh. It is too difficult to find the remaining ones. The second reason is because the snowcloud foxes aren't selling anymore. After all, common snowcloud foxes aren't true demon beasts, and there are far too few female disciples that are willing to purchase one. Senior martial sisters with superior cultivations are looking to find a demon beast to become their spirit beast. So it's like that. It seems you senior martial brothers will have to find another way in the future. A trace of sympathy was revealed from Han Li's eyes. When senior martial brother Wang heard this, he shook his head and said little more. As a result, the five flew out of the range of the drifting cloud sex restrictions and headed straight towards the center of the Dream Cloud Mountains. Junior Marshal Brother Han, the Green Track Marsh is a rather neat place. It is located right on the border of the Ancient Sword Sect and our Drifting Cloud Sect. But because this place is somewhat remote and has been plagued by miasma for years, very few disciples ever venture there. As a result, we were able to monopolize the business of capturing the snowcloud foxes. This is a bottle of medicine pills for dispelling the miasma. After we arrive, Junior Marshal Brother must take it every so often. Otherwise, you will be constantly vomiting and be plagued with diarrhea. Along the way, Senior Marshal Brother Wang suddenly handed over a small jade bottle to Han Li. Many thanks for Senior Marshal Brother's consideration. Han Li bluntly took the bottle and placed it within his storage pouch. But with his current cultivation, he had nothing to fear from miasma. Who knew if he would actually use the medicine? After flying for about 6 hours, they arrived at a tall mountain range. Their eyes suddenly brightened upon seeing a large expanse of verdant valley with trees and shrubbery of all kinds. However, a faint pink fog could be seen amongst the greenery. We're here. Be careful when you descend. Senior Marshal Brother Wang gave a quick warning before landing his magic tool and showing the way through the miasma. Han Li was the last to descend into the valley. Seeing that everyone around him each started to take the miasma treatment pills, he couldn't help but smile. With his body's essence purified, any miasma entering his body was cleansed with a single breath. At that moment, the group was flying straight towards the center of the valley. That demon fox is extremely clever. We will only get one chance to capture it. As such, we must find a wide area so that cannot allow it to escape from the formation. There is a flat field free of mud not far ahead of us. We won't have to fear it running away by digging into mud. From Senior Marshal Brother Wang's plans, it seemed he had deliberated much about this matter. Having followed Senior Marshal Brother Wang this long, the others in the group naturally raised no objections. As for Han Li, he merely smiled and remained silent. A short moment later, the five arrived in a lush flat field with short shrubbery sparsely scattered about. Without waiting for Senior Marshal Brother Wang's instruction, Kuei Huan and the others landed on the field and examined their nearby surroundings. Following a quick discussion, Kuei Huan walked to the center of the field and dug open a small hole. He then carefully took out the huangjing that he bought from the market and shallowly buried it in the hole so that it slightly emerged from the ground. Afterwards, he sprinkled a bit more dirt on top to make it a bit more natural. Suddenly, a faint medicinal aroma immediately began to spread around. Good, that will do. The snowcloud fox has a very keen sense of smell. Even if the huangjing is 3 feet buried, the snowcloud fox will surely smell its aged medicinal scent. Kuei Huang stood up and dusted off his hands with satisfaction. He then recalled something and took out a white formation flag. All right, Junior Marshal Brother, take this. It's an obscure track formation flag. Han Li nodded his head and calmly received the small flag. At that moment, Senior Marshal Brother Wang began to brief the party. He solemnly said, in a moment, Everyone will take up a position on higher ground. When the demon fox appears, we'll all use the formation flags at the same time and envelope the field in an illusion formation. I am confident that since the snowcloud fox only recently turned into a demon beast, it will not be able to flee from the formation. All the others nodded their heads in agreement before taking off on their flying magic tools. They all motionlessly floated about 150 meters into the air with formation flags in their hands. They each used shallow invisibility magic techniques to conceal themselves as they waited. Since this involved such a large amount of spirit stones, Kuei Huan and the others each appeared rather nervous as they unblinkingly stared down below. Even senior martial brother Wang wore a grave expression as his eyes deeply gazed. In contrast, Han Li was the most calm amongst them. He was holding the white formation flag in a single hand as he swept his gaze around. In fact, Han Li had already enveloped his spiritual sense over the area of a kilometer around them. He would be the first know if any winds blew or any bush shook. The area became deathly silent as 2 hours passed by. Kuei Huan's neck began to ache as he stood on his magic tool from his continuously watching down below. His face revealed faint impatience. He glanced at senior martial brother Wang and thought to say something to him, but after some hesitation, he shut his mouth upon further thought. There was nothing to complain about even if they had to wait a while longer. This was all in order to capture the demon fox. After yet another hour passed by, most of the group began to feel anxious. As for Han Li, his expression began to stir as he stared at a patch of nearby shrubbery. At that moment, Kuei Huan couldn't help but stir. He licked his lips and was about to say something when he heard Han Li's cold voice through a voice transmission. "Be careful, the demon fox has already arrived. It is hiding in a bush in the west. Don't scare it away." The other three also heard Han Li's voice transmission. In response, all of them glanced at the west bushes in alarm only to discover that nothing strange could be seen. They couldn't help but be skeptical of Han Li's words, but their relaxed attitudes became vigilant once more. After the time it took to finish a meal, surprise flickered from their eyes. A foot-long, snow-white beast slowly walked out from a bush. It turned its head around with each step and its whiskers occasionally twitched in hopeful anticipation. It was incredibly adorable. Upon seeing this, the other four grew vigilant and nervously grasped onto the formation flags in their hands. The white fox didn't glance up at the five. After seeing that there was nothing strange in its surroundings, it grew slightly more courageous and it began to silently walk over in the direction of the Huangjing. However, when it arrived about 30 meters away from the Huangjing, it suddenly stopped and its small pink nose suddenly sniffed in the air. A trace of doubt flickered from its eyes as if it had discovered something. This scene had caused Senior Marshal Wang to lose his calm and he loudly shouted, "Now!" His formation flag dropped to the ground in a streak of yellow light. When Han Li and the others heard this, they threw down the formation flags without hesitation and each uttered several incantations. 5 different lights began to shine from the flags as soon as they touched the floor. A large expanse of yellow mist then developed the field, sealing it from every direction. The 5 elements obscure track formation had taken effect. When the snowcloud fox saw this, it naturally knew that it was trapped. It immediately released several panicked howls and turned into a white blur as it shot into the yellow mist in an attempt to escape. The group of cultivators appeared somewhat relieved upon seeing this, but they didn't relax just yet. The illusion formation merely changed the direction of the white fox so that it turned in circles and kept it within. The cultivators naturally wished to exhaust the beast first before they set on capturing it. The group of people beamingly smiled as if this operation was a success. After the small fox ran around inside the yellow mist, it suddenly blurred several times before collapsing to the ground. It no longer stood up. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but feel frightened and looked at each other in dismay. Senior Marshal Brother Wang's face grew sullen and he calmly said, "Do not release the restriction. We will continue to maintain it." Junior Marshal Brother Ma, go down and see what is happening. The obscure track formation is only able to trap, not cause harm. From the fox's sly nature, it is most likely pretending to be dead. The others were greatly relieved upon hearing him, and the youth surnamed Ma wordlessly descended. Han Li faintly smirked at the scene and glanced down with a mysterious smile. The short and stout senior martial brother Ma was rather fast. After a short moment, he had already entered the yellow mist and was several steps away from the fox. He carefully grabbed the white fox tail and boldly shook it several times. As a result, the white fox was unresponsive as if were truly dead. As a result, the youth surnamed Ma felt slightly panicked and immediately pressed his ear against the beast's chest. Soon after, Senior Martial Brother Ma flusteredly shouted out from within the mist, "Senior Martial Brother, quickly come down. The demon fox's body is ice cold. Perhaps its heart had stopped from fright." "Impossible!" Senior Martial Brother Wang couldn't help but change his expression. Kuei Huan nervously said, "Senior Martial Brother, let's release the spell formation and take another look. Our spiritual power cannot sustain the restriction for much longer." The cultivator surnamed She remained silent, but a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. The demon beast wouldn't be worth much if it were dead. After a moment of hesitation, Senior Marital Brother Wang nodded his head and said, "Fine. We'll release the spell formation since Junior Martial Brother Ma has already grabbed onto the spirit beast." When Han Li heard this, he calmly rubbed his chin, but he didn't display the slightest opposition. Suddenly, the cultivators began to mutter some words and point to the ground, causing 4 of the flags to shoot back into their hands as streaks of light. In the instant the yellow mist dissipated, a short and stout youth had placed his finger on the small beast's nose as if he were testing something. The 3 dropped down with sullen expression. However, Han Li remained standing in his original position as he glanced at the white fox down below. His face revealed an odd expression. Before Senior Martial Wang and the other 2 descended, the youth surnamed Ma had already placed his finger on the white fox's nose and angrily cursed, "Damn! This thing isn't breathing. Don't tell me that it died for nothing." With that said, he raised his head to the 3 and was about to say something more with an angry face. The 3 that were descending suddenly had their expressions greatly changed as they shouted, "Careful! The demon fox is alive. It was only playing dead." The 3 all shouted different words, but their meanings were all the same. The short and stout youth was rather quick-witted, and his expression abruptly changed upon hearing them. His hand instantly blurred and a white talisman appeared between his fingers. He fiercely slapped the talisman onto the fox's tail. However, his actions were clearly too slow. As soon as he extended his hand holding the talisman, he felt a sharp pain coming out from the hand that held onto the fox. He loudly shouted as he unconsciously released his grip. The fox slipped away and rolled onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, the fox's tail had become erect and its fur became the same as needles. The youth's hand was now filled with holes and dripping with blood. When the other 3 saw this, they flew towards the small beast in furious alarm. The white fox wasn't about to easily be captured. It scuttled away and turned into a white streak as it shot 40 meters away. With several hops, it fled back into the shrubbery. In a moment of desperation, Senior Martial Brother Wang and the other 2 surrounded the bush and released their magic tools as they slowly combed through it. But after a short moment, the 3 revealed astonishment. Apart from a pile of stones, there was nothing else in the bushes. The white fox had clearly disappeared without a trace. The 3 then despondently stood in place. Kuei Huan unconsciously turned his gaze to the sky and shouted in alarm, Where is Junior Martial Brother Han going?" At that moment, the others also discovered that Han Li was quickly flying off into the distance. Han Li's voice transmission soon arrived at their ear. "There is no need for Senior Martial Brothers to be so flustered. That fox slipped away using a vision obscuring technique and dug into the earth. Right now, I am using a magic tool to track it down. Once it comes back up, I'll capture it alive." With that said, Han Li flew off towards the edge of the marsh. When Senior Martial Brother Wang heard him, he grew delighted and called out to the others before impatiently chasing after Han Li. The other 3 were close behind him. As they hurried along their way, Senior Martial Brother Wang turned his head around and asked, Junior Marshal Brother Ma, how is your hand? The short, stout youth was at the very rear. He muttered with a shameful expression. It's still good. Fortunately, the fox's tail didn't have any poison. It's merely a superficial wound. After all, it was his carelessness that had resulted in the fox's escape. Additionally, the issue had been called to attention by someone, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. Senior Marshal Brother Wang forced a smile and said, "That's good. Let's quicken our pace. Although I don't know what kind of magic tool Junior Marshal Brother Han is using to track the underground movements of the demon fox, we should hurry after him." Kuei Huan turned around and repeatedly nodded his head in agreement. With an odd tone, he said, "Nevertheless, the intelligence of this evolved snowcloud fox is truly too much. Even Senior Marshal Brother Ma couldn't tell that the beast was playing dead. It was quite a shock." Grabbing onto his wounded hand, the cultivator surnamed Ma deeply blushed. Fortunately at that moment, Senior Marshal Brother Wang spoke up for him. "We cannot blame Junior Marshal Brother Ma. Even if I had been the one to check, things might have ended up the same. It's just that the snowcloud fox was too sly." Having heard that, the youth surnamed Ma shot an appreciative glance at Senior Marshal Brother Wang and felt much better. As the three were talking, the youth surnamed she suddenly wore an incredulous gaze and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, quickly look!" Junior Marshal Brother Han drilled through the stone wall. What should we do?" The others glanced ahead in alarm and discovered that the marsh's end lay ahead of them. A kilometer ahead of them, there was a mountain so huge that its peak couldn't be seen. There was a cliff that faced them that had its black walls cut through with a sword. Furthermore, Han Li was nowhere to be found. The four stood in front of the cliff and glanced inside the opening that had been cut with dumbfounded expressions. Han Li had truly gone inside the mountain. At that moment, he was holding a jade scepter with a wolf's head that enveloped his body in a faint yellow radiance. There was a meter-long yellow wolf in front of him that was opening a path with an earth movement technique. As the artifact spirit continued forward, the earth parted as if there was nothing there. Han Li followed after the wolf with a pensive appearance on his face. Underneath the scope of his spiritual CC, Holly saw the white fox strive its hardest to continue forward as it blurred 100 meters beneath him. With his profound abilities, it was only natural for him to see through the snowcloud fox's act. He even saw how the fox took advantage of a stone vein in the shrubbery to slip away. If this were a common low-grade demon beast, Han Li would have naturally warned the disciples as a favor. But Han Li was quite surprised to see that when the spirit fox revealed itself, it possessed spiritual chi fluctuations that felt quite familiar to Han Li. In his astonishment, he carefully examined it and found that the beast faintly carried the same spiritual chi fluctuations as the 9-curl spirit ginseng's incarnation, the white rabbit. Han Li was delighted, believing that he had discovered another incarnation of a spiritual object. But after he examined the white fox once more, he grew somewhat puzzled. The spiritual chi fluctuations of the fox were far too small in comparison with the 9-curl spirit ginseng. The difference between them could be said to be as wide as heaven and earth. Moreover, upon deeper inspection, he found that the snowcloud fox possessed a true flesh body, not that of a spiritual incarnation. Otherwise, the trifling obscure track formation wouldn't have been able to contain it. Although the small fox wasn't a spiritual incarnation in the end, Han Li was still deeply curious about it. He was certain that this pure spiritual chi had something to do with how this ordinary beast was able to turn into a demon beast. Having decided to investigate this fully, he allowed the fox to escape from the chi condensation cultivators and slowly followed after it, wishing to investigate the secrets of the fox. When the fox had arrived in front of the cliff, it had turned into a ball of white light and blurred into the ground without hesitation. As a result, Han Li summoned the Earth Attribute Artifact Spirit from the Jade Scepter and had the wolf silently open a path. Else, if he were to use a flying sword to cut into a mountain, the fox would be scared away. The mountain was obviously large. Han Li followed the white fox for at least a kilometer before it stopped, appearing inside what seemed to be a stone room. Han Li rejoiced and hastily ordered the yellow wolf to hurry and clear a path. At the same time, Han Li increased the power of his spiritual sense and began to examine the inside of the room. However, as soon as his spiritual sense neared the room, it was repelled by a strange force and he was unable to move it any further. Han Li shouted out in surprise. His rush came to a stop and he suddenly grew careful. At that moment, he felt his body grow still and heavy, as if it were bearing the weight of Mount Tai itself. He then heard an insipid voice. Since a guest has come, there is no need to be overly cautious. Don't tell me that you're waiting for this elder to invite you in. Just as this was said, countless yellow lights began to appear around him as a huge force pushed him forward. Han Li merely saw a flash of light before he found himself inside the stone room. He was greatly alarmed and instantly waved the jade scepter, covering himself in a red-yellow barrier of light. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a dozen streaks of azure light that hurriedly revolved around him outside the barrier. It was only after this that Han Li could finally feel secure enough to look around. Without much effort, Han Li spotted the owner of the voice. About 40 meters in front of him, there was a young, black-clothed woman sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. The woman had a graceful appearance, but her complexion was deathly pale and her luminous eyes seemed to glow with sparkling light. Han Li was shocked to see that one of her sleeves was empty. She was missing an arm. Before Han Li said anything, the young woman revealed shock upon seeing Han Li release his magic treasures. The young woman chuckled and her bright eyes stirred. So it turned out that your esteemed self wasn't a Qi condensation junior, but a core formation cultivator. Your Qi restraint technique is truly impressive. It even tricked me for a moment. As she sat, the snowcloud fox was comfortably sitting in her lap and was curiously examining Han Li with an intelligent gaze. After sweeping his spiritual sense past her, Han Li's heart trembled. So it turned out that this was Senior's hidden cultivation area. I am truly lacking in manners. She appeared to be rather open and allowed his spiritual sense to easily sweep past her. He wasn't able to discover the slightest spiritual Qi fluctuations. From what he had gathered based on her abilities and tone, this indicated that her cultivation was truly too great, not that she had some sort of cultivation concealing treasure. Han Li grew greatly vigilant. As Han Li pondered over how to deal with the situation, the young woman raised her flawless pale hand and caressed the snowcloud fox. She leisurely said, "It appears that your age is quite young yet you've already reached late core formation stage. That is quite exceptional." Han Li took a deep breath and calmly said, "Senior flatters me. Junior was only able to reach this stage through sheer luck. Might I know Senior's esteemed name?" The young woman sighed and said, "My name isn't anything special. If I said it, you wouldn't know of it. Let alone you, even this generation's nascent soul cultivators wouldn't know of it." When Han Li heard this, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Could it be that this young woman was an old eccentric that had remained isolated in her cultivation? Although Han Li's heart grew cold, he didn't reveal the slightest trace of panic. After all, he now possessed a great number of secret techniques, especially the recently learned blood shadow evasion technique. With this, Han Li no longer held much fear towards nascent soul cultivators. Of course, Han Li knew he'd be no match for one in a fight, but he was confident he could escape. However, the aftermath of igniting a large quantity of blood essence would force him to remain in secluded cultivation for many years. That being said, Han Li had no idea why this mysterious character had hidden herself beneath the 3 sections. Was it because she had some sort of plot in mind, or was she like himself, only wishing to cultivate in a place with dense spiritual qi? Han Li swept his gaze around the stone room and astonishingly discovered that this room inside the mountain was sealed and lacked any doors or passageways. Additionally, apart from the stone platform that the young woman was sitting on, there wasn't any other furniture. The room's emptiness gave an extremely icy impression. Han Li also discovered that the room's walls were extremely crude, unlike the common clean cuts of a blade. Rather, these uneven surfaces seemed to come from the wanton swings of a huge axe. As soon as he saw this, a strange expression flickered in his eyes. As if having seen through Han Li's confusion, the young woman suddenly smiled and said, "Since fellow Taoist is puzzled, Why not touch the stone walls and dispel your doubts? When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred. He was truly curious. His recent scan with his spiritual sense discovered nothing strange. The room's walls appeared no different than ordinary stone. Since Senior has raised the topic, I won't be restraining myself. He slowly reached his left hand towards the stone wall. But to be careful, Han Li continued to observe the young woman with his spiritual sense, fearing she would launch an attack out of greed. Although she hadn't shown any malice, Han Li had lived through many years of hardship and had grown to become extremely careful. When Han Li felt the stone wall, he noticed nothing strange. Then, after some thought, he extended his finger and had a streak of azure sword light emerge from the tip of his finger. Han Li stabbed his finger into the wall and shockingly discovered that the stone wall had completely blocked the attack. All that had resulted was a crackle when the light touched the wall. Han Li was dumbstruck, but at the same time, a trace of disbelief arose in his mind. His spiritual power surged as he suddenly struck the stone wall with a foot-long sword streak. As a result, the wall remained completely unharmed without even the slightest scratch. Han Li remained silent as an odd expression flickered across his face. He then pointed to one of his flying swords and had it strike the wall as an azure streak. Afterwards, it flew back with a clear ring. The strike had left an inch-deep cut, but the wall started to slowly smooth itself. After a short moment, the cut had disappeared without a trace. Han Li gasped in shock and couldn't help but turn his head towards her, asking, "What is this? How can it restore itself? Could it be that Senior placed it under the influence of a restriction or spell?" The young woman indifferently said, "Spells? Restrictions? You think too highly of me. This is merely lapis stone. Also known as spirit-absorbing stone, it is an incredibly rare tool refinement material. It is impervious to the spiritual power of magic techniques and treasures, and only great strength can harm it." Han Li faintly frowned and turned back towards the stone wall. He slowly said, "Lapis stone? This junior is quite inexperienced and ignorant. I haven't heard of such a material before." The young woman casually explained, It is natural for fellow Taoists to not hear of this material. This material was incredibly rare even during the era of antiquity, and there aren't many that presently know of it." When Han Li heard this, he was flabbergasted. Just as he thought to say something else, the young woman sweetly smiled and interrupted him. "Although fellow Taoists' cultivation is nearing the false nascent stage, your aptitude seems inferior. No, it would be better to say that it is terrible. It seems you've come across fateful encounters to be able to reach this stage of cultivation. Otherwise, your greatest efforts would have only taken you to the foundation establishment stage. Meeting me could also be considered an act of fate. If you don't find the idea undesirable, this elder has a treasure that I can lend to you." As soon as Han Li heard her, he revealed an odd expression. "Lend this junior a treasure?" As if seeing through Han Li's suspicions, her expression sunk and she coldly said, "Of course, there will be conditions. First, this item will only be lent. You will have to return it. Secondly, after taking the treasure, there is something you must carry out on my behalf as payment for it." She rummaged through her robes for a moment before taking out a jade box in her hand. The jade box was pitch black and only the size of a fist. Its exterior was incredibly rough and crude, but there was a trace of yellow within the black. It seemed to be incredibly old. Han Li glanced at the young woman's face before turning his gaze back to the black case. Still silent, his expression fluctuated for a moment as he pondered for a moment. He then gravely asked, "Could Senior first tell this junior what is inside the box before he decides?" Upon seeing Han Li's hesitation, the black-clothed woman revealed a trace of impatience. With her brow raised, she pointed at the black box and said, "Surely you must know what a spirit well is. This box happens to hold a spirit well stone of the highest rank, known as a jade spirit well. At the very least, its spiritual chi should allow you to further stabilize your cultivation at the false nascent stage. It will allow you to condense a nascent soul with greater ease. This treasure has been with me for many years. If not for my current cultivation and my current inability to further use it, I wouldn't be lending it to you." With that said, she stroked the black jade box with a reluctant expression. Jade spirit well. Han Li's expression changed several times. This would cut down the time it would take for him to reach false nascent stage by 2/3. He completely swallowed his original words to reject her. After some hesitation, Han Li sighed and said, "Might I ask what Senior would like Junior to do? If you can't do something with your current cultivation, how could I possibly help you?" The young woman revealed an expression of joy seeing that Han Li was willing to agree. "Be at ease. I'm not asking you to kill someone. I'm only asking you to run errands. Although my cultivation is great, I cannot depart from this room for a certain reason. I only want you to deliver a letter for me." "You only wish for me to deliver a letter?" This was completely beyond his expectations. "Of course. Did you really believe that I'd have you kill someone?" The black-clothed woman covered her smile, revealing an overwhelming allure. When Han Li heard this, he faintly blushed. If it's only to deliver a letter, Junior is willing to accept. It was only natural for him to accept such a trivial task, considering the reward. The young woman seemed rather happy and raised her hand without another word. The box was wrapped in a green light and smoothly flew over to Han Li. Han Li received the black box and swept his spiritual sense over it. The spiritual qi within the box was truly abundant, as if it really contained a jade spirit well. Of course, given Han Li's cautious nature, he wanted to personally examine what was inside the box. With a flash of azure light from his hand, the black box opened by itself to reveal a dense, white mist of extremely pure spiritual qi, flooding the stone room in an instant. Han Li's heart stirred, and he examined the inside of the box with suspicion. He only saw a gentle white light that emitted from a sparkling white jade stone only several inches long. Han Li was left startled not by the stone itself, but by the thumb-sized cow inside the transparent stone that was continuously wagging its tail as if it were alive. When the young woman saw Han Li's shock, a peculiar expression flickered from her bright eyes. She casually smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" This jade spirit well had quickly nurtured a treasure incarnation. Common spirit well stones are incomparable to it. If you were to cultivate with this, you would achieve twice the results with half the effort. After taking another glance at the jade spirit well inside the box, he eventually closed it and calmly raised his head. Right? With this item, Junior would only spend about a dozen years to reach false nascent stage instead of several tens. At that moment, Han Li had finally realized that the Jade Cloud Fox had been stained by the Jade Spirit Well's spiritual qi. That was why it had possessed such a faint, pure spiritual qi. It was quite possible that its transformation into a demon had something to do with the spirit well. Han Li's regained calm somewhat surprised the young woman. She couldn't help but take another glance at him in her astonishment. After drawing away a loose hair from her forehead, she casually said with an insipid voice, "All right, since I've already given this item to you, I'll be giving you the jade slip to deliver as well. There is also another jade box below on the platform I am sitting on. Tear off the talisman that seals it and hand it to me. There is a token in the box that I want you to deliver with it." "You want Junior to take it for you?" Han Li revealed suspicion and grew vigilant. "Humph! Still afraid this old woman means you harm? If I could grab it myself, would I ask you to do it?" The young woman resentfully smiled and lifted up her long robes with her hand. Han Li's expression greatly changed upon seeing her legs. They were shriveled like firewood as they were crossed together. There wasn't the slightest flesh apart from some dried-up skin. It made for a rather fearsome appearance. But what surprised Han Li even more was the several silver sparkling chains that penetrated her legs that deeply bore into the stone platform. Han Li pursed his lips and raised his head to look at the young woman. Although his face appeared completely bewildered, he didn't ask anything further. He knew that the woman was certain to offer the explanation. As a result, the woman's face grew icy and she placed her robes back down. She dryly said, "I am in this stone mountain for the lapis stone. I had a room of it and then I used the 2 chains to restrict my legs and trap myself here." "You trapped yourself?" Han Li was entirely confused by this. "That's right. My cultivation art is the underworldly slaughter arts. Although the cultivation art is incredibly fast and its might is extraordinary, it has a fatal flaw. Once it is completed, the cultivator will easily lose their human nature and become bloodthirsty. Back then, I had a fateful encounter with this technique and decided to cultivate it despite the advice of others. I had been extremely confident of my exceptionally powerful spiritual sense. After I successfully cultivated this technique and entered nascent soul stage, I was no longer able to restrain my urge to kill and swept through the cultivation world at the time in a massive storm, resulting in no small number of enemies. As a result, I finally tangled in a battle with several nascent soul cultivators, resulting in the loss of my arm. The young woman expressionlessly glanced at her vacant arm and shook her head. After receiving this injury, I thought long and hard. If I had no way to control myself, then I would die sooner or later. As a result, I steeled my resolve and asked my dear friends to forge the divine heavenfire chains and the room of lapis stone to imprison me. Due to fear I wouldn't be able to tolerate the loneliness or would suddenly become regretful, I gave the key to the chains to my best friend. They made a promise that they would come visit me every so often to see whether or not I've gotten better, so that they may release me. After that was said, the young woman's expression grew sullen. But I didn't expect that after coming only a few times, my good friend would suddenly disappear without a single word. I don't know whether or not they became impatient or if something unexpected happened to them. As such, I've been imprisoned here until now. Because this room was refined from lapis stone, my spiritual sense is only able to reach out about a kilometer, despite having already reached the mid-nascent soul stage. I wished to call for help, but I lacked any method to. These divine heavenfire chains were refined through a very peculiar method, connecting them to my primal soul. Although my cultivation has greatly increased and I am able to break the chains, I will instantly die from doing so. Now that destiny has had us meet, it seems the heavens have heard my plea. I no longer have to waste the rest of my life in this stone room. The black-clothed woman gave a general explanation of her past to dispel Han Li's suspicions. However, the story left Han Li dumbstruck. If she spoke truly, then her past must have truly been unfathomable. After a moment of deliberation, he hesitantly asked, "Could it be that Senior wishes for Junior to deliver a letter to your best friend? With so many years having passed, it wouldn't be unlikely for your friend to have passed on." The young woman sighed and bitterly smiled. "That's right. Even if that's the case, there is no need to be worried. I just ask that you to bring the key for the divine heavenfire chains. We were on good terms. If anything had happened, they should have passed it on to their descendants for safekeeping. It'll be the same if you found their descendants instead." After a moment more of thought, Han Li found this to be reasonable and that there were no gaps in logic. As a result, he stepped forward without speaking any useless words and circled around the stone platform to find a hole. Han Li carefully probed it with his spiritual sense and he raised his brows. He reached in to find a jade box. The jade box had an antique style and was a faint yellow with odd flames engraved on it. The silhouette of a person could be seen standing within those flames as if they were roaring towards the heavens. There was also a flickering golden talisman on the jade box that faintly emitted an aura that caused Han Li to feel uneasy. He unconsciously frowned. The black-clothed woman couldn't help but grow excited and said, "That's the box! Fellow Taoist, tear off the talisman and let me look at it." Han Li had already placed his hand on the jade case and was about to tear the talisman off. However, when the young woman's voice trembled in uncontainable excitement, Han Li felt an indescribable feeling of dread. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li withdrew his hand from the box and raised his head instead. Han Li's heart thumped upon seeing her. Her eyes had changed into a dark green and her appearance had become warped. A fearsome, menacing guise had completely replaced her previously dignified air. When the young woman saw Han Li raise his head, she was startled and regained her awareness. Her warped appearance and green eyes disappeared in an instant. She said in a relaxed tone, "Fellow Taoist, why are you looking at me? Why haven't you torn off that talisman? Don't forget, the Jade Spirit Well is a treasure rarely seen in this world and I've already given it to you. Why are you still hesitating?" Han Li glanced at the black-clothed young woman and looked down at the golden talisman tightly sealing the jade box. Without saying anything further, he narrowed his eyes and slowly walked towards her with the jade box in hand. "Fellow Taoist, what are you going? Stop. Don't come closer." When the woman saw Han Li walking over with the golden talisman still on the jade box, her expression immediately changed and she began to shout with a panicked expression. When Han Li saw the young woman's reaction, his expression immediately became gloomy and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He wordlessly raised the box as he approached her. Although he didn't know why she was so scared of this talisman, he knew she wasn't harboring any good intentions toward him, and he decided to drop any formalities. The black-clothed young woman had completely lost her mind to fear as he approached and instantly slapped the stone platform beneath her to launch herself away. However, this action activated some sort of restriction. Just as she reached 3 meters away, red light enveloped her and brought her back to her original position. At that moment, the jade box flew out of Han Li's grasp and released a series of clear rings as it flew towards the woman's head. The golden talisman on the box flourished with radiance and released countless golden talisman characters that slowly floated down towards the young woman. "No!" the black-clothed woman shouted in despair. Her beautiful appearance warped in an instant. She quickly used her sole arm to cover her face and dropped her head down to her chest, desperately trying to keep her face away from the talisman. As the golden talisman characters finally dropped down to the young woman's shoulder, golden light sparked and released a wisp of green smoke. The young woman's body greatly trembled as she released a monstrous wail of anguish. The wail was deafeningly sharp and inhuman, much to Han Li's shock. He unconsciously took several steps back and he felt cold sweat line his palm. In one hand he tightly grabbed onto his spirit beast pouch with the gold-devouring beetles and tightly clutched onto the jade scepter with the other as he solemnly stared at the stone platform. As further talisman characters fell onto the black-clothed young woman, even more green smoke began to surge from her body. After a short moment, the green smoke had enveloped her. Her body could no longer be seen, but the flashes of light and wails never ceased. In a moment, the wails became screeching. In another, they became frantically hoarse. The sudden and unceasing transformations of the monstrous wails were awful to behold. As Han Li watched in apprehension, he held his breath and pursed his lips. A fishy scent had filled with room as soon as the green smoke appeared. Each breath of it immediately caused him to feel a wave of dizziness and nausea, much to his surprise. The smoke seemed to be extremely poisonous. Soon after, cracks began to sound out from within the green smoke. Han Li was startled. Before he realized what those sounds were, he heard a swish of wind. A dark green claw that was tangled in silver chains suddenly extended from the mist at the speed of lightning and fiercely swiped towards Han Li at the corner of the room. The claw was as flexible as a snake, suddenly bending and reaching out 10 meters towards Han Li trying to grab him. Han Li trembled and his grip tightened on the jade scepter. Just as he thought to execute a technique, the silver chains suddenly restrained the ghostly claws in a storm of sparks, filling the room with a scorched stench. A painful moan roared from within the smoke and the sharp claw quickly withdrew. Han Li stared into the mist with tightly shut lips, his expression continuously fluctuating. After some consideration, Han Li's expression grew sullen and he drew back with 2 additional steps. With the lapis stone wall close against his back, he poured a great amount of spiritual energy into the jade scepter, thickening the red-yellow light barrier around his body and causing him to feel somewhat more at ease. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, yet another monstrous scream left the mist, and the radiance of the jade box's golden talisman gradually dimmed. The amount of talisman characters it produced had also started to grow sparse. With all that he had seen, Han Li mused, it seems the golden talisman is capable of restraining either ghosts or demons, but it has a rather limited amount of spiritual qi. It will eventually expire and will no longer be able to restrain her. Fortunately, Han Li's worries were unfounded. In the following moment, the final scream faded away and the smoke had grown still. However, the golden talisman's light had yet to fade away. Han Li glanced at the golden talisman and didn't immediately approach it. Instead, he waited for a moment more. After the golden light faded away and the jade box fell into the dense smoke, Han Li's expression began to stir. He waved his arm and put away the spirit beast pouch for the time being. He then formed an incantation seal with the newly freed hand and began to mutter something in a low voice. In the following instant, a red, egg-sized fireball appeared in front of him. After taking a glance at the fireball, Han Li pointed into the smoke and the fireball flew into the green smoke as a streak of red light. He raised his brows and uttered, "Explode!" Boom! The smoke was swept up in a gale and was scattered in an instant, only to be replaced with a burnt stench. As expected, fire attribute techniques were the most effective means of dealing with poisonous qi. Han Li stood in place as he felt hot winds blow against him. A strange expression stirred in his eyes as he stared at the stone platform while the smoke cleared away. When he eventually saw what was there, he felt his heart jump and he dryly swallowed as a shiver went down his spine. There was a human-shaped silhouette on the platform that remained still, and it was unknown whether it was still alive. Although it could be said to be human-shaped, there was dense green fur covering its body. Additionally, it smelled very much like a rotting corpse. Although he didn't see what it truly was, it was absolutely not human. Like its human form, it had only one arm, but this arm was much longer and had pitch-black claws. This was clearly what had attacked Han Li earlier. What was even more notable were the many chains that wrapped around its body. Not only did they bind its legs and arm, but it also pierced through its chest and back. It had been entirely restrained. Without much further thought, Han Li pointed to his flying swords and had them pierce into the monster. As a result, a series of muffled clangs sounded out. The green fur had repelled them without harm. Han Li wryly smirked, but he didn't feel particularly surprised. Given what heavy restrictions the monster was subjected to, Han Li would have been somewhat astonished if that had actually cleaved off its head. Couldn't have possibly been that simple. Han Li waved to the swords and had them fly back towards him. He then took a few steps forward and lightly flung his sleeve towards the green-haired monster. At that moment, an azure mist of light shot out from Han Li's sleeve and gently enveloped the monster, resulting in it dropping to the floor with its true appearance revealed. With its hair parted, it was revealed to have only skin and bone as if it were a dried-up skeleton. Its half-open mouth had a pair of inch-long fangs emerging from it, making for a frightful appearance. "This is—" Han Li glanced at the green fur on the body and took another look at its face. It faintly felt familiar, as if he had seen it before in a jade slip. After lowering his head in contemplation, its name suddenly appeared in his head. He couldn't help but raise his head and frightfully shout, "Cadaver demon!" He suddenly recalled the fearsome legends of this vicious spirit from times of antiquity. Cadaver demons were a type of Xianxia. However, it was greatly different from cultivator-refined corpses and ordinary Xianxia that naturally rose from deep within the earth. It only appeared under extremely rare and specific circumstances. Although no one knew of the method by which this fearsome spirit took form, there were two main conditions that a cadaver corpse required to take form. First, there must be a corpse of a nascent soul cultivator at the very least. Corpses of mortals and inferior cultivators weren't sufficient for a cadaver demon to form. Secondly, the corpse must have heavenly spirit roots that are either wood or earth attribute. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to draw support from nature to rise once more. In addition to this, the cultivator must have died harboring immense grievances. With the soul unwilling to return to the path of reincarnation, it is retained by the corpse. As time passed by with some other unknown conditions fulfilled, the soul and corpse would fuse together to form the monster known as a cadaver demon. The monster could be said to be half human and half Xianxia, as well as half Xianxia and half ghost. Not only did it lack the fatal weakness of sunlight that ghost demons and Xianxia possessed, but it also possessed most of its memories and techniques from when it was alive. And because it died harboring grievances, this fearsome spirit was undoubtedly bloodthirsty. They were particularly fond of hunting down cultivators and slowly torturing their souls with corpse fire for their amusement as they feasted on them. It had been ages since the last cadaver demon had appeared in the cultivation world. Recalling the stories about the cadaver demon's incredibly durable body, Han Li felt slight dejection. According to the rumors, he could only use true fire to slowly burn the corpse or extract the soul and seal it. The cadaver demon clearly wasn't dead. It was merely restrained for the time being by the unknown golden talisman. He reckoned it would take quite a while before the cadaver demon would be able to recover its strength. With that thought, Han Li's gaze fell onto the jade box at the corpse demon's side. Since it had suppressed the cadaver demon and still hadn't burned to ash, it must be a seal of sorts. From how closely related the jade box was to the cadaver demon and the golden talisman that sealed it, it stands to reason that the box must have contained the cadaver demon's soul. But in that case, why was the cadaver demon able to control its body? It had also managed to nearly deceive Han Li into opening the jade box with its great intelligence. Could it be that the soul extraction was incomplete and that a remnant of the soul remained inside her body? Also, why did the cadaver demon have a jade spirit well in its possession? Did it acquire it after it was trapped? As Han Li was puzzling over this, he frowned and sank into deep thought. After a short moment, Han Li bluntly tossed the useless question away and began to look around for a way to leave. He would need to be at least at the nascent soul stage to be able to burn away the cadaver demon with true fire. Additionally, it would take several months at the very least. Even if Han Li had the cultivation to do so, he wouldn't waste the time or effort on such a fruitless task. He'd rather just get as far away from here as possible and have the cadaver demon continue to remain in isolation. As for any unwitting cultivators in the future that wandered in here, that wasn't any of his business. As for whenever the cadaver demon escaped from here, the great sects nearby could deal with it instead. But in the end, Han Li's gaze fell onto the jade box once more. After glancing at the jade box with the golden talisman several times, he hesitated for a moment before taking it into his hand. Afterwards, he placed it into his storage pouch with an unchanged expression. The golden talisman on the jade box had released truly peculiar talisman characters. He planned on giving it a proper examination later on. As for whether or not he would open the box, that decision would be left for once he finished condensing a nascent soul. At that point, he would be completely safe from any harmful spirit it may contain. With the divine devilbane lightning, the weeping soul beast, and a nascent soul cultivation, he would have nothing to fear. Han Li waved the jade scepter in his hand and the light barrier around him suddenly disappeared, revealing the yellow wolf. He intended on having it use the earth movement technique to open a path through the stone room. The lapis stone was still stone after all, regardless of how rare and hardy it may be. As such, it should still be affected by the earth movement technique. With that in mind, Han Li was about to have the wolf press onward when his expression suddenly stirred. He suddenly turned around and looked at the motionless cadaver demon. After tilting his head in thought, he sighed and stepped towards it. He raised the leg of the cadaver demon to reveal a pit underneath it. Inside the pit was the snowcloud fox that was now staring up at Han Li with pitiful eyes. Han Li faintly smiled and muttered, "You're rather intelligent to take refuge here." With that said, Han Li waved his arm and an azure light reached towards the small fox. The white fox knew that things were far from good and hastily jumped in an attempt to flee. However, Han Li's azure light was remarkably fast and caught it in midair. The azure light quickly wrapped around the fox, before quickly bringing it into Han Li's grasp. Han Li grabbed the white fox by its nape and turned around to leave the stone room. As he walked, he unconsciously muttered, "You are quite persistent. Not only did you manage to preserve your life through that, you even managed to survive until now in the company of the cadaver demon. Truly inconceivable." "Huh? That's inconceivable." Just as Han Li said that, his steps came to a sudden stop as a thought appeared in his mind. With a greatly changed expression, he suddenly waved his arm and ruthlessly flung the white fox towards the stone wall. In that instant, a trace of resentment appeared within the demon fox's eyes. Those short and small limbs sharply increased in length, and it swiped its snow-white claws at his chest. A huge clang shook the room. In the midst of Han Li's furious alarm, the white silhouette blurred as it was flung towards the wall, preventing itself from being smashed. The small fox deftly rolled several times in the air and distorted its body to fall down at a corner of the room. An ice-cold gaze appeared in its eyes, and it stood unscathed as it gazed at Han Li. Its green eyes faintly revealed a trace of disappointment. Shaken with fear, Han Li glanced at the large hole left behind on his clothes, revealing a sparkle of green light. It was the inner armor that he had looted off of Wen Tianren. After the royal scale plate had been destroyed, Han Li had decided to replace it with this inner armor instead. Despite not knowing its name, Han Li could tell it wasn't inferior to the royal scale plate in the slightest. Although the sly and fierce attack had caught Han Li off guard, it was naturally incapable of piercing through an armor that even common magic treasures couldn't harm. With his calm regained, Han Li stared at the white fox and gloomily asked, "Who are you?" That morphed attack was something a low-grade demon beast isn't capable of. At the same moment, he waved the jade scepter and tried to emit a light barrier around him. However, he was shocked to discover the jade scepter was completely unresponsive. Han Li bewilderedly glanced at the yellow wolf to discover that it was standing in place without any changes. Facing a powerful enemy, Han Li couldn't further investigate this and ordered the flying swords above him to form a curtain in front of him. With the droning flying swords protecting him, Han Li finally felt somewhat more at ease. In the following moment, Han Li was shocked to hear human words come from the snow-cloud fox's mouth. "Who am I? I'm the one who you just attacked. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me already?" The familiar woman's voice revealed a trace of mockery as the fox suddenly stood up on its hind legs. In that moment, the demon beast began to transform before Han Li's eyes. Within a few breaths' time, the white fox grew several times its size and shed the entirety of its fur in an instant. It transformed into a gorgeous young woman with a fox's tail. Han Li pursed his lips and could no longer keep calm. His entire face was filled with astonishment. This woman appeared exactly the same as the black-clothed woman except for the fact that she was nude. With her ample chest bared, she glanced at Han Li and flirtatiously said, "Huh? My demon fox incarnation is not bad at all." However, the depths of her bright eyes didn't contain the slightest warmth. After Han Li took a deep breath, he recovered his calm and coldly said, "That was you." He unconsciously glanced at the stone platform and saw that the corpse demon was completely still. With his heart relieved, he turned his sights to the newly formed woman. It would be reasonable to say that any demon beast that could assume human form was grade 8 at the very least. However, when he examined the cadaver demon's white fox incarnation, he saw that it only had the cultivation of a 7th grade demon beast. Han Li felt surprise but not fear. However, he didn't dare to completely trust the judgment of his spiritual sense. With a solemn expression on his face, he recalled what he had read about high-grade demon foxes. Nearly all demon foxes of this level were able to fully utilize illusion techniques. Many were even capable of toying around with similar grade cultivators without their knowledge. Their gift for concealment was among the best of all demon beasts. Previously, Han Li had felt somewhat doubtful of those words. He had managed to examine the woman with his immense spiritual sense with ease. However, since the cadaver demon had the ability to transform and retain this cultivation, why wasn't it able to take off the golden talisman of the jade box? Could it be that the demon still feared the golden talisman? Even in that case, with her cultivation, she would be able to kidnap a low-grade cultivator and force them to tear it off. As Han Li began to expressionlessly ponder, he faintly felt that the demon fox wasn't so simple as just the cadaver demon's incarnation. There was certain to be something hidden deeper. With that thought, he regained his calm and glanced at the naked young woman before him with a trace of harsh killing intent. "Regardless of whether or not you're the cadaver demon's incarnation, only one of us will be leaving alive." With this staunch declaration, Han Li pointed to his flying swords without hesitation and had the azure sword curtain surge with light. It then transformed into a mist as it engulfed the demon fox's corner of the room in an enormous display of strength. When the young woman saw Han Li's attack, she smirked and licked her luscious pink lips. With a bewitching, bone-shaking laughter, she faded away in a flash of white light. The azure mist ended up striking nothing but the lapis stone wall in a series of small rings. Han Li frowned and quickly swept his spiritual sense across the room but found no trace of the demon fox. Her concealment technique was far beyond his own. However, Han Li still remained calm. He coldly sorted and slapped the storage pouch, taking a small silver bell into his hand. "Go!" Han Li shouted. The small bell began to glow and instantly flew to a meter above his head. Without the slightest delay, Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hand and opened his mouth, releasing a breathful of azure chi towards the small bell. The ancient treasure flowed with light before releasing a loud clang. Since this room was sealed, the silver bell's sound attacks should be slightly more effective. As of that moment, the entire lapis stone room began to reverberate and the air within 20 meters of Han Li began to distort. Soon after, the naked woman revealed herself in a flash of white as she staggered from the attack. Han Li rejoiced and was inwardly puzzled. The demon fox appeared weaker than common grade 7 demon beasts. Was this because the cadaver demon had sustained damage before the incarnation took form? With that in mind, Han Li flicked his hand without any further hesitation, shooting 5 streaks of azure sword chi towards her. The meter-long streaks of light penetrated through her body in an instant. Then, with a miserable scream, the woman fell to the ground as a puddle of blood began to form around her. Han Li felt rather stunned at how easy it had been. While he was at a loss, the jade scepter in his hand suddenly grew hot and pulsed with red light as it surrounded his body in a dark red light barrier. Immediately after, several silver strands attacked him from a seemingly empty area. The light barrier's sudden appearance had managed to just block them just in time. "What? No!" A man and a woman's voice shouted at the same time. After recovering from his fright, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out an azure streak in the direction from where the silver strings were launched. A series of alluring, soul-shaking laughs suddenly sounded out as a flash of white light appeared at another place in the room. The naked woman appeared with her chest loosely held in her arms. Han Li's expression became extremely unsightly, and his gaze turned towards where the young woman had previously fallen. However, there was no longer anything there. Han Li pursed his dry lips and sullenly said, "Illusion technique!" The young woman widely smiled and didn't respond. Instead, her gaze dropped down towards the yellow wolf at his side, and her face revealed a trace of astonishment. When Han Li saw the young woman reveal this expression, his heart stirred and he glanced at the wolf as well. Afterwards, his attention turned to the jade scepter in his hand and his expression began to waver. The light barrier blocking the fox's cunning strike wasn't something that he had ordered. Could it be that the artifact spirit had taken the initiative to rescue him? At that moment, the mystery behind the huge silver wolf, the combined form of the red and yellow wolves, was suddenly brought to Han Li's mind as his heart grew heavy. The young woman twisted her slender waist and thought to say something when the jade scepter in Han Li's hand pulsed before a red wolf emerged before Han Li in a flash of red light. As soon as it appeared, both the red and yellow wolves merged together in a dazzling display. Han Li was deeply shocked by the scene and tightened his grip on the jade scepter, not daring to make any rash movements. As he expected, a ring of silver light erupted from the converging yellow and red light, revealing a 3-meter-tall silver wolf from within it. The wolf floated in the air as it stared at the demon fox with interest. Although the naked woman didn't know what the silver wolf was, for some reason she had felt her heart drop as soon as it had appeared, arousing a faint sense of foreboding. Under the stare of the huge wolf, her charming expression unconsciously froze. It was then that she realized things were far from good for her. With raised brows and a serious expression, she spat out a pink, fragrant mist, concealing her entire body in an instant. The pink mist quickly spread throughout the air and enveloped most of the room in the blink of an eye. Although Han Li didn't know what purpose this pink mist had, he didn't dare to breath it in. His expression immediately grew stern as he grabbed the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Regardless of how formidable the demon fox's technique may be, he didn't believe that it would be able to endure the attack of the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles. But just as Han Li was about to open the spirit beast pouch, the silver wolf had taken action, much to his astonishment. The silver wolf suddenly opened his mouth and released countless fist-sized spheres of silver light into the mist in a violent torrent. Then, with a howl, the wolf charged forward in a streak of silver light. Han Li was at such a loss that he stopped summoning his gold-devouring beetles. In the next moment, all of the silver spheres that had entered the mist began to burst. Silver light intertwined with the pink mist, causing the demon fox to shout in furious alarm. With that, the silver wolf then entered the mist. "What are you doing? Impossible. You... No!" As if having seen something unbelievable, the demon fox began to scream out in fright. An instant later, the miserable wails faded away as quickly as they had appeared. When Han Li heard this, his expression changed as he stared into the mist with narrowed eyes. Fortunately, the mist began to dissipate from a lack of spiritual power and revealed the previous hidden scene. Han Li's face distorted at the sight of the demon fox's naked form trembling on the ground. Pink and silver light enveloped different halves of the body with the lights intertwined at the body's center, continuously releasing sparks as if they were in opposition. "Possession?" Han Li shouted in his bewilderment. The silver light suddenly gained the advantage and slowly encroached on the pink light's territory. "No!" The young woman suddenly wrapped her head in her arms and screamed in pain. Soon after, her body began to tremble as its body began to change in a series of white flashes. A few seconds later, the woman's form turned back into that of an exquisite white fox. By that point, the last remnant of pink light had been consumed by the silver glow and the body's astonishing cultivation disappeared without a trace. It now only appeared to be the original low-grade demon beast. The white fox sat motionlessly on the ground as if it were completely exhausted, but the silver light enveloping its body only became more radiant. Han Li tightly held onto the jade scepter in his hand and uncertainty appeared on his face. It was clear that the silver wolf had succeeded in its possession of the body, but he didn't know if he could continue to restrict or order the silver wolf while it was in the fox's body. A long while later, Han Li released a long sigh. Regardless of how it could be seen, the white fox couldn't pose the slightest resistance with its current cultivation. As such, there was no need to prematurely strike it down. Moreover, regardless of the silver wolf's actions, it seemed to bear him no malice. Of course, Han Li had always wanted to know more about the history behind the silver wolf, but before he could even ask, the artifact spirit had taken action of its own accord. It was clear that the silver wolf had quite a story behind it, as he had long since guessed. As a result, Han Li sunk into deep thought as his expression began to fluctuate. The white fox's silver radiance eventually dimmed and it began to stand up on its four limbs. As if unsuited to the fox's body, it knelt down after only taking a few steps. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Having heard this, the white fox turned its head to Han Li with a trace of irritation clear in its eyes. He then heard a woman's voice. "What's so funny? I've just possessed this body. It is only natural that I've yet to adapt to it." Just as Han Li heard this, his smile froze as he rubbed his nose and muttered, "So you're also a woman?" The female voice coldly said, "Humph! Who's a woman? Do you mean me?" When Han Li heard this, he wryly smiled in response and withdrew his magic swords that were revolving at his side. He then calmly said, "I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I just want to hear of your origins." The white fox crouched and calmly glanced at Han Li. "My origins? Am I not the artifact spirit of the ancient treasure in your hand?" Han Li frowned and gloomily replied, "Of course I know you're an artifact spirit. However, I've never heard of an artifact spirit being capable of possession." The white fox curled its mouth and casually said, "This merely illustrates your ignorance. Have I not already demonstrated that it is possible?" When Han Li heard this, he grew silent for a moment. After a short moment, he lifted the jade scepter in his hand and began to carefully look it over. A vigilant expression appeared in the white fox's eyes, and she coldly asked, "What do you plan on doing?" Han Li sighed and calmly asked, "Nothing in particular. I am merely curious as to how useless this jade scepter is now that you've successfully possessed the demon fox." If I were to shatter this, would anything happen to you? The white fox's expression massively changed and it fiercely glared at Han Li. But after only a short moment, it thought of something and its imposing attitude soon disappeared. The white fox insipidly said, "You don't need to test me. It is true that if you shatter the jade scepter, I will disappear as well. After all, artifact spirits are one with the treasures that contain them." Afterwards, white light flashed from the fox's body, and a huge pressure began to emit from it. Han Li's heart trembled, and his expression immediately became tense. The white fox glanced at Han Li and said, "There is no need to be worried. I merely find it inconvenient to speak to you in beast form, so I am transforming into a human." When Han Li heard this, he felt somewhat surprised but a bit more at ease as well. At that moment, the white fox glowed with a blinding silver light, causing Han Li to unconsciously take a few steps back. The white glow faded away to reveal a young woman with an alluring beauty. Apart from her shining green eyes being replaced with a clear black, the woman's appearance was exactly the same as before it had been possessed. It seemed a demon beast's human form was permanent and it was incapable of being changed. As Han Li pondered to himself, the young woman unconsciously covered her body. She then hesitantly asked, "Does fellow Taoist have any clothes? I feel unaccustomed to this." After that was said, the woman revealed an expression of slight shyness. Han Li was stunned for a moment, but he soon took out a few reserve clothes from his storage pouch and handed them over. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." The young woman took the clothes and began to drape them on her body, covering herself. Han Li's expression stirred. The woman's every action exuded an undescribable gracefulness. Even women from noble households would find it difficult to match her. It was incredulous that she was originally a silver wolf. Having finished putting on her clothes, the woman turned to Han Li and slowly said, "You may call me Silvermoon. As for my origins, it's not that I don't wish to tell you, but I cannot remember them myself. You should know that when a demon's soul is refined into an artifact spirit, their consciousness will fade away, and they become an obedient entity for their master to command. But for some unknown reason, I one day regained awareness and recalled a few memories of when I was alive. Although it is a rather small amount, I regained some ability for independent action. I faintly recalled that I was once a member of the Silver Wolves clan. As such, I've named myself Silvermoon Wolf since I do not have any memory of my original name." As she said this, the young woman elegantly took a few steps as if to slowly get accustomed to her new body. A pensive expression appeared on Han Li's face as he stroked his chin. "The Silvermoon Wolves clan? I have no records of such demon beasts." Silvermoon frowned and said, "This merely came from a portion of my shattered memories. Perhaps I remembered incorrectly." Han Li pondered for a moment before solemnly asking, "All right, you've lost the memories of your past. But what about the matter of an artifact spirit taking possession of another body? Don't tell me that all artifact spirits can do this. If this were true, the cultivation world would have long ago been thrown into disarray." The young woman coldly smiled and countered, "Do you really believe that I can casually possess any flesh body as I wish?" Han Li narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman. "What do you mean?" Silvermoon pursed her lips and explained, "The technique that I just used can't strictly be considered possession. It is merely an innate ability of us Silvermoon wolves called soul devouring. By using our manifested souls, we may directly attack the soul of another. Of course, once we devour their souls, we may temporarily take control of the new body. However, this cannot last for a long period of time. Otherwise our souls will merge with the possessed body and we will no longer be able to return to our own. Additionally, this ability is a double-edged sword. Our spiritual sense isn't particularly stronger than those of other demon clans. If we were to come across an opponent with a stronger spiritual sense, our lives would be thrown away. As a result, none dared to rashly use it. However, to someone without a body like me, it doesn't particularly matter." Having seen Han Li's astonishment, she guessed what Han Li was about to ask and hurriedly continued, "Please don't ask me about the specifics of soul devouring. It is only something I have an instinctual grasp of. But there is no need to worry. Soul devouring possesses many restrictions and isn't something that I can casually use. It would have been impossible for me to use it as an artifact spirit if I weren't originally a silvermoon wolf. Had I not been fortunate enough to come across this four-pupiled fox, I wouldn't have used it. I would have merely chosen to remain inside the Jade Scepter instead. According to my memories, the four-pupiled foxes were innately vulnerable against silvermoon wolves. With its spirit already possessed by the cadaver demon and without having to deal with the original body's master, I was luckily able to succeed in possessing it. Han Li closely looked into her eyes and found nothing strange. He couldn't help but doubtfully ask, "For-pupiled fox? Was it not a snowcloud fox?" Its namesake, the innate devil pupils, only appear after its cultivation has reached the greater success stage. Our silvermoon wolves' soul devouring is a joke in comparison to their devil eyes with their fearsome deadliness. But while their appearance is extremely similar to a common snowcloud fox, when it fully used its technique, I immediately recognized it. Silvermoon faintly smiled and unconsciously revealed a captivating beauty. Han Li pursed his lips and raised his most pressing concern. The demon fox's cultivation reached that of a grade 7 demon beast. That isn't considered having reached greater success stage? And how come it is capable of taking human form when it had yet to break through to metamorphosis stage? Moreover, how was the demon fox's cultivation able to change so suddenly? Don't tell me that you and the demon fox had been concealing this body's true cultivation all along. Haha, fellow Taoist sure has many questions. However, I haven't spoken to anybody else in countless years, so I don't mind. I truly don't know why the demon fox was capable of transforming. I reckon that the cadaver demon saw that the situation was disadvantageous and decided to use a technique to forcefully graft a portion of its cultivation onto the demon fox. That was how its cultivation was able to reach such heights. The four-pupiled fox's true cultivation is still that of a genuine low-grade spirit beast. Also, the cadaver demon wasn't able to stray too far away from its body once it grafted its cultivation onto the demon fox due to the room's restrictions. As for why I am currently in human form, it is mostly because I am raising my cultivation to the border of a grade 8 demon beast by using secret techniques. However, my cultivation will slowly decrease and I will turn back into a demon beast. It will be at least a month before I can use this technique again. After that, Han Li didn't continue his questioning. Instead, he lowered his head in thought. A long while later, he indifferently said, "Although this hasn't dispelled all of my doubts, I've reached a general understanding. However, there is something I wish to ask fellow Taoist Silvermoon. What do you plan on doing with that body?" Silvermoon revealed a mysterious smile and chuckled before asking, "Would fellow Taoist kill me if I told you that I planned on cultivating with it?" Han Li didn't directly respond to her question and responded with raised eyebrows. "From the techniques and abilities that you displayed today as well as during that time in Heaven Void Hall, it seemed that you deliberately allowed me to acquire the Jade Scepter. Is that right?" Silver Wolf felt somewhat stunned by his question, and she smiled with luminous eyes. "As the Jade Scepter's tool spirit, I didn't have much of a chance to leave Heaven Void Hall by myself. I needed a cultivator to bring me out. On that day, I didn't use my full abilities to resist capture. And with my cultivation greatly reduced after breaking free from the Heaven Void Cauldron, my full resistance wouldn't have been able to stop a nascent soul cultivator. In the end, it would have been better for me to fall into the hands of a core formation cultivator instead." After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li asked with a deep voice, "That day, I wasn't the only core formation cultivator there. Why didn't you fall into the hands of the other two? Did you choose me?" Silvermoon's expression stirred and asked, "You mean the youth surnamed Wu and the Ghost Dao cultivator that planned on killing you for the Heaven Void Cauldron?" "That's right." Silvermoon pursed her lips and sweetly smiled. "I simply found them undesirable. One was eerie and filled with ghost chi and the other shriveled and hideous. Although you aren't a majestic figure, you could be considered somewhat pleasing to the eye. Do you find these reasons acceptable?" She seemed both earnest and joking as she said this. Han Li found himself overwhelmed with a feeling of not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. Since fellow Taoist is unwilling to speak of it, I won't press you since I have a more important question to ask. Have you been able to observe my actions over the years from within my storage pouch? Han Li's question was spoken with an icy tone, causing the temperature in the room to instantly drop. Her smile vanished and she seriously responded, "That's right. Regardless of whether it is Brother Han's techniques or magic treasures, I have been able to observe everything. I even know of the small, heaven-defying bottle of yours." Although he had faintly guessed as much, Han Li's expression instantly grew gloomy upon hearing her. He icily glanced at the young woman in silence as if he were thinking of a countermeasure. Silvermoon ignored Han Li's icy expression and asked with a weak smile, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Han plans on killing me? After all, if any of the cultivator clans were to know that such a heaven-defying treasure were to exist, Brother Han would surely meet a miserable end." When Han Li heard her, his eyes narrowed and his gaze became sharp as a blade's edge. With a hostile expression, Han Li chillingly said, "Since fellow Taoist Silvermoon is fully aware of this and dares to brazenly mention it, are you not afraid that I will destroy your linked treasure? If you were to perish, there wouldn't be any leaked secrets. Or do you believe that I wouldn't be able to kill you?" Silvermoon shook her head and serenely said, "With your current abilities and magic treasures along with my unfamiliarity with this body, it is unlikely that I could prove to be your opponent. And after seizing this body through soul devouring, my cultivation greatly decreased. If we were to fight, I'd only have a 30% chance of victory if I'm being generous. Besides, my house treasure is in your hands. I could disappear as soon as you willed it." Han Li coldly snorted, but the young woman continued her explanation without a care. "I am very much satisfied that fellow Taoist Han has been able to tolerate me this far without killing me. While you can't be considered a chivalrous hero, you are still clearly someone who understands debts of gratitude. If I hadn't taken action to block the demon fox's attack, Brother Han probably wouldn't have given me the opportunity to speak so much rubbish." Han Li didn't deny her, instead calmly admitting, "Even if I give you the opportunity, if you aren't able to convince me, I will still take action. I cannot allow any knowledge of the bottle to escape." Silvermoon explained with an appreciative expression, "That's fine. Brother Han's words are still in line with my predictions. If fellow Taoist Han were not ruthless and decisive, he wouldn't have made it this far on the path of cultivation, and I definitely wouldn't have saved you. After all, I don't wish to be immediately discarded after recognizing a master." Han Li was stunned for a moment before he sneered and said, "Recognizing a master? What is that supposed to mean? Do you really believe that I'd release you over a few words?" The woman's eyes brightly stirred as she further explained, "Of course, it isn't such a simple matter. According to my knowledge, your set of bamboo cloudswarm swords has no artifact spirit. I am capable of shifting my main soul from the Jade Scepter over to your bamboo cloudswarm swords for the time being. With this, your flying swords would become far stronger, and you could end my life with a single thought. This should be enough for you to release me. After all, as your artifact spirit, you'll be able to sense if I have even the slightest malice towards you. Also, since my flesh body cannot be separated too far away from my main soul, there will be no fear of me abandoning you." Han Li frowned and deliberated for a long while before nonchalantly asking, "Can artifact spirits change their main bodies? If that is possible, then why are you willing to become my artifact spirit? Don't tell me that this is just because you're grateful that I've taken you out of Heaven Void Hall." The young woman sighed and slowly said, "Other artifact spirits possess no awareness and are naturally incapable of changing their house treasure. However, I am different. So long as we are both willing, I am completely capable of doing this. Naturally, if I am to change my house treasure, I will certainly feel immense pain, but that cannot be helped. As for my intentions, I naturally don't wish to be an artifact spirit for eternity. Don't think my views to be contradictory. I am only willing to become your artifact spirit now so that I may acquire true freedom in the future." Han Li's heart stirred and his expression grew lax. "Could you speak of that in more detail? I am not too sure of the specifics, but my scattered memories tell me that if I cultivate a secret technique, and my house treasure's master reaches the legendary deity transformation stage, then I will acquire my freedom in the instant they ascend to the next realm. But before that happens, I will still be under your control. But if you were to die for any reason before then, I will have to find another cultivator. However, from the way I see it, with your precious small bottle, you are the most likely cultivator to fulfill my wishes. That is why I was willing to take the initiative to offer to become your artifact spirit. Han Li's expression wavered upon hearing this. After letting out a long sigh, he said, "Regardless of whether or not you're telling the truth, I truly have no method of controlling you other than this. And since you've taken the initiative to become my artifact spirit, I cannot reject you. However, I will have to place a temporary restriction on your body for the time being. After all, suddenly shifting an artifact spirit isn't something that can be done all at once. I must first prepare myself. Oh right. How far away can you be from your house treasure while in that body?" Silvermoon appeared happy that Han Li had agreed to her request. She obediently replied, "Currently, I must be within 50 kilometers of you. But soon, this demon fox's cultivation will increase, and so should the range." Han Li closely pursued this matter with a cautious expression. "What will happen if you exceed this range? If the range is exceeded, my soul will be beckoned by the housed treasure and I will be called back. However, fellow Taoist need not worry about inconveniencing me. I know a secret technique that allows my body to be safely sealed within a spirit beast pouch. So long as you cultivate the technique and give the order, I can leave and enter the spirit beast pouch at will. As for when you confront an enemy, I can appear as your artifact spirit or even as the fox in accordance to the situation." Han Li appeared satisfied by Silvermoon's answer and nodded his head. "Good, since that's the case. I'll first—" Silvermoon's expression changed as she suddenly interrupted him. "Not good. My spiritual power is exhausted. I cannot continue to maintain this body." In a pulse of silver light, her body shrank before Han Li's eyes, turning back into a small white fox. It was currently wrapped around Han Li's rather large clothes. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh. He then formed an incantation gesture without any hesitation and shot several streaks of azure light into the white fox's body, placing it underneath his restrictions. Han Li then lifted the white fox by its nape and said, "Once we head out, I will hand you over to the drifting cloud disciples for the time being. Then after we part, slip away on your own. It should be extremely easy for you to slip away from a couple of chi condensation cultivators. I'll be waiting for you along the way." "All right, I'll do as you said. But how will Brother Han handle this cadaver demon?" The white fox spoke to Han Li through a voice transmission. Han Li took a look at the green-haired cadaver demon and casually said, "First, I'll see whether or not the gold-devouring beetles can destroy it. If that isn't possible, then there is nothing that can be done. We'll just leave it alone. Besides, regardless of the outcome, I'll be taking the jade box that has its main soul. It won't be able to cause any major problems later on." He then slapped his waist and launched the spirit beast pouch into the air, releasing countless black-tainted gold-devouring beetles to surround the cadaver demon. Sounds of the beetles gnawing spread throughout the room. But soon, Han Li saw a portion of the gold-devouring beetles suddenly fall onto their backs and die. Their tricolored shell turned dark green in an instant. "What fearsome poison!" Han Li muttered with a faint scowl. After a moment of hesitation, he had the flying beetles return to his spirit beast pouch. The white fox pondered for a long moment and said, "The cadaver demon's rotting poison might not be among the 10 deadliest poisons in the land, but it isn't something that your incomplete gold-devouring beetles are capable of enduring." Han Li snorted and frowned as he coldly glanced at the cadaver demon. The monster's body was extremely durable, far beyond that of the venomous flood dragon. He reckoned that if he were to destroy the cadaver demon, it would cause a majority of his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles to perish. There was no way Han Li would suffer such a loss over a fruitless matter. "Let's go." Han Li spoke without the slightest hesitation. The white fox nodded her head and said, "That does seem to be the only choice. Perhaps there will be a later use for the cadaver demon." With that said, A strange light glowed from the white fox and a yellow wolf head emerged from its body. As soon as the yellow wolf appeared, it opened its mouth wide and enveloped them both in yellow light. Afterwards, Han Li and the white fox disappeared from the room. Senior Marshal Brother Wang and the other 3 Qi condensation cultivators were anxiously standing outside of the cliff. With none of them capable of using earth movement techniques, they could only wait for Han Li to return. Kuei Huan grew impatient and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother, do you think Junior Marshal Brother Han succeeded?" When the other 2 heard him, they attentively looked at Senior Marshal Brother Wang. He wryly smiled and said, "It's hard to say. With Junior Marshal Brother Han's 10th layer cultivation, it shouldn't have been easy for him to chase after the demon fox. However, Junior Marshal Brother Han does possess an impressive magic tool. Perhaps he'll be able to give us a pleasant surprise, but either result shouldn't come as a shock." When the other 3 heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The short, stout youth sighed and shook his injured hand. When he thought to say something further, a yellow light suddenly flashed from the cliff to reveal Han Li with a small fox in his grasp. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, you truly managed to capture the fox." All 4 of the cultivators began to speak with expressions of excitement. Han Li chuckled and said, "It wasn't much. The fox was quite cunning and circled several times within the mountain. Had it not exhausted its spiritual power, I fear I wouldn't have been able to capture it so quickly." He then tossed the white fox towards Kuei Huan. Kuei Huan was stunned for a moment before excitedly catching it. The short, stout youth hurriedly warned, "Junior Marshal Brother Kuei, be careful. Don't let it run away." Kuei Huan lifted the white fox and replied, "Don't worry. I'll be very careful." Afterwards, he slapped his storage pouch and took out a dark green bag before quickly slipping the small fox inside. Kuei Huan quickly tied the pouch closed and proudly said, "Hee hee, how will you escape from this pouch, little fox?" Han Li took a look at the small pouch, but after seeing that it was only a low-grade spirit tool, he paid it no further heed. Senior Marshal Brother Wang didn't pay any further attention to the small fox in the pouch. He instead faced Han Li and cordially said, "We were only able to capture the demon fox in great thanks to Junior Marshal Brother Han. Since we aren't an unscrupulous sort, we'll give Junior Brother Han a third of whatever the fox will fetch us. As for the rest, we'll split it evenly among us 4. How does that sound?" Han Li smiled in response. From Senior Marshal Brother Wang's skilled display, it seemed he truly wished to form a relationship with Han Li. As a result, Han Li nodded his head and agreed without any reservations. "Since Brother Wang has made up his mind, I have no complaints." Although the other 3 felt somewhat reluctant to receive fewer spirit stones, they all knew that if it weren't for Han Li's assistance, they would have ended up wasting their efforts. As such, no one raised any objections. In the following moments, Han Li shared a few pleasantries with the others before excusing himself on the pretenses of having a pressing matter at hand. With Han Li heading back to the sect, the other 4 decided to strike while the iron was hot and head straight to the market city at the center of the Dreamcloud Mountains. Since that was where the disciples of the 3 sects mingled the most, they reckoned they would fetch the highest price for the Snowcloud Fox there. The 4 then departed from the marsh in high spirits. Han Li didn't travel far before casually finding a small mountain nearby. He dropped down and sat cross-legged on a flat rock before closing his eyes. He had the jade scepter on hand, allowing the white fox to find him when the time came. About an hour later, Han Li's expression stirred and he opened his eyes. At nearly the same time, a yellow light emerged from the earth, revealing the white fox. Han Li looked at the white fox and indifferently said, "Well, aren't you fast?" The white fox raised its head and chuckled. "It isn't that I'm fast. It's just that they underestimated me by using a low-grade spirit tool to contain me. I fear they still haven't discovered that I've disappeared." Han Li expressionlessly said, "But now those drifting cloud sect disciples will have made a wasted effort. When the time comes, I should give them a bit of compensation." The white fox shook its head and said, "If that's the case, they will have profited from this disaster. All right, let's cut the rubbish. Shrink yourself and hide in my sleeve for the time being. We're going to return." Han Li then shook his sleeve. When the white fox heard him, she wordlessly shrunk herself in a glimmer of silver light and flew into Han Li's sleeve as a white blur. Because of the restrictions that Han Li had placed on the white fox's body, he had no fear of any sinister designs the white fox may hold, allowing him to confidently fly back. Instead of returning to his cave residence, he first dropped down into the market city at the main mountain of the drifting cloud sect. They should have the materials he needed to shift the housing of the artifact spirit. He needed to hurry up and make preparations for his return. Each passing day that Silvermoon remained as a loose artifact spirit was a day that he felt uneasy. Han Li was able to purchase the ingredients without problem. He easily found a store dealing with materials and purchased them all in one go. Although these materials were uncommon, they weren't particularly rare or precious. As a result, no one has asked him what he was using them for. With both the materials and White Fox on hand, Han Li flew back to the medicine garden with satisfaction. But just as he arrived at the medicine garden, there were two people standing outside the restrictions. One of them was Kuei Huan, who was sighing with an appearance of nervousness. The other person was a sullen-faced senior martial brother Wang. When Han Li saw them, he inwardly sighed. He obviously knew why they were here. However, Han Li landed near them with an expression of ignorance. When they saw that Han Li had returned, they glanced at each other and wore embarrassed expressions. Han Li stepped forward and calmly asked, "Fellow Taoists, why have you returned so quickly? Have you already sold the Snowcloud Fox?" After a moment of hesitation, senior martial brother Wang wryly smiled and said, I'm afraid we've let brother Han down." Han Li stroked his chin and asked, "Oh, what happened? Was there an incident with the Snowcloud Fox?" Kuei Huan opened his eyes wide and bewilderedly asked, "Junior martial brother Han? How did you know?" Han Li faintly smiled when he heard Kuei Huan and calmly said, "The only thing that we have together is a business interest in the demon fox. What else would bring you here?" When Kuei Huan heard this, he opened his mouth but was left at a loss for words. At his side, senior martial brother Wang sighed and said, "Junior martial brother Han is clearly an intelligent person. It is true that something has gone wrong with the Snowcloud Fox. We wished to sell the demon fox as soon as possible and headed straight to a market city when we departed. But not long after we left, I grew somewhat ill at ease and had junior martial brother Kuei open the bag to let me examine the fox. As a result..." With that said, senior martial brother Wang paused, revealing a strange expression. Vexed, Kuei Huan hurriedly finished for him. "As a result, we discovered that the demon fox had somehow managed to escape without a trace. It was truly inconceivable. It disappeared without a trace?" Han Li frowned as if he was wondering about the truth behind those words. When senior martial brother Wang saw Han Li's expression, he inwardly cursed without end. Although Han Li's cultivation wasn't high, he was skilled in talisman refinement and possessed a powerful magic tool. With that in mind, senior martial brother Wang had planned on properly forming a relationship with him. However, he didn't anticipate such an embarrassing affair to occur before he could formally establish a friendship. It would be fine if he were wealthy. He'd be able to easily solve this by just using his own spirit stones and leave a good impression with Han Li. But as it so happened, he along with his fellow group members were lacking spirit stones, making it extremely difficult to win Han Li over. With that thought, senior martial brother Wang forcefully mustered himself out of his dejection, saying, "I know that this matter is hard to believe, but it really did happen. Regardless of how it's said, junior martial brother did personally hand over the demon fox to us, but now I must take responsibility for its disappearance. I've already sent my junior martial brothers to sell off the Huangjing to repay the spirit stones we borrowed from you, and we'll have that for you soon. As for junior martial brother's rightful share of spirit stones, we will make up for it as soon as we can." Just as soon as Kuei Huan heard this, his expression changed and he nervously said, "Senior martial brother, that is no small sum of spirit stones. Even if we were to pool together all we have, it would take at least 3 years to gather together that many spirit stones. It will slow down our cultivation if we cannot purchase any medicine pills during that time. Senior Marshal Brother Wang shook his head and was about to say something when Han Li interrupted him with a smile. There is no need for Senior Marshal Brother to be like this. I believe you. The Snowcloud Fox was rather proficient in movement techniques, so it's no surprise that it was able to escape from the leather bag magic tool. I had originally thought to give a word of warning to Brother Kuei, but at the time I found it to be somewhat inappropriate and stayed quiet. As for my share of the spirit stones, let's just drop it. It'll be fine if you just return the spirit stones that you borrowed. With that, I won't consider myself to have suffered a loss. When Kuei Huan heard that he didn't have to give any spirit stones, he was greatly delighted and slapped his hands together saying, I knew that Junior Marshal Brother Han was a magnanimous person. Although it was our fault, we truly don't possess the spirit stones to compensate you. And with Junior Marshal Brother's wealth, he shouldn't mind such a small amount too greatly. I, Kuei Huan, will always look upon you as a friend. When Senior Marshal Brother Wang heard Han Li, he revealed some hesitation. A moment later, he helplessly smiled and said, On behalf of my Junior Marshal brothers, I accept Junior Marshal Brother Han's generosity despite our shameful display. If you ever require any assistance in the future, please don't hesitate to find us. So long as it is possible, I will not refuse you. Senior Marshal Brother Wang felt that while Han Li's words were polite, he feared that Han Li harbored different thoughts entirely. As a result, he strived his hardest to choose his words carefully to leave behind the best impression possible. Having said that, he then particularly paid attention to Han Li's expression. However, Senior Marshal Brother Wang inwardly frowned since he wasn't able to make out any of Han Li's emotions. The three had a chat outside the garden, but soon the other two Qi condensation cultivators in their party arrived with the spirit stones they had acquired from reselling the Huangjing. Han Li received the pouch of spirit stones and casually swept his spiritual sense through it before calmly putting it away. After seeing Han Li receive the spirit stones, Senior Marshal Brother Wang suddenly recalled something and asked, Ah, that's right. Junior Marshal Brother's magic tool is rather impressive. Will you be taking part in the sword trial assembly later this year? Han Li couldn't help but reply with an odd expression. The sword trial assembly? What? Does Junior Marshal Brother Han not know of it? Not only was Senior Marshal Brother Wang surprised, but the other three seemed to find this hard to believe as well. Han Li inwardly muttered to himself and calmly replied, Is it strange that I don't know of it? Kuei Huan blinked and suddenly recalled something. Of course it is. Oh, that's right. This is Junior Marshal Brother's first year in the sect and he was staying in the medicine garden all this time. It makes sense that you don't know of the sword trial assembly. When the others heard this, they glanced at one another and nodded their heads, accepting this as the truth. Senior Marshal Brother Wang wore a strange expression and said, We were greatly shocked when we heard that Junior Marshal Brother Han didn't know about the sword trial assembly. After all, it is starting soon and all disciples within the sect are talking about, even the external affair disciples. Those that wish to prove their mettle are eagerly waiting in anticipation. The short, stout youth glanced at Senior Marshal Brother Wang with admiration and said, With that said, the only one in our group to participate in the contest of might will be Senior Marshal Brother Wang. However, it is a pity that while Senior Marshal Brother may prevail against external affair disciples, he will eventually be defeated when facing inner sect disciples. But even with this, Senior Marshal Brother should still receive a mid-grade magic tool as a reward. When Han Li heard this, he wore a curious expression and said, Oh, so it is a contest of superiority within the sect. It seems that it is quite unordinary. Could Senior Marshal Brother explain a few of the finer details? Senior Marshal Brother Wang glanced at Han Li and slowly said, Of course, the sword trial assembly is actually for showing off newly joined disciples. Regardless of one's identity, so long as they are a newly accepted disciple that isn't over the age of 30, one can participate. As for you, Junior Marshal Brother Han, you still appear to be in your mid-20s and you've just entered the sect. You happen to meet the requirements. Han Li rubbed his chin and slowly said, Is that so? It seems that there aren't many disciples that can partake in the contest. Junior Marshal Brothers' world holds somewhat true. But the sword trial assembly actually has much to do with a sacred tree that the three sects are overseeing. A sacred tree? When Hanli heard this, he was stunned and realized that they were talking about Dreamcloud Mountain's spirit well tree. His initially careless expression was quickly replaced with a solemn one. Hanli seriously asked, "What does the sword trial assembly have to do with the sacred tree?" The sword trial assembly takes place several days before sacred tree starts to shed wine nectar. The three sects use this competition to decide who receives half of the shed wine nectar, leaving the remaining half to be split between the two other sects. As a result, while this assembly can only be participated by young, new disciples, it is viewed with great importance among the three sects. If one achieves great merits in the assembly, one will attract the attention of the sect elders and acquire countless benefits. Senior Martial Brother Wang sighed and paused for a moment before solemnly continuing. Of course, beside those benefits, one is also heavily rewarded at the end for how many other disciples they are able to suppress. Not only were many disciples rewarded with top-grade magic tools in the past, there were also a few disciples that were rewarded with a spirit-tempering pill. Although this medicine pill isn't very useful for low-grade disciples, there are many core formation experts that are more than willing to exchange them for at least 4 top-grade magic tools. However, this assembly has almost always been dominated by the Ancient Sword sect, leaving our sect and the 100 Possibilities sect to take second and third place. However, this comes as no surprise. With their incisive magic tools and techniques, the disciples of the Ancient Sword sect make for incredibly difficult opponents for cultivators of the same grade. Senior Martial Brother Wang's final words seemed to be full of both admiration and complaints. Hanli frowned and asked, "By low-grade disciples, do you mean that both Qi Condensation and Foundation Establishment disciples will be participating?" Senior Martial Brother Wang nodded his head. "That's right. The Sword Trial Assembly doesn't differentiate between Qi Condensation cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators. They are all lumped together in the competition." Hanli said with a doubtful tone, "Then isn't it unfair towards Qi Condensation cultivators?" Senior Martial Brother Wang slightly smiled and spoke with a deep tone. The Sword Trial Assembly was originally meant to compare the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment disciples between sections. Qi Condensation cultivators are only secondary. However, in order to encourage enthusiasm among low-grade disciples, they didn't restrict external affair disciples from participating. Although Qi Condensation cultivators have never been able to seize first place, there have been Qi Condensation cultivators that were able to defeat Foundation Establishment cultivators and force their way into the top 10. Qi Condensation cultivators forcing their way into the top 10? Could it be that their magic tools are immensely powerful? Kuei Huan shook his head and said, "Hehe. Junior Martial Brother is truly smart. He already knew the crux of the matter without being told. The core formation seniors of the sects all have their own descendants and occasionally give them a few greatly powerful magic tools so that they may acquire a high rank. As such, it is no surprise that these Qi Condensation disciples would be able to overcome a Foundation Establishment cultivator with an unwieldy magic tool." With that said, the doubt on Han Li's face only grew deeper. After a moment of thought he said, "From what you've said, there should be more rewards than just that for the top ranking. There would be no way that this much effort would be put into the contest for only magic tools." Senior Martial Brother Wang slowly said, "Even if Junior Martial Brother didn't mention it, I would have said it anyways. In fact, the Sword Trial Assembly's most attractive reward is the opportunity to cleanse one's eyes in spirit water if one places in the top 10. It is said that the first drop that is shed each time from the holy tree is particularly valuable and can be concocted into the legendary Brightsight water. Although one's cultivation won't increase from using the water, it grants the fantastical ability to see through mist and stone. This is the reason why there are so many that strive their hardest to make it into the top 10. If there were only a few top-grade magic tools as a prize, there would be little attraction for the disciples of sect elders of large clans. After all, while the spirit-tempering pill is a precious prize, there is only one of them." Hanli raised his brow and muttered, "Bright Sight Water." The name of this spirit water was something that Hanli had seen in many records. However, he wholly didn't expect for the 3 sects of Dreamcloud Mountain to actually be capable of refining it. It made even him feel tempted. With a dreamy tone, Kue Huan added, "Not to mention the first drop of the sacred tree, but even the other materials used to create the bright-sight water are all extremely rare. It is said that it uses several kinds of thousand-year spirit medicine. If it weren't for the fact that bright-sight water is only effective on qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators, the seniors of the sect would have been reluctant to place it as a reward." With this, Han Li had acquired a rough understanding of the sword trial assembly. Once he acquired a few of the finer details, he planned on personally participating. After all, since this matter involved both a spirit-tempering pill and bright-sight water, Han Li couldn't possibly let this opportunity go. After that, the four chattered a bit more about the sword trial assembly with Han Li before taking their leave. Han Li watched them go on their flying magic tools until they became black specks in the sky. He then stood in place and began to ponder with a serious expression. The white fox's soft voice suddenly spoke from his cuff. "What? Is Brother Han tempted? Do you have eyes on the spirit-tempering pill or the bright-sight water?" Han Li raised his head and bluntly replied, "Don't tell me I can't go after both?" He shook his sleeve and had the fox jump out. The white fox quickly regained its original size and raised its head. It softly chuckled. "Fellow Taoist Han is truly greedy. However, this is fine too. Regardless of whether it is the spirit-tempering pill or the bright-sight water, they will prove to be rather practical. If you were to miss this opportunity, they would become quite difficult to acquire. I am well aware. For now, come back with me to my cave residence. I'll deal with your matter first and leave the deliberations for the sword trial assembly for later," Han Li said with a sullen voice. He then turned around and headed towards his cave residence. The white fox's eyes revealed anticipation, and she wordlessly followed after him. Once Han Li entered the cave residence, he immediately started having the artifact spirit transfer onto his bamboo cloudswarm swords. Han Li grew faintly excited at prospect of his magic treasures growing in power with the addition of an artifact spirit. Originally, there was an extremely small chance for a magic treasure to take in an artifact spirit, as the demon beast's soul would do its utmost to resist. But with Silvermoon taking the initiative to enter Han Li's magic treasure, there wouldn't be much of a problem. He had also assumed that moving Silvermoon's main soul from the Jade Scepter would prove to be a troublesome task. However, she seemed to be quite confident and certain, stating that she could handle the preparations all by herself. When Han Li heard this, he felt slightly less tense and drew a strange spell formation in a quiet room in accordance to the White Fox's instructions. He then placed the Jade Scepter and the White Fox into the formation before leaving. The silent room was under the effects of a soundproofing restriction. If there were any sounds produced from Silvermoon's separation from the Jade Scepter, Han Li would be completely ignorant, nor did he plan on prying. He knew he had no part to play in moving her soul. Han Li didn't remain idle after that. He walked into a neighboring quiet room and began his own preparations for accepting an artifact spirit into his magic treasure. Half a day later, Han Li had finished his preparations and headed towards Silvermoon's room, feeling that it was about time to start. But once he entered her room, Han Li's expression stirred. The Jade Scepter and the White Fox were properly sitting inside the room's spell formation as he had expected. But the Jade Scepter's radiance had greatly dimmed and the White Fox's fur had grown into a damp and disorderly mist. The fox's eyes were also filled with exhaustion. When Silvermoon saw that Han Li had entered, she neither moved nor spoke, as if she lacked the energy for either. Han Li's expression relaxed and he gently asked, "How did it go? Was it a success?" Silvermoon strenuously said, "Although it was painful enough to kill me, I was able to endure. It seems the preparations on your end are done. Since I have no host artifact, I cannot stay in the White Fox's body much longer. I need to join together with your magic treasure immediately, otherwise my soul will scatter." Han Li nodded his head and picked up the White Fox without any hesitation. He then brought it into the neighboring room. Once Han Li entered, he sealed the room in silence once again, took the residence. 3 days later, a sound transmission talisman burst into flames outside the medicine garden's restrictions and entered the mist, quickly disappearing from sight. 2 hours later, the mist flashed with azure light to reveal Han Li. He raised his head to look at the sky and rubbed his chin before releasing a flying sword magic tool and heading straight towards Dayspring Mountain. Silvermoon's smooth voice suddenly appeared within Han Li's head. Brother Han, from the message it seems that there is a gathering of disciples from Dayspring Mountain. Could it be related to the Sword Trial Assembly? Han Li calmly replied with his spiritual sense. I'm not sure. But since even someone as out of the way as I received a summons from the Mountain Lord, even if it isn't related to the Sword Trial Assembly, this matter must be important. Silvermoon softly reminded. While it would be extremely easy for Brother Han to place first in the competition even if he doesn't reveal his true cultivation, that would certainly attract much attention, perhaps even from the 3 sects' nascent soul cultivators. If that occurs, it is likely the losses would outweigh the gains. Han Li expressionlessly replied, I'm fully aware. When did I say that I'd participate in the assembly for certain? And even if I were to participate, there would be no way that I'd place first. I won't do anything to attract too much attention before I condense a nascent soul. Silvermoon chuckled. It seems I've said too much. With Brother Han's rich experience with hardship, there is naturally no need for me to remind you of such a trivial matter as this. Although this was only her voice, it contained a strong charm. When Han Li felt this, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Silvermoon called herself a wolf, he couldn't help but feel that she more closely resembled a fox, given her graceful allure. Furthermore, it seemed that she knew that after becoming his artifact spirit, Han Li wouldn't do anything to her. While it was fortunate that Silvermoon wholeheartedly cultivated while possessing the fox form, once she possessed Han Li's flying swords as an artifact spirit, she incessantly spoke with him. It appeared that the Jade Scepter had been quite a lonely place and she was now venting her feelings. This caused quite the headache for Han Li. Luckily, he had always found her voice to be gentle and pleasant to the ear. There was even a chance that her temperament would gradually become more mellow as time went by. As Han Li remained silent, Silvermoon asked yet another question. I never clearly understood why Brother Han wishes to acquire the Bright Sight Water, even though it has no effect on cultivators beyond Foundation establishment stage. When Han Li heard this, he faintly smirked and said, The Hidden Sword Mountain cultivators were mistaken. It isn't that the Bright Sight Water has no effect on high-grade cultivators. It's that high-grade cultivators have already cleansed their body's essence upon forming their core. Their eyes can already see through simple illusion techniques and dense fog, so there isn't much to be gained from cleansing them such a small amount. Since the amount of spirit water wouldn't be enough to be effective for a high-grade cultivator, it's better for a low-grade cultivator to use it. Silvermoon yelped in surprise. How does Brother Han know about this? When I was originally in the Scattered Star Seas, I read it in an ancient book. It shouldn't be false. Could it be that Brother Han has a plan in mind? That's right. I plan on using this opportunity to draw close to the Spirit Well tree and see whether or not I can take some of its roots. I'll be able to mature the roots with my small bottle if I get a hold of them and could acquire countless spirit tempering pills and limitless bright sight water. Of course, I'll have to acquire the recipes some other way. Brother Han's methods are truly long-sighted. In that case, you'll only need to place in the top 10. Although it will be quite attention-grabbing, it will be far safer than placing first. Han Li smiled and thought to say something else when he swept his gaze across and unconsciously gasped as he slowed to a stop. In the distance, he spotted a red streak of light that enveloped a beautiful woman with an expression as cold as frost. It was the woman surnamed Mu who had assigned him to the medicine garden. When the woman drew closer and spotted Han Li, she also wore an expression of surprise. She soon slowed down and stopped at Han Li's side. Did you also receive a message to go to Dayspring Mountain? The woman indifferently said. Han Li replied with a calm expression. I did, Martial Ant Mu. Would Martial Ant happen to know what happened or why the Mountain Lord has summoned all of us disciples? I don't know, but it should be related to the Sword Trial Assembly. Mu Peeling curtly replied. Afterwards, she glanced at the flying sword beneath Han Li and frowned. Although your magic tool is high grade, it isn't specialized for flight. How about I use the Daystar Belt to bring you along? It will save time. With that said, The woman enveloped Han Li in the magic tool's red light without even waiting for his reply. Han Li was initially surprised, but he had no intention of refusing her offer. As such, he was drawn into her magic tool's red light and was brought along. As they flew, the woman swept her gaze over Han Li and expressionlessly said, "Did you cultivate the profound ice arts that I gave you? Although cultivating this technique won't greatly increase your base cultivation, it will allow you to use powerful water attribute magic techniques. If you reach foundation establishment, you'll be able to smoothly switch the cultivation art to your main cultivation art without any harm." Having heard that, Han Li found it difficult to respond. If he said that he had already cultivated it somewhat and she wished to see, he shouldn't have any problems mimicking a few of its water attribute techniques. Fortunately, this woman merely raised the question in passing and didn't continue speaking. Silvermoon knew that this wasn't the time to talk to Han Li and stayed quiet in the presence of Mu Peeling. As the two were about to draw closer to Dayspring Mountain, Mu Peeling's expression stirred as she looked upward. A moment later, a streak of green light flew down from the sky, blocking the woman's path forward and causing them to stop. "Junior Marshal Sister Mu, I haven't seen you in quite a while. Have you been busy recently? I've sent you quite a few sound transmission talismans, but I haven't received a single response." Han Li revealed a flabbergasted expression. The green light had faded away to reveal a sharp-eared, thin-faced cultivator in his 30s. This was the cultivator surnamed Yen who had blocked Han Li's group when they were about to enter the sect. When the cold woman saw this person, she revealed surprise, but her expression soon grew sullen. "Yen, I am under orders of the Mountain Lord to assemble at the mountain. You dare to block me? Hee. Junior Marshal Sister Mu's words are quite heavy. How could I dare to block you? However, I merely wished to ask if you received the letters of my esteemed father? You see, the elders of our clans have already agreed to our wedding. We should discuss this in the coming days." The cultivator surnamed Yan's gaze wandered over the woman's ample body with desire as he spoke. However, when he spotted Han Li, his expression grew sullen. The woman surnamed Mu seemed to see through his wicked thoughts, and a trace of hostility appeared in her eyes. She scolded him with an expression like ice. "What's going through your mind? This is Marshal Nephew Han, whom my master had given to me to instruct. There is nothing else between us. As for the matter of marriage, I naturally cannot oppose my clan's seniors. However, I will always be in control of when we pair cultivate, if ever. Whenever your cultivation reaches my level, I might consider it. Otherwise, don't even think about laying a finger on me." This woman loathed Yen to the extreme and couldn't even put up a polite face. When cultivator Yen heard her, his face went through a series of red and white flushes. But just as he thought to say something, the woman had ran out of patience. With a cold snort, she propelled her magic tool with the entirety of her spiritual power, causing them to flying over Cultivator Yen in a large pulse of red light. Cultivator Yen was greatly flustered and thought to chase them. But after some further thought, he stayed in place with a trace of resentment. When Han Li turned around to glance at him, he saw an extremely bitter expression on Cultivator Yan's face. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li asked with an odd expression, "Marshal Aunt Mu, you're engaged to this man?" Cultivator Yen was only an early foundation establishment cultivator, but Mu Peeling was already at mid-foundation establishment. Also, their appearances were as different as day and night as well. Han Li felt completely puzzled as to why this woman's clan had wed her to him. Although Han Li felt somewhat curious, he originally wished to leave this matter alone. From the woman's sulking expression, the subject seemed like something that should be ignored. But despite the possibility she would rebuke or ignore him, Han Li's curiosity won over and he asked anyways. "It is best of Marshal Nephew asks little of my matters." As soon as Han Li asked, she icily glared at him and replied without emotion. Of course, Han Li responded by shutting his mouth and revealing an embarrassed expression. However, at that same moment, Han Li faintly heard Silvermoon giggling inside his head for a moment. It was only a moment before they arrived at a large stage at the center of the mountain. A large hall of antique design was erected on the stage. The words Heart Cleansing Hall were written on the building's silver signboard. At that moment, the huge black wooden doors were tightly shut, and the many disciples of Dayspring Mountain were chatting amongst themselves as they gathered outside. There were about 600 disciples already densely packed outside of Heart-Cleansing Hall. They were all whispering to one another in small groups. However, these people were all chi condensation cultivators. None of them were at Foundation establishment. The cold woman circled once in the air before landing in front of the hall's gates. When the nearby cultivators spotted her, they all respectfully saluted her. The woman waved her hand and walked towards the hall without the slightest hesitation. Through some unknown method, she gently slapped the door and it opened a sliver. Just after she entered, the door closed once more. Han Li watched the woman disappear and shook his head, but when he thought to enter the crowd, the nearby cultivators gazed at him with strange looks. A few of the cultivators in the distance even began to point at him.